The second round. The most exciting battle was between the popular contestant named Huang Quan and Bai Ran Ran. It was indeed a battle that stunned countless people. Huang Quan's speed was comparable to Butcher An's. His body could attack separately. For example, his head could fly down alone and walk a Dao alone. His arms could be removed and walked the great Dao of strength. His legs were comparable to the heavenly cicada's wings, and his body cultivated the great Dao of immortal sand. Bai Ran Ran's first companion spirit, a white dragon, had the power of a real dragon, but facing the great Daos of speed, body tempering, soul, and sand mist, it was still difficult to resist. Left with no choice, Bai Ran Ran unleashed her second companion spirit, the sea pen, and copied Huang Quan's great Daos of speed and immortal sand. This battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Bai Ran Ran was defeated because of her mental state. However, this also showed how terrifying Bai Ran Ran's strength was. Besides, although Bai Ran Ran was defeated, she would definitely be resurrected in the resurrection round. The finals of the Sea Establishment Realm was a competition where these Sea Establishment Realm heavenly talents used all kinds of trump cards. It was much more enjoyable to watch than the second round of the Sky Opening Realm competition. As the 3 rounds of the elimination rounds were over, the basic ranking would be determined based on the basic points of the previous elimination rounds and the points on the qualification tokens. The free challenges were decided by the top half participants themselves, and the challenged had no right to refuse. However, in order to avoid a wheel battle, a person could be challenged at most 3 times. And only when he was in his peak state could he be challenged. No one challenged some of the big shots, such as the guys on the hot list, such as Zhang Daqian, Huang Quan, Jia Tian, and Zhang Xuanyu. As for the others, Neza was challenged twice, Feng Qingqing was challenged twice, Bai Ran Ran was challenged once, and Butcher and launched the gods' arrival technique and the heavenly cicada's wings, and narrowly made a comeback. As for the others, they presented wonderful battles, which fascinated the audience. Han Fei took the chance to bet several times and earned 2 million kilometers of resources. Then, the rules of the casino were changed. A single person could only bet up to 100,000 kilometers of resources each time, and the casino urged everyone to be rational and not be addicted to gambling. Seeing that he couldn't earn much money, and the odds between these strong masters were not too different, Han Fei had no intention of placing any more bets. However, Zhang Xuanyu told Han Fei to place bets for him as long as he was in the arena. Han Fei was not short of resources, but he was. Han Fei did not refuse. He knew that it was actually very difficult to obtain resources, and Zhang Xuanyu had never asked him for them. He knew that the strong never relied on resources, but on real fighting. For example, gambling was a rare benefit for them. It was like money falling from the sky. Of course, they had to seize the opportunity. From the elimination rounds of the Sea Establishment list to the top 32 competition, it took less than 2 months. As for the top 32 competition, it was a point race. The point race would take a long time. Almost everyone had to fight against the other 31 people. If there were people with the same points later, a winner had to be decided between them first. In this competition system, the rules were relatively complicated. Firstly, the point race was not random. It would only be the next person's turn after one person finished 31 games. Secondly, each person in the point race had a total of 10 days. Each person had to fight 3 games every day. On the last day, they had to fight 4 games. If there was no winner, they would keep fighting and the 3 games on. The second day would continue to accumulate. In other words, if someone only fought 1 game on the first day, he would have to fight 5 games on the second day, and so on. Anyway, a person only had 10 days to fight. Therefore, a reasonable admission of defeat might be a good choice. This was because theoretically, as long as one fought 3 battles a day and finished as soon as possible, he could take a rest. More importantly, nobody cared if you were seriously injured in a game as long as you weren't killed. Therefore, if you were seriously injured in any game, you had to consider losing the next 2 games, end the day's game, and then go to recuperate. Consecutive wins could gain bonus points. If you won 3 games in a row, you would gain 1 extra point. If you won 6 games in a row, you would win 1 and 2 extra points, in total, 3 points. And so on in multiples of 3. If you won 30 games in a row, you would gain an additional 55 points. Of course, once this consecutive win was stopped, the number of consecutive wins would have to accumulate again. Fourthly, if the game was finished 1 day earlier, 1 extra point could be gained. If it was finished 2 days earlier, it would be 1 plus 2 extra points, totaling up to 3 points. And so on. If the 31 battles were completed in 1 day, 45 extra points could be gained in total. In other words, the final score for the finals of this competition was 31 points plus 55 points plus 45 points, a total of 131 points. This competition system was simply abnormal. When the referee announced the competition rules, everyone felt that this competition was crazy. Who the hell could get 131 points? This requirement was that the participants had to win 31 games in a day with a complete winning record. The audience, including the people who made it to the top 32, was stunned when they heard the rules. This was the top 32 competition. Not to mention a 6-game winning streak, it would be difficult for them to achieve a 3-game winning streak. Of course, they didn't doubt that some people could achieve 10 or even more winning streaks. Besides, for the sake of fairness, every time it was a person's turn, he would fight 31 games again even if he had fought with someone before. Otherwise, when it was the last person's turn, he wouldn't be able to fight 3 games a day. But even so, it was still a little unfair, because it was very likely that his trump card would be exposed in the early stages, and he would be targeted if he used it again. However, this couldn't be helped. This was the competition system. The competition system itself seemed very unreasonable. Even if it got even more unreasonable, so what? Anyway, no one would make a fuss. Most people just watched the battles. There were only 32 people playing in the competition. Even if they made a fuss, it wouldn't cause much trouble. At this moment, after advancing to the top 32 competition, the order of appearance had already been decided. Xiang Qian, who was not a popular contestant, was the first to come out. Only one of the first 10 contestants to appear was in the top 10 popular contestants. That was Jia Tian, who was the 6th to appear. Then, Shui Dongzi, who was in the top 10 popular contestants, would be the 11th to fight. Then, it was Neza, who was the 16th to appear. Then, it was Butcherin, Hua Lingyue, and Feng Qingqing who would respectively be the 17th, 18th, and 19th to appear. Zhang Daqian was the 26th to come out, and Zhang Xuanyu was the 28th. When the ranking was released, to be honest, others didn't think much of it. However, only the participants could feel the difference. At this moment, Neza and Zhang Xuanyu were chatting. Zhang Xuanyu said, "There must be something going on behind the scenes in the last point race. Think about it, the closer you are to the middle, the more advantageous it is. The people who will come out first are all weak. Except for Jia Tian, it's impossible for them to have many consecutive victories. However, they can test many people's trump cards. Think about it, if these trump cards appear, it's easy for the people in the middle to study them and find an opportunity to crack them. The most unlucky ones are me and Yi Fenglu. In this order of appearance, we'll basically have to fight all the top 10 popular contestants, so the probability of winning streaks is not high. Once the winning streak is broken, according to this point system, it will only become harder and harder to win. Besides, if the strong masters come out behind us, the probability of maintaining a winning streak will be even lower." Han Fei's eyes flickered. There is a problem indeed, but the problem shouldn't be the rules themselves, but the ranking. Zhang Xuanyu frowned slightly. "Why do you say that?" Han Fei said, "This rule is meant to motivate the participants to fight quickly and efficiently and win more victories. It seems that they are crazily squeezing the full strength of the participants. The rule makers don't care who comes out first or later. We all have to come out anyway. But if someone controls the ranking and has enough strength, he can indeed make the point race undergo many unexpected changes. Shui Dongzi will be the second player to appear among the top 10 popular contestants. This person has always kept a low profile, but now it seems that his identity is not ordinary." Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "You suspect it's him?" Han Fei said, "In the same conditions, whoever has the greatest advantage is the most suspicious. Besides, do you think they care about our suspicion? If it were me, I wouldn't care. I just want to get the reward I want. You guess I cheated, so I cheated. What can you do to me?" Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "Really?" Han Fei remembered that Zhou Run and the others directly bribed someone to get them into his team. Wasn't this cheating too? Therefore, Han Fei felt that this matter was definitely done by Shui Dongzi, who didn't care about being discovered at all. "More importantly, you have no evidence," Han Fei said, "Hee. Although I don't care about this matter, I have to see who this person is." On the second day, when the point race officially began, Han Fei had already found out. He got the message via Feng Yi from Princess Lan Xian of the Divine Capital Dynasty, and then learned that Shui Dongzi was actually the strongest establisher of the new generation of the Gate of Heaven. Later, because of his outstanding talent, this young man was taken in by the main branch of the heavenly race and given the name Tianze. Shui Dongzi was his original name. After joining the main branch of the heavenly race from the Gate of Heaven, Shui Dongzi went to the wilderness to gain experience and had only appeared here now. Han Fei was amused. When he told the news to Zhang Xuanyu, the latter was also furious. "So blatant?" Han Fei said, "What do you think? I should have thought of it. The people of the Divine Capital Dynasty disdain to do this, because the Divine Capital Dynasty has plenty of resources to nurture their people. Only the heavenly Race are closest to the divine capital dynasty and are best at stirring up trouble. Wouldn't it be great if they exploit a small loophole in the rules and let their people get first place in the point race? The rewards are given by the divine capital dynasty. It's a bargain. Han Fei's heart stirred. Since Shui Dongzi was the strongest sea establisher of the new generation of the Gate of Heaven and had been taken in by the main branch of the heavenly race, should he let Neza beat him? If Neza won, would he be targeted by the heavenly race? If he lost, his status might not be good. After entering the heavenly race, it was probably a problem whether he could come into contact with the spring of life and the little vein. Besides, the one who could use connections to help Shui Dongzi change the competition order of the 10,000-year competition couldn't be simple. Neza was going to the heavenly race. If he offended Shui Dongzi and the people behind him before he entered, how could he find the spring of life and the little vein? They would probably make things difficult for Neza the moment he entered. Therefore, Neza couldn't win against Shui Dongzi. However, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he lost so easily? He could just admit defeat and choose to avoid the battle. Although it would be a waste of points, this guy would probably give points to him too, right? After all, Neza was going to enter the heavenly race. Although Han Fei had thought of a way to deal with this situation, he felt very unhappy. Damn it, don't give me a chance, or I'll kill you. Although Han Fei wasn't in a good mood, he had already made a decision. Although Neza would still lose, Zhang Daqian would beat this guy. Anyway, this guy wouldn't be able to win the next few winning streaks. Fortunately, Zhang Daqian hadn't shown his true strength yet. Otherwise, he might have been secretly targeted. And the first person to fight today was called Xiang Qian. This person was from a powerful Sharkman tribe near the God-Fiend Sea in the East Sea Divine Realm. Yes, the God-Fiend Sea was also extremely dangerous. It was said that the people there were tough and good at fighting. Xiang Qian used serrated wolf fang knives, which were double knives made of the bone spurs of various sea beasts. In the previous battles, Han Fei had noticed that this person was good at ramming. When he burst out, his power was like a raging tide in the sea, with infinite strength. He could enter the top 32 because he was strong, fast, powerful, and fearless. To put it bluntly, he was very ferocious. He seemed to be a transformed mad shark walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To be able to stand out among these countless peak-level sea establishers, this person had to be extraordinary. In the first battle, he fought a female cultivator who walked the Tao of ice. Her physique, chi and blood, strength, and ice power couldn't trap him at all. However, the other party's control far exceeded Xiang Qian's. Unfortunately, after fighting for nearly an hour, she was injured by Xiang Qian's serrated double knives and declared defeat. In the second battle, Xiang Qian encountered a master war bow. His opponent controlled arrows well and set a domain. His power of space and the ceiling palm was far greater than ordinary. It took Xiang Qian nearly an hour to narrowly defeat him. However, he was hit by more than 70 arrows in total, and it took him nearly 16 hours to recover before the third battle began. In this battle, the opponent was a strange Tao cultivator who could borrow the energy of the void. 100 seconds later, Xiang Qian was parasitized and broke through from the inside. His flesh and blood exploded as he declared defeat. There was no telling if it was intentional or not, but the person ranked third was not weak. Han Fei felt that even Neza might not be able to take him down within 100 seconds. There was no need to watch the following battles. When Xiang Qian fought the 6th game, he encountered Jia Tian. Jia Tian's invincible defense was undamaged by Xiang Qian's bombarding attacks. Instead, he was directly defeated by the counterforce. When he fought all the way to Neza, Xiang Qian had 8 wins and 7 losses. There was no winning streak in the middle. It could be said that this result was not bad. In the top 32 competition, it was already very good to maintain a 50% chance of winning. After all, this was a battle between the best of the Sea Establishment realm in the East Sea Divine realm. Whoever could stand here was a peerless genius. However, because the top 10 hottest contestants came in at the back of the order, Xiang Qian was defeated in only 15 seconds when he encountered Neza. He encountered Butcherin, who was the 17th to fight him. Butcherin was slightly stronger than Xiang Qian in all aspects, and Xiang Qian was defeated. The 18th person he fought was Hua Lingyue, one of the top 10 hottest contestants. She was a complete controller, and Xiang Qian was defeated. The 19th one he encountered was Feng Qingqing. She used magnetic firestorm, and Xiang Qian was defeated. Defeated 4 times in a row, Xiang Qian was completely numb. He felt that he could defeat no one. When he met Zhang Daqian, Xiang Qian found that he couldn't even withstand a single slash. He had a mental breakdown. When he met Zhang Xuanyu, he chose to admit defeat and avoid fighting. When Xiang Qian's round was over, he won 13 games, lost 19 games, and got an additional 3 points. Because he admitted defeat whenever he ran into the top 10 hottest contestants, he ended the battle 2 days in advance, so he got 15 points in the end. However, no matter if it was the audience or the powers that were recruiting talents from the top 32, no one would underestimate Xiang Qian. 15 points were better than nothing. It could be said that 99% of the people in the East Sea Divine Realm would lose instantly. On this side, when the third person's point race came to an end, the second round of the Sky Opening Realm competition had ended and entered the third round. The third round was expected to last for 3 months. When the third round of the Sky Opening Realm competition started, half of the Sky Opening Realm cultivators in the arenas of the Sea Establishment Realm had gone to watch the Sky Opening Realm competition. A month later, this was Jia Tian's 11th game, against Shui Dongzi. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu had thought that this would be a fierce battle, but in only 10 seconds, Shui Dongzi was defeated, or rather, admitted defeat. Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Well, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This guy is quite smart. Because everyone has to be re-challenged, Shui Dongzi's defeat won't affect his score, so he doesn't care. He can just let Jia Tian continue to win. However, when Jia Tian fought against Neza, the latter went even further than Shui Dongzi. Shui Dongzi had fought Jia Tian for 10 seconds, but Neza directly said, "I admit defeat. Just pass." Shui Dongzi was stunned. He had thought that with Neza's belligerent personality, even if Jia Tian didn't lose the battle against him, he would definitely lose the next round. This was because Neza, Butcherin, Hua Lingyue, and Feng Qingqing were arranged to appear in sequence to block Jia Tian's winning streak. Therefore, if Neza chose not to fight Jia Tian, what would Butcherin and the others choose? If they really didn't fight, wouldn't they be giving points to Jia Tian? The audience was in an uproar too. Someone cursed, "How can he do this? How can he just admit defeat?" Someone threw spiritual stones into the field and cursed, "Foul. Neza is foul. Referee, punish him severely." However, Neza's fans shouted, "This is called conserving your strength and hiding your trump cards. What do you know? Why does Neza have to fight Jia Tian, this turtle shell?" Neza's choice was right. That's right. If it were anyone else, my brother Neza would definitely have beaten him, but how can he beat Jia Tian without using his trump card? Jia Tian grinned. "Neza, you know that I'm 6th place. Although you don't. Fight me now, I won't go easy on you." The significance of the 10,000 year competition is to fight different strong masters. Ranking is secondary. Neza said indifferently, "Then let's talk about it when the time comes." 4. Now, I think I'd better watch the show. When it was Butcher N's turn, the truly irritable Butcher N would definitely not admit defeat. Therefore, Butcher N lost gloriously. However, he broke Jia Tian's shield and heavily injured him. When Jia Tian encountered Hua Lingyue, he finally tasted his first defeat. This was because his defense was good but his attack was not. When he encountered Hua Lingyue, who was a pure controller, Jia Tian only fought for 100 seconds before he stopped and admitted defeat. Jia Tian was a smart person. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Hua Lingyue. Instead of fighting her, he might as well admit defeat. This way, not only could he accelerate the battle, but he could also continue to accumulate winning streaks. However, Feng Qingqing also taught Jia Tian a lesson. Although the magnetic firestorm couldn't break through Jia Tian's defense, its scorching power enveloped Jia Tian. Having no choice, Jia Tian could only charge at Feng Qingqing. However, Feng Qingqing, who was born with the ability to control magnetic fields, had triggered the natural magnetic force without even moving, making it impossible for Jia Tian to hit her. Jia Tian smiled. "I admit defeat." When Jia Tian lost 2 games in a row, the audience felt that under this rule, who could cheat? But after Feng Qingqing, all the way to the 26th contestant Jia Tian fought Zhang Daqian, Jia Tian won another 6 games in a row. When he met Zhang Daqian, he grinned and said, "Yi Feng Lu, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. No one has ever been able to test your real strength. Why don't you show me this time?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Okay. Take 1 slash from me, and you can pass this level." Jia Tian's face sank. "No one has ever defeated me with 1 attack, not even Zhang Xuanyu. I'd like to see how you can defeat me with 1 attack." In the spectator seats, Shui Dongzi frowned slightly and said, "I hope Jia Tian can test out the real strength of this guy. Except for Zhang Xuanyu, my intuition tells me that this person is the most difficult to deal with." In the sky, on the side of the East Sword Pavilion, someone sighed. "It's a pity that this person is not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, regardless of whether he can win or not, our East Sword Pavilion will definitely recruit him." Off the field, the audience cheered. This was because the most mysterious guy in their hearts had met Jia Tian. Was there anything more exciting than this? Yi Feng Lu was regarded by all the audience as the most mysterious one because he had only used 1 slash from the beginning to the end. Now, when Yi Feng Lu met Jia Tian, many people wanted to see if Jia Tian could force Yi Feng Lu to show his real strength. This scene was what everyone was looking forward to. The game begins. As the referee shouted, in the field, layers of golden light were flashing on Jia Tian's body, and the sand and gravel within tens of thousands of kilometers around him were floating and then minced by an invisible force. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jia Tian was accumulating strength. His body was surrounded by shields and ripples spread out. He was trying to resist Ji Fengliu's saber. In fact, Han Fei didn't care much about Jia Tian's behavior. He had experienced it when his physique was unparalleled. Although he didn't have Jia Tian's shell, who in the same realm as him could penetrate his body. However, only after experiencing it would one know that there were countless strong masters in the world. Without absolute invincible defense, one could be injured no matter what. As for Zhang Daqian, who had synchronized with his original body countless times, his comprehension of combat skills, saber Dao, and myriad Daos was not something a sea establisher could compare to. For example, Neza's potential shouldn't have appeared in the top 32 list, but he had come in. It wasn't because Neza was strong, but because he had obtained all the insights of his original body. Therefore, Jia Tian's full-strength attack was actually mediocre in Han Fei's eyes. He could even see some irregular weaknesses in the so-called invincible defense. Swish. Just as Jia Tian was halfway through, Han Fei had already drawn his saber, which was faster than the speed of light. Hiss. Many sky-opening realm cultivators who were watching the battle, as well as the experts from the major powers who were about to snatch talents, were shocked to see this scene. How is that possible? The power of an ultralight speed. He's only at the peak of the sea establishment realm. He hasn't even entered the sky-opening realm, but this is probably nearly 3 times the speed of light, right? Many sky-openers were certain that even many star transformation realm cultivators might not be able to release this terrifying ultralight speed. Apart from the ultralight speed, only some people could see that Han Fei didn't just release one slash, and there were many layers of waves in the power of that slash. Every time a saber wave hit Jia Tian's shield barrier, a large amount of shield ripples and shock power would dissipate, or rather, be absorbed by the saber beam, strengthening the power of the saber beam. Octopus suckers? Next to Han Fei, Feng Xingliu said in surprise, that guy actually connected his knife to the suction force of his own. That's a good idea. Crack. Puff. Before Feng Xingliu finished being surprised, Jia Tian's shield was completely shattered and he was cut into 2 pieces. Because the battle broke out too quickly, the audience was still watching expectantly. It wasn't until Jia Tian's body cracked that they realized that the F***King battle was already over. Boom. Off the field, exclamations rang out non-stop. Tens of millions of sea establishers couldn't help but exclaim. Is it over? That's impossible. Even Jia Tian couldn't resist one slash from him? One slash? One slash to kill Jia Tian? How can a sea establisher be so powerful? Well, damn it. Now I think Yifeng Liu is the one who can win a winning streak. Not just the audience, even the people from the city of scavengers were all stunned. Pan Litian's eyes glowed. Yifeng Liu couldn't be so strong. What had he experienced all these years? Pan Litian asked. By Ran, Yifeng Liu is your teammate. What do you think of his strength? Did he hide his strength before? Bai Ran thought for a moment and then shook her head. No. Although he was Strong in the past, he had his limits. At first, his strength was not as strong as Ghost Blade and Tian Hong. But after he ended the battle in the battlefield of the graveyard, he should have surpassed Ghost Blade and Tian Hong after a few days of seclusion. This can be seen from the first battle, after he left the chaotic wasteland. However, even so, he is far from being as powerful as he is now. Li Shenhao said, Master Lydian, I can testify to this. Although brother Feng Lu was very strong back then, he was definitely not this strong. I guess that he must have encountered some other special opportunity on his way to the divine capital dynasty. Pan Lydian tried to recall Yi Fengliu's growing experiences. Yi Fenglu had undergone 2 bloodline awakenings, and his growth rate was astonishing. In history, there had been such a talented person in the chaotic wasteland. But he didn't expect such a person to appear in the city of scavengers this time. Pan Lydian didn't think too much about it. He decided to ask Yi Fenglu about it later. The referee was also a little shocked, but his mental fortitude was stronger. Therefore, after Han Fei won, the referee quickly came back to his senses, and shouted, Yi Fenglu wins this round. When Jia Tian recovered, he was shocked, horrified, and incredulous. Not only had Han Fei defeated him, but the terrifying knife intent was still engraved in his flesh and blood. It would take at least a day to erase it. After that, Jia Tian spent a full day recovering from his injuries and didn't fight a second battle. This meant that he would rather fight 5 battles the next day than to attack forcibly now. And Yi Fenglu had now become the person who appeared most frequently in the audience of tens of millions. One day later, Jia Tian met Zhang Xuanyu after only winning 1 game. After meeting Zhang Xuanyu, Jia Tian didn't want to waste his time. If he had expected Yi Fenglu to be so strong, he wouldn't have rushed up fighting him and wasted a whole day. Therefore, Jia Tian directly admitted defeat without even fighting. In this way, he could finish the remaining 3 battles in 1 day. If he won all the battles, he would get 1 extra point. Plus, he finished the battles 5 days earlier, so his score would definitely not be low. As Jia Tian expected, not everyone could break through his defense. Such a person was 1 in a million. In the end, Jia Tian won 27 games and lost 4 games, gaining 27 points. His winning streak was 19 points. He ended the battle 5 days earlier, accumulating 15 points, and his total score was 61 points. This score was the highest score so far. Most people guessed that this score would definitely enter the top 10. 1.5 months later, when Zhang Daqian was summoned back by Pan Lydian for questioning, Han Fei said that he had obtained an opportunity and inheritance. The source of the inheritance was that he entered a land of octopus and encountered a path that he guessed might be a divine path, but unfortunately, the inheritance was not complete. In short, Pan Lydian believed him in the end. When Han Fei was about to return to the arena, an unexpected person appeared in front of him. Yi Fenglu, you have to lose the game against me. Shui Dong's appearance puzzled Han Fei, but after hearing his words, Han Fei was immediately amused. Han Fei replied indifferently, why? Shui Dongzi said, I will give you 10 origin fruits and 300,000 kilometers of resources, provided that you lose. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? But he still looked indifferent. Do you think I would cheat for such a small amount of resources? Shui Dongzi grinned coldly. What resources do you want? Just tell me. Han Fei thought for a moment. An ultra-quality godly weapon, if you have one. Han Fei didn't care about these resources at all. Even if the resources promised by Shui Dongzi were 10 times more, he wouldn't care. At Han Fei's current level, he was not short of resources. After being injected with a large number of world origin fruits, Han Fei became less interested in world origin fruits. Besides, as long as he won the championship, how could the divine capital dynasty not reward him? Even if the divine capital dynasty wouldn't, how could the 10,000 scale monarch not reward him? As a monarch, no matter how stingy the 10,000 scale monarch was, he could still afford the resources to nurture him. Hearing that, Shui Dongzi knew that Han Fei didn't intend to admit defeat at all. He said, Yi Feng Lu, I hope you can think it through. Starting from tomorrow, it will be my competition. You'd better listen to my advice. After all, your chaotic wasteland is still too weak. Han Fei said indifferently, we also have monarchs guarding us. How can you, mere sea establisher, dare to say such things? Shui Dongzi snorted coldly. Let's wait and see. I may not be able to get all wins, but I wonder how you can survive after the competition? Are you threatening me? Shui Dongzi said lightly, you can think of it that way. Han Fei looked at Shui Dongzi indifferently and said, do you think the city of scavengers is nothing? On this side, Shui Dongzi had just threatened Zhang Daqian, and on the other side, Han Fei had already begun to plan. Anyway, what would come would come. He had offended the people of the heavenly race. If Shui Dongzi really dared to bring people to attack him, he would just kill him. Shui Dongzi's appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. In the 6th game, when he met Jia Tian, no one expected Jia Tian to admit defeat. Logically speaking, if Jia Tian wanted his ranking to be high, he was the natural front-row goalkeeper. No matter who beat him, he couldn't win a winning streak. However, Jia Tian went easy on him, making Shui Dongzi win all the way to Neza. Therefore, the audience saw a surprising scene. Shui Dongzi fought 15 games in a row in one day. Because he was ranked 11th, Neza was Shui Dongzi's 15th opponent. Of course, Neza hadn't joined the heavenly race yet, so Shui Dongzi still personally went to find Neza. He promised that after Neza entered the gate of heaven, he would get him 30 world origins, plus 300,000 kilometers of resources, and give him some care. These things might not be what Shui Dongzi wanted to give, but the gate of heaven must have informed Shui Dongzi that Neza wanted to join the heavenly race. It was best to win over such a talent. Fighting was for disobedient people. At this moment, when Neza said admit defeat on the field, the audience below the field was stunned again. Shui Dongzi's 6th and 15th opponents, two key players, had both conceded defeat. This meant that Shui Dongzi had easily obtained 15 consecutive winning points. For a moment, countless audience members criticized Neza. However, Jia Tian and Neza's admission of defeat could only lower their own rankings. If they were willing to do so, who could blame them? In the auditorium, Feng Qingqing snorted coldly and said, I will never admit defeat. We should treat this competition seriously. How can we just admit defeat? I don't want to give points to my opponent for nothing. Han Fei said leisurely, Qingqing, you have to get used to this kind of thing. Sometimes, ability is not enough. However, people playing such small Tricks will reveal their true colors in the face of a real crisis. So, don't care too much. At least so far, he doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. Feng Qingqing was surprised. Are we just going to let this unfair thing happen? In fact, the referee should have discovered long ago that there is a problem with this competition system. At the very least, there shouldn't be a situation of admitting defeat and abandoning the competition. Han Fei said, then it will turn into a fake fight. Let's wait and see. They're all top heavenly talents. Even if he can bribe one or two, how can he bribe all? Shui Dongzi, who had fought 13 games in a row, spent 6 hours recovering on the spot. In the last hour of the first day, he challenged Butcherin. He had tried to bribe Butcherin, but the latter refused him. In the arena, Butcherin grinned and said, I really didn't expect that. ****, Neza, to be bribed by you. He is really a disgrace to our chaotic wasteland. But it doesn't matter. I won't let you pass easily. Shui Dongzi said, I don't understand what you are talking about. However, your current madness is just creating a problem for your future battles. Jia Tian ranked 6th, and he, Shui Dongzi, was 11th. This was not without reason. This basically guaranteed that the other party had no chance of getting a winning streak in the first 11 rounds. However, Butcherin replied, I don't care about this winning streak at all. It's enough for me to make it to the top 32. If I can accidentally get some rewards, it will be the icing on the cake. I have everything at home. Do you think I lack so few resources? Humph, watch my knife. Butcherin was best at the butcher knife in his hand and his talent for killing arrays. In general, this guy was bloodthirsty and crazy. As soon as the butcher knife appeared, the arena was filled with blood. In the restricted barrier, it was almost impossible to dodge the human slaughtering knife. Ha ha ha. Butcherin laughed out loud. With him as the center, a blood-colored array appeared. Blood blades that seemed to be shooting out from hell broke through the vacuum and slashed crazily at Shui Dongzi. Water luster. Shui Dongzi was not afraid of the inevitable impact of Butcheran's power. In the arena, it turned into a sea. In this sea, Butcheran's butcher knife couldn't even move forward by an inch. Every drop of water here seemed to become Butcheran's enemy. However, Butcherin wasn't scared at all. Chirp. When a pair of phantom wings appeared on Butcheran's body, this guy exceeded the speed of light. Yes, Butcherin had activated his ultimate move. Theoretically speaking, a peak-level sea establisher could temporarily use the limit speed, which was close to the speed of light. However, once it exceeded the speed of light, it would be very difficult for sea establishers to master. But Butcherin was different. With the power of his bloodline, he had sensed the power of an ultralight speed in advance. Under such a speed, this guy could actually condense a killing array. Han Fei could see that it was an arrow array. If this array was completed, Shui Dongzi would be trapped for a while if he didn't have an effective measure to cope with it. And once Butcherin got the opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The advantage of an array master was that they could trap you in arrays eternally when they got the upper hand, unless you broke the array faster than he could condense an array. As expected, realizing Butcheran's behavior, Shui Dongzi grinned. Extreme coldness. In an instant, Butcheran's speed dropped drastically, and the seawater in the arena was all half frozen. Although Shui Dongzi was strong, he couldn't freeze 100,000 kilometers in an instant. Even if he could, that level of freezing wasn't strong enough. However, Shui Dongzi was smart enough to create an extremely cold environment. Then, any ripples in the seawater would form countless impact waves through interference with each other. Shui Dongzi kept creating control ripples, which could not only shatter Butcher Ant's killing array, but also reduce Butcher Ant's speed. At the moment when Butcher Ant's speed suddenly decreased, he thrust out 3 times with his spear, which simultaneously suppressed Butcher Ant's soul, body, and the surrounding Dao runes. With just one stab, Butcher Ant was pierced through. In the stands, Feng Qingqing took a deep breath and said, Shui Dongzi did it. On purpose. This is his first trump card. Han Fei said, this is not really a trump card. Those who have a way to crack it can crack it. Those who don't have a way can't crack it even if they see it through. If they can't crack it, they will lose. Feng Qingqing nodded heavily. Besides, Shui Dongzi's great Dao of water might be able to subdue Hua Lingyue. Han Fei didn't comment on this. Hua Lingyue was the only popular manipulator. Han Fei felt that she wasn't simple. After defeating Butcher Ant, Shui Dongzi only rested for half an hour before he began to challenge Hua Lingyue. As soon as Hua Lingyue entered the arena, she didn't seem to care about the move Shui Dongzi used to defeat Butcher Ant just now. She crazily created demonic plants. Many demon plants evolved when they fused. Shui Dongzi certainly wouldn't fight a protracted battle with Hua Lingyue. He activated the great Dao of ice, and wherever the void wave passed, all the plants were shattered. One leaf blind. The moment Shui Dongzi erupted, Hua Lingyue chuckled. Then, Shui Dongzi seemed to have fallen into a certain environment and was sprinting towards the barrier of the arena. This scene made many people laugh. Neza and Zhang Xuanyu sat together. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, that's it? His spiritual power doesn't seem to be good. However, as soon as Zhang Xuanyu finished speaking, a drop of water flashed in the void. The drop of water appeared beside Hua Lingyue and suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy severely injured her. Realizing that she had been tricked, Hua Lingyue didn't show much anger. She actually summoned a broadleaf flower. At that moment, all the water in the ring flew uncontrollably towards the flower. Then, the flower became bigger and bigger, and its strength seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It becomes stronger by absorbing water? Demon vine? However, the growth of everything had a rhythm. Shui Dongzi suddenly unleashed the great Dao of water and countless waves. The transitional water Dao runes directly exploded the broadleaf flower. In that instant, Shui Dongzi thrust his spear at Hua Lingyue, and Hua Lingyue pointed with both hands, and all the spiritual plants spewed out purple laser beams, directly piercing hundreds of holes in Shui Dongzi. Unfortunately, Hua Lingyue was hit by Shui Dongzi's spear in the end, and most of her body collapsed. Shui Dongzi took the upper hand and froze her. Hua Lingyue's defeat had actually unlocked some combat skills that Shui Dongzi had never seen before. Furthermore, Hua Lingyue's final blow had parasitic effects. At this moment, Shui Dongzi was covered in all kinds of spiritual plants and was struggling to resist them. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at Feng Qingqing and asked, "Are you confident?" Feng Qingqing nodded. "If that's all, he won't be able to win." Feng Xingliu said, "From the looks of it, that guy must still have some trump cards." Feng Qingqing, launch a round of ultimate attacks and use the magnetic fire divine technique. After one round, he'll have to use 99% of his trump cards. Hanfei smiled and nodded. Look, this is combat experience. I quite agree with Feng Xingliu's suggestion. Feng Qingqing listened to Feng Xingliu and Hanfei's suggestion. Feng Xingliu didn't have much combat experience, but in fact, Feng Qingqing didn't have much combat experience either. However, after such a long time, they had seen millions of battles. Both Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing had benefited a lot. On this trip to the East Sea Divine Realm, Feng Qingqing already felt that her strength had changed drastically. Shui Dongzi started the third battle after resting for 16 hours. He had fought Neza, Butcherin and Hua Lingyue in a row, and now he was going to fight Feng Qingqing. No one could easily beat the four of them in a row. Shui Dongzi thought that by bribing Neza, he already had an advantage that others didn't have. At this moment, Feng Qingqing came up to the arena, and she looked at Shui Dongzi indifferently and said, I know you made some arrangements, but it doesn't matter. Those little tricks are actually meaningless to me. Shui Dongzi smiled casually. Feng Qingqing, I know you're hard to deal with. But don't forget that you're using unusual flames, while I'm using unusual water currents. It's only natural that water suppresses fire. This time, Shui Dongzi didn't hide anything. However, Feng Qingqing didn't take Shui Dongzi's arrogance seriously. Feng Qingqing casually took out a ball that was an ultra-quality sea quelling bizarre treasure and said, I won't bully you with a godly weapon, but I also want you to know that water may not be able to resist fire. Swish. 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 The ultra-quality sea quelling bizarre treasure that Feng Qingqing threw out turned into billions of grains of sand, which shot out like arrows. When Feng Qingqing attacked, the sea around her turned into ice, and ice barriers and ice walls blocked the sand. However, Shui Dongzi wasn't happy at all, because after his investigation and research on Feng Qingqing, he knew that Feng Qingqing's unusual flame was called magnetic fire. This kind of flame also contained many great daos of magnetic fields and power. Sure enough, when the ice covered the arena, Feng Qingqing raised her hands. And with a swish, a flaming bird appeared in the arena. This fire bird didn't look like a fire phoenix. It had 3 tails and a gorgeous back. It was more like a peacock. Hanfei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu suspiciously. What is this? Feng Xingliu said indifferently, this is the unique bloodline of our phoenix divine race, the peacock divine bird. It's very fierce, especially fierce. In the past, the peacock divine bird was also a divine beast, but because it was too fierce, it was later classified as a primitive ferocious beast. However, the primitive ferocious beasts felt that the peacock divine bird came from the divine beasts, so they didn't accept it. Then, the peacock divine bird was neither a divine beast nor a ferocious beast. Hanfei was stunned. He didn't know that the bird had such a special background. Tweet. The peacock divine bird let out a cry and rushed into Feng Qingqing's body. Then, Feng Qingqing had a pair of fiery wings. Feng Qingqing formed seals with her hands, and the gravel began to spin like a storm. Every grain of gravel was tainted with chaotic magnetic fire. With just one sweep, all the ice in the arena was crushed. Thinking that it was just a magnetic firestorm, Shui Dongzi tried to slow it down with water barriers and fought against the gravel with water columns as sharp weapons. However, after a round of clashes, Shui Dongzi was on fire. Under such circumstances, a four-legged beast finally stood in front of Shui Dongzi. Huh? A green water Kylin? Feng Xingliu said, that's a green water Kylin, which is considered a divine beast. No wonder this guy thinks he has the ability to fight Feng Qingqing. Is this a green water Qilin? Han Fei looked at the head that didn't look handsome and looked like a bull's head. He wondered if this was some King old bull's disguise. He had encountered the essence blood of the green water Qilin twice, but that thing was too cheap. He had already obtained it when he was in the raging sea. But it had been useless, because this bloodline was too low-leveled. Although Han Fei didn't know the level of the peacock divine bird, it was definitely not something this green water Qilin could compare to. This green water Qilin condensed into a water armor on Shui Dongzi's body. The water on this armor flowed and had the effect of twisting power. If it was a soul green water Kylin, it might be able to transfer soul damage. When the endless gravel hit Shui Dongzi but was blocked by the water armor, a water beam condensed in front of Shui Dongzi. Extreme cold storm. An extremely cold airflow surged out. Wherever it passed, no matter how great the magnetic sand's impact was, it couldn't block the chill. Seeing this scene, Feng Qingqing smiled faintly and took out a feather. In an instant, a dazzling light shone in the arena. Only a few people could see that the feather pierced through the extremely cold airflow with a single blow. Not only that, it also pierced through Shui Dongzi in one fell swoop, and the latter was bleeding profusely. Feng Qingqing attacked again. Divine technique, 5-colored divine light. 5 lights of different colors swept through the water barrier, broke through the battle suit, and directly blew up half of Shui Dongzi's body. The audience was cheering crazily. Someone roared excitedly, as expected of Goddess Qingqing. Although I don't understand this battle well, it's King awesome. Someone was shocked. That's a divine technique. It's not a sword or a feather, but light, pure light. Someone sighed. Shui Dongzi is just an itinerant cultivator. How can he have a heritage comparable to the Phoenix divine race? He is destined to lose. Just when everyone thought that Feng Qingqing was going to win, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, her body exploded, and she was seriously injured. In the blink of an eye. What happened? What the hell happened? The cheering crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Shui Dongzi was clearly seriously injured. Why was Feng Qingqing suddenly seriously injured too? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Even he couldn't tell how Feng Qingqing was injured, which meant that Shui Dongzi shouldn't be able to control this power at all. At the moment when Feng Qingqing was seriously injured, Shui Dongzi seemed to have foreseen it. He suddenly jumped up and thrust his spear at Feng Qingqing. Fortunately, the referee was much faster than Shui Dongzi. After casually crushing Shui Dongzi's spear, he stood in front of Feng Qingqing. The referee shouted, Shui Dongzi wins this battle. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei with an awful look. Han Fei, did you understand what happened? Why didn't I? Zhou Run said, I didn't see anything either. This means that he used a power that even we don't understand. This power is definitely not something a peak level C establisher like him can use unless it's a divine technique that we don't understand. Although Feng Qingqing was seriously injured, she looked deeply puzzled. She asked, how did you hurt me? Shui Dongzi, no comment. Because Feng Qingqing had already lost, she couldn't stay in the arena anymore. She immediately returned to Feng Xingliu and the others. Others might be afraid of hanging around with the sky-opening realm experts, lest others would think that the sky-opening realm experts were helping them. However, everyone knew the relationship between Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu, as well as the relationship between Feng Xingliu and Han Fei. Therefore, it was only natural that Feng Qingqing sat in the middle of Han Fei and the other sky-opening realm experts. After all, her identity was obvious. However, the audience was deeply puzzled by Feng Qingqing's defeat. They even found it unbelievable that Shui Dongzi could defeat the peerless heavenly talent of the Phoenix divine race. However, the truth was the truth. Feng Qingqing had already lost. They just didn't know how she lost. The first thing Feng Qingqing did after she came back was look at Han Fei. "Brother Han Fei, how did he hurt me?" "Feng Xingliu, you don't know that?" "Feng Qingqing, of course I don't." Han Fei handed over a mass of liquid divine light and said casually, "Give me your hand." Feng Qingqing stretched out her hand, and Han Fei grabbed Feng Qingqing's wrist and sank his power into her body. Since she was injured, there must be a source of the injury. When he looked carefully, he found that what triggered the injury in Feng Qingqing's body was a drop of blood. Han Fei reached out and pulled the drop of blood out of his body. After confirming it, he found that there were Dao patterns hidden in the blood. After a long time, Han Fei said casually, "This is a curse." "A curse?" Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingqing, Zhou Run, and the others couldn't help but cry out. How could there be such a strange curse? Han Fei suddenly asked, "Qingqing, if I remember correctly, the only time you were injured was in the third round, when you were injured by a guy with a weird movement technique, right?" Feng Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she nodded slightly. "Yes, his name is Yi He, because his techniques were too strange. I was caught off guard. And his dagger brushed past and cut one of my fingers, but I immediately retracted that finger." Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What does this have to do with that guy?" Han Fei asked, "Qingqing, do you remember how many people were injured when they fought Yi He?" Feng Qingqing thought for a moment before she said, "Well, I think at least 20 people were injured by Yi He during his challenge. After all, he is not weak." Han Fei said, "That's right. He was the one who cast the curse. To be precise, his dagger seems to carry a kind of curse. I can roughly guess the function of this curse. It should temporarily unite the lives of you and your opponent. If your opponent is killed by you, the curse may directly backfire on you and kill you. So far, the power of this curse seems to be very strong. Just now, you heavily injured Shui Dongzi, and then you immediately suffered a heavy injury. And he was already prepared. This person is playing with fire. Shoal. Disgusting. Too disgusting." Feng Xingliu was furious and was about to get up, but suddenly, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Han Fei didn't know when someone appeared next to him, and his heart skipped a beat. When Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing saw this person, they were both shocked and looked surprised. Feng Qingqing asked in surprise, "Uncle Nine? Uncle Nine?" Han Fei's heart trembled. He had always known that there must be someone protecting Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing in the dark. However, he had never appeared before, and now that someone had cursed Feng Qingqing, he finally appeared. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I will handle this matter." "How dare He used such a despicable method on the baby of our Phoenix divine race. Even if he wins first place in this competition, he won't be able to leave the capital alive. As soon as the middle-aged man said so, Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, unless he pays a heavy price. Uncle Nine frowned slightly. He has to die. Yihe and Shui Dongzi both have to die. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. This guy really wanted to kill. Other people wanted to recruit the top 32, but he wanted to kill 2 of them. Feng Qingqing said cutely, Uncle Nine, it's inappropriate. Too many people want to recruit these people now. After all, our Phoenix divine race is from the South Sea divine realm, not the East Sea divine realm. So, why not spare their lives as long as they pay the price? Uncle Nine frowned and seemed to want to argue, but Han Fei added, Shui Dongzi is from the heavenly race. Uncle Nine, you can blackmail a lot of resources out of him. Hearing Han Fei's words, Uncle Nine couldn't help but glance at him and then nod slightly. Fine, I'll spare their lives for now. And, you're not bad, kid. Uncle Nine patted Han Fei on the shoulder, turned around, and left the arenas of the Sea Establishment realm without looking back. At the moment Uncle Nine took action, someone secretly left in fright, as if they knew that things were getting out of hand. When Han Fei learned that Uncle Nine was actually a monarch, he immediately knew why Feng Xingliu and Qingqing didn't encounter any real danger when they wandered in the wilderness with him. Feng Yi had mentioned that someone from the Phoenix divine race would arrive earlier than him. Now it seemed that Uncle Nine must have noticed what he, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingqing did in the wilderness. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It seemed that this guy didn't care about the fact that he implicated the Phoenix divine race in his fight with the heavenly race. Now that the monarch of the Phoenix divine race had come, someone had to be responsible for Feng Qingqing being cursed. If Shui Dongzi didn't want to die, the heavenly race would have to pay a high price. Unfortunately, in the current game, Shui Dongzi had indeed obtained the possibility of a winning streak. When half of the 3rd day passed, Shui Dongzi's injuries recovered. He must have used precious medicine, so his injuries recovered especially quickly. Of course, it was definitely not as fast as Feng Qingqing's recovery. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was the most magical healing technique in the world. Feng Qingqing recovered in less than half an hour, while Shui Dongzi spent half a day recovering. In the following battle, Shui Dongzi was fighting Huang Quan in his 23rd game, and the latter chose to admit defeat directly. With the previous example, there must be something fishy about Huang Quan's admission of defeat. However, when Shui Dongzi won 24 games in a row and came to the 25th game, he finally put away all his thoughts. In this game, he was going to fight Zhang Daqian, who he failed to bribe. Shui Dongzi wanted to win all the games. Although it was unknown who gave him the confidence, he had already obtained 8 game points. Originally, he wanted to fight Zhang Daqian and Zhang Xuanyu in his 31st and 32nd games. This way, he could keep winning all the previous games. However, for some reason, the positions of Zhang Daqian and Zhang Xuanyu had changed, not as Shui Dongzi expected. Perhaps this was because the competition authorities didn't want to let Shui Dongzi use connections to have a record of complete victories, so they ignored Shui Dongzi's words. But anyway, at this moment, Shui Dongzi was facing Zhang Daqian, Yifeng Liu. Yifeng Liu still looked cold, unsmiling, and rigid. However, such a person was often considered the most terrifying. In the auditorium, someone shouted, "Yi Feng Lu can't be defeated." Someone said loudly, "I'm not bragging, but in terms of attack, no one on the field is Yi Feng Lu's match. I believe that he will be the first peerless heavenly talent in history of the grand competition." Someone disagreed. Shui Dongzi has a winning streak of 24 games. Do you really think he won so easily? It's only been 3 days. Someone said, if it weren't for the key figures surrendering, Shui Dongzi might not have been able to win 24 games in a row. Someone sneered. There's always a reason to admit defeat. They're all great heavenly talents. Who would admit defeat for no reason? The debates were heated. In the arena, Shui Dongzi said indifferently, Yi Feng Lu, a wise man, submits to fate. In the sea establishment realm, no matter how talented you are still a small figure. So, I suggest you accept my proposal. Han Fei said indifferently, why don't you tell these onlookers what you said? I think they would like to greet your ancestors. Humph, then die. Shui Dongzi's face was ashen. He was very angry at Han Fei's cold and disdainful expression. However, Shui Dongzi was not stupid. He felt that Han Fei would still finish him off with one slash. In that case, he would be benefiting Han Fei by winning 24 games. Shui Dongzi had studied many strong masters in the past and found that even the peerless peak-level sea establishers from the heavenly race couldn't do what Yi Feng Lu could. Therefore, he felt that maybe all the trump cards Yi Feng Lu had was only this slash. He believed that as long as he could break Han Fei's slash, he could win. The only pity was that he failed to imprint the curse in Han Fei's body. At this moment, Han Fei was already holding his saber. Shui Dongzi knew that no matter how he fought with others, he had to break Yi Feng Lu's slash move and not even give him a chance to attack. Therefore, Shui Dongzi suddenly opened his arms, and from his chest, a green light spread out, which was a spear light that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time, reflected in the arena, and the vast sky was dyed green by this power. It was unknown who this shot was prepared for, but now, it was used on Han Fei. Shui Dongzi thought that since the final sequence wasn't in his plan, he would just try his best to fight. He believed that even in terms of real combat power, he was the strongest. In the void, many people were surprised. Someone said in surprise, he hid a spear in his body. The spear intent dispersed in his flesh and blood and was tainted with a large amount of qi and blood. This blow is at least comparable to a blow from a sky opener. To put it bluntly, although it can't completely kill a sky opener before the star transformation realm, it shouldn't be a problem to kill him once. Someone nodded. This blow is interesting. It's not something that a sea establisher can block. I also want to see what trump card Yi Feng Lu has. Does he really only have one attack? Outside the arena, Zhang Xuanyu, who was sitting with Neza, also looked solemn. But he still said, if Yi Feng Lu can't resist him, I definitely won't let him win all the games. Neza smiled without saying a word. In the next moment, Zhang Daqian brandished his saber as usual. No matter how powerful the spear light in front of him was, his slash was still invincible. However, unlike the previous slashes, this saber move was different. In addition to the saber Dao and the saber intent blooming, it slashed out the phantom of an azure dragon, collapsed void, and slashed out a void chaotic turbulence. Some Dao patterns could even be seen imprinted on the saber. It was still the drawing technique, but the drawing technique today was completely different from the drawing technique back then. This technique had almost been pushed to the extreme by Han Fei. On a certain high platform in the void, someone suddenly stood up and said, "I saw the shadow of the dragon slaying technique." How long have the dragons disappeared? Clang. An ear-splitting friction sound rang in everyone's ears. A slit of shattered void and a long dragon of saber chi wrapped the shocking spear, spiraling and entwining, and in the end, in ripples of an explosion, Shui Dong's spear was completely obliterated. However, the saber light didn't stop. Under the influence of the knife intent, the void chaotic turbulence was like a knife, directly engulfing Shui Dong's freezing void. However, the ice was shattered into pieces before it had the time to appear. In the next moment, Shui Dongza couldn't resist the void blade that hadn't dispersed for a long time, causing the referee to directly take action and annihilate this slash of Han Fei. Even so, Shui Dongza was blown up by the counterforce, and his blood dyed the arena red. When Shui Dongza appeared again, although his body had recovered, it was collapsing at a terrifying speed. His physique couldn't withstand this strange and terrifying knife intent. This wisp of knife intent was too strong, so strong that it didn't look like the knife intent of a sea establisher at all. At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Someone laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Yi Fenglu is the strongest among the 32 strongest. Shui Dongza won 24 games in a row, but so what? He still lost. He couldn't even withstand one attack. Someone sighed. Is that AF * King Slash? I saw a dragon shadow and a void blade. It doesn't look like the attack of a sea establisher at all. Someone sighed. To be honest, if there weren't so many sky-opening realm experts here, I would have suspected that he cheated. Among the crowd, only one person was extremely shocked. He was Zhang Xuanyu. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Neza in shock, his eyes shining. Holy *T. After a long time, Zhang Xuanyu finally said this. Yes, he understood this move. This attack was derived from the draw technique, so Zhang Xuanyu had felt a sense of familiarity from the beginning. Then, this slash had the shadow of the drawing technique. Zhang Xuanyu had seen the drawing technique countless times. How could he not recognize it? Besides, this slash actually contained the madness of the dragon slaying technique. In the 200 years when Han Fei was trying to open the sky, Zhang Xuanyu and the others had communicated a lot with the dragon subduing world, so he could recognize the dragon slaying technique too. Then he remembered that Yi Fenglu came from the city of wanderers of the chaotic wasteland. What else did Zhang Xuanyu not understand? Shoot. I should have known. Zhang Xuanyu said with a black face and then cursed, cunning, scheming, and shameless. Top 32? Humph. How could Han Fei not understand Zhang Xuanyu's thoughts? He was angry that Han Fei was so greedy as to arrange 2 of his clones in the top 32. Zhang Xuanyu also sighed. What would others think if they knew that Yi Fenglu and Neza were only clones of one person? But Zhang Xuanyu was also shocked. He asked tentatively, another one? Neza grunted indifferently, and the corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He had never seen Zhang Daqian, but he could guess that Zhang Daqian couldn't have existed for long, at most 400 or 500 years. But how could Zhang Daqian grow so fast? It had only been 400 or 500 years, but he had already become so strong? He didn't suspect Yi Fenglu before, because Yi Fenglu looked exactly like the 10,000 scale race. And because the time was too short and Zhang Daqian was too strong, he didn't dare to think in this direction. Now that Han Fei confirmed it with his own mouth, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't have felt more awful. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to open the sky as soon as possible. After opening the sky, he still had to work hard towards becoming a monarch. Shui Dongzi didn't expect that he would be so seriously injured, nor did he expect that someone's knife intent would be so strong. During the individual challenge, the players had to recover from injuries on their own. Therefore, no outsiders helped. Shui Dongzi sat cross-legged for a full day but still couldn't suppress the knife intent left in his body. It was a power that exceeded his Dao heart realm. One day later, Shui Dongzi discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't completely remove the knife intent with his own strength. He had lost at least 40% of his strength. How could he still fight? However, time was passing quickly. He couldn't delay any longer. Admitting defeat was not a bad choice. After resting for a day, Shui Dongzi chose to fight. However, his injuries were more serious than he expected. He didn't meet a popular contestant in this game, but the person's strength wasn't weak either. It took Shui Dongzi more than an hour to win. At this time, his combat power had been reduced by more than 50%, and the further he went, the more serious his injuries became. At this moment, Shui Dongzi really hated Han Fei to his guts. Shui Dongzi simply said to the referee, "I'm forfeiting the coming fights. Please settle my score." No one was surprised by Shui Dongzi's decision. Judging from the fact that he spent a full day healing his wounds and the situation of the battle he fought just now, the audience knew that Shui Dongzi's strength had plummeted. His injuries must be too serious. Otherwise, how could he give up the remaining points? On the side of the heavenly race, their faces were all dark. In order to let Shui Dongzi take the first place in the Sea Establishment Realm competition, they had put in a lot of effort. But now, because of Yi Fenglu, things had turned out this way. At that time, many people felt that Yi Fenglu deserved to die. Zhang Xuanyu was also very puzzled. He looked at Neza. "Are you crazy? Why? Can't I understand it?" Han Fei said, "There's no need to understand it. I know what I'm doing." Only Han Fei knew that Yi Fenglu's rise was about to begin and no one could stop him. Shui Dongzi was just his first goal. In the arena, the referee announced, "Yi Dongzi, base score, 25 points. Winning 24 games in a row, 36 points. Using a total of 5 days, 15 points. Overall score, 76 points." Shui Dongzi tried his best, but he only got a dozen points more than Jia Tian did. It was really embarrassing. Those who had been bribed by Shui Dongzi were complaining secretly. "You don't even know Yi Fenglu's background, and you want to win all the battles? Great. Now you've slapped your own face." But it didn't matter. Shui Dongzi had to pay anyway. The game went on as usual. When it was Neza's turn, he launched a terrifying attack similar to Zhang Xuanyu's spear beam, piercing through Jia Tian and pushing the competition to a climax. He was the second person to defeat Jia Tian head-on. Besides, Neza and Zhang Xuanyu were on good terms, but no one knew how the two of them made friends. During this period, some people even wanted to join the circle of Neza and Zhang Xuanyu, but the two of them had no intention of making friends. Ye Kai even personally went to find Neza and promised that as long as Neza could persuade Zhang Xuanyu into joining the heavenly race, she would give Neza enough resources and opportunities. And Neza was very cooperative. He replied to Ye Kai, Zhang Xuanyu has already accepted the invitation of the Ghost Strait. Later, when Neza was fighting Butcherin, he won. He fought Hua Lingyue and won. He fought Feng Qingqing and admitted defeat, so did he when he fought Huang Quan, Zhang Xuanyu, and Bai Ranran. In the eyes of the audience, Neza just kept admitting defeat. However, no one was stupid. This was because Neza only fought for a total of 2 days before finishing the individual points competition. Even the referee was a little surprised when he read Neza's final score. The referee said, Neza won 26 games and lost 6. He has a highest winning streak of 15 games, as well as a small winning streak of 6 games and a 3-game winning streak, which got him 19 points. It took him a total of 2 days to finish the game, which got him 36 points. So his total score is 81 points. When the score was announced, the audience was in an uproar. Shui Dongzi only had 76 points after a 24-game winning streak, but Han Fei admitted defeat 6 times and got 81 points after a 15-game winning streak. What was Shui Dongzi thinking? More importantly, Ye Kai said to the people from the heavenly race, Shui Dongzi is still a little petty. Although Neza's shortcomings are obvious, he is smart. As long as we find a way to improve his potential, his final achievements will not be inferior to Shui Dongzi's, or even stronger. Put Neza in the gate of heaven for observation for 100 years to increase his potential and see what developments he has in 100 years. After 100 years, as long as he is not dead, immediately bring him into the main branch of our heavenly race. Yes, Master Ye Kai. What Shui Dongzi didn't know was that he, who was originally a heavenly talent of the gate of heaven, was dwarfed by an avatar at this moment. Neza's trick was easy to learn, but it was especially difficult to copy. For example, Butcherin couldn't beat Jia Tian, so he could only have a 3-game winning streak. Later, he couldn't beat Shui Dongzi, so he could only have a 3-game winning streak. Then, he couldn't beat Neza or Hua Lingyue. As a result, in the entire competition, Butcherin only had 4 3-game winning streaks, which only got him 4 points. Even if he wanted to learn from Neza and admit defeat earlier, it still took him 3 days to end the battle. In the end, his total score was only 51 points. Hua Lingyue was one of the top 10 hot contestants. She had a good record on winning streaks, but it took her a day to defeat Jia Tian. Yes, although Jia Tian couldn't beat her, it wouldn't be easy for her to defeat Jia Tian. In the end, Hua Lingyue obtained a 9-game winning streak, a 6-game winning streak, and a 3-game winning streak, which got her 10 points, and her final total score was 63 points, 2 points higher than Jia Tian. Feng Qingqing's final score was 76 points. At least, Han Fei didn't go easy on her, so she had to fight Shui Dongzi again. When it was Zhang Daqian's turn, the Sea Establishment Realm's score competition reached its climax. His one-art was really unparalleled. At present, he had been recognized by all the audience as invincible in the Sea Establishment Realm. When Yi Fenglu met Jia Tian seemed to have researched a new shield defense technique, but in the end, he was still defeated by 1/. When Yifenglu met Shui Dongzi, for the sake of face, Shui Dongzi couldn't avoid the battle. However, he didn't think that Yifenglu had any reason to attack him as ruthlessly as just now again. However, contrary to his expectations, Han Fei didn't attack others so ruthlessly. He just slashed Shui Dongzi hard again and seriously injured him. At that time, Shui Dongzi's fury had reached its peak. Shui Dongzi said, "Yifenglu, I will find you again." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Anytime, but your strength is too weak." Shui Dongzi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When it was Zhang Daqian's turn to fight Neza, Han Fei's slash was blocked by the 9-dragon divine fire cover and the Yinyang sword. This was the first time that someone had blocked Yifenglu's slash. For a moment, it burst into tsunami-like cheers in the auditorium, and the audience crazily expressed their excitement. Unfortunately, Neza was defeated by Yifenglu's second attack. But the audience didn't care. Now, as long as Neza could resist Yifenglu's slash, it had become an honor. The second person to resist Han Fei's slash was Huang Quan. This person really blocked it, but he didn't fight it head-on. He used his clones as sand, but unfortunately, he was also defeated by Yifenglu's second attack. At this moment, Zhang Daqian had already exchanged more than 30 blows with Zhang Xuanyu. This scene made the audience boil again. Someone roared, F***CK. This is the first time I've seen someone fight Yi Fenglu for so long. Someone was dumbfounded. F***CK, am I seeing things? Zhang Xuanyu is already so strong as to block 3 slashes of Yifenglu? The female fan screamed crazily. Brother Yu, keep it up. Brother Yu is so handsome. Brother Yu will definitely win. Brother Yu, you must win. You are the best. Brother Yu, you are the brightest star in the night sky. I want to duel. Cultivate with you. This was not a fake fight. Zhang Xuanyu really blocked 3 of Han Fei's attacks. After 3 attacks, Zhang Xuanyu approached him, and Han Fei had no time to launch another attack. It was also at this time that the audience discovered that Yifenglu was also very fast, his physique was very strong, and his soul was very strong. After fighting for about 100 seconds, Zhang Xuanyu activated the tertiary body and used his trump card. 3 against 1, Zhang Daqian fought 3 alone. However, the tertiary body had a duration, and Zhang Daqian survived. The 2 of them continued to fight for thousands of rounds before Zhang Daqian won slightly. However, the audience had already gone crazy, so had the people in the Ghost Strait. One of the big shots in the Ghost Strait laughed and said to the people around him, "Ha ha ha, our Ghost Strait will have a true peerless genius." Fortunately, I discovered the secret that Zhang Xuanyu's soul power far exceeds ordinary people. Otherwise, he might have been snatched by other powers. Alas, I'm a hero. Yes, it's all thanks to you. When we get home, if you can take Zhang Xuanyu as your disciple, then. The elder's eyes lit up. This is a great idea. Yes, I have to find a way to get this disciple. As soon as Zhang Xuanyu got off the stage and came to Neza, Han Fei said, "I'll give you the reward for first place. The heavenly race probably won't let me off. This time, I'll block the danger for you." Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Thank you so much." When Bai Ranran met Han Fei, she had mixed feelings. She seemed to remember Han Fei's rise in the City of Wanderers. Back then, whether he was fighting in the Scavengers Arena or the Law Enforcement Battalion, she remembered that Yi Fenglu had always taken such a path. However, the environment had changed, and Han Fei was about to win the top 32 points competition. Because they were from the same camp, Bai Ranran didn't want to fight Han Fei at all. She felt that if she wanted to fight Han Fei, there would be plenty of opportunities when she returned to the city of scavengers. Therefore, when Bai Ranran chose to admit defeat, the first complete victory record for the Sea Establishment realm appeared. Han Fei spent less than 8 hours in total to win 31 complete victories, obtaining full marks, a total of 131 points. At that moment, the championship was already decided. Or rather, not only the champion, but the runner-up was also decided, and the others could only compete for the third place. However, at this moment, there would definitely be no one who would go easy on his opponents. If he did it now, it would be equivalent to increasing his opponents. In the end, Zhang Xuanyu took second place with 104 points. Because Feng Qingqing and Shui Dongzi got the same points in the competition, they had to fight again. This was the third battle between the two of them. Knowing that she was cursed, Feng Qingqing didn't hold back at all. The Peacock Divine Bird launched a flurry of attacks at Shui Dongzi, who lost even though he used all his strength. In fact, it was only natural that Shui Dongzi was defeated. The main reason was that he wasn't a powerhouse of the heavenly race and didn't inherit their bloodline. Otherwise, if Shui Dongzi inherited the power of the heavenly race, had a divine bloodline, and was provided with all the resources and good things he needed, it was not certain who would win. In the end, the gap between Shui Dongzi and Feng Qingqing was based on their heritage. Because of the abnormal rules of the score competition, Neza obtained 81 points through trickery, allowing him to obtain third place. Although many people weren't convinced of this third place, he was third place anyway. He admitted defeat when he should. Apart from Zhang Daqian and Zhang Xuanyu, he was the fastest to end the battle. Even Zhang Xuanyu felt a little ashamed. The top 3 of the 100,000-year Sea Establishment Realm competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty in the East Sea Divine Realm had been pocketed by him and Han Fei. And Han Fei had won first place without using his original body. At this moment, the top 32 had a new ranking based on their scores. On the third day after all the games were over, the top 32 were called. In front of Han Fei and the others was also a monarch. The Divine Capital Dynasty didn't lower the standards of the referees just because this was a Sea Establishment Realm competition. The monarch said, "First of all, I want to tell you that all of you will be rewarded by the Divine Capital Dynasty, but the amount of the reward is different." The monarch said, "Now, let me announce the rankings." This was just a process. The ranking had been decided 3 days ago, so the referee read it quickly. The first place was Yi Fenglu. The second place was Zhang Xuanyu. The third place was Neza. The fourth place was Feng Qingqing. The fifth place was Shui Dongzi. The sixth place was Bai Ranran. Seventh place, Huang Quan. The eighth place was Hua Lingyue. The ninth place was Jia Tian. 10th place, Chen Long. After quickly reporting the rankings, the referee said, the top 10 will each be rewarded with a low-quality godly weapon, a sky-opening barrier-breaking pill, and a space-time bead from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Cultivating in a space-time bead, you will obtain 50 times the time acceleration, which can last for 10 years. Besides, each will be rewarded with 10 world origin fruits, and 100,000 kilometers of resources. This is everyone's basic reward. The referee took a deep breath and said, in addition to the basic rewards. According to your scores, each of you will be rewarded with corresponding resources. For example, Yifeng Lu got 131 points, so he will be rewarded with 1,310,000 kilometers of resources for his future sky opening and star transformation. Hiss. Upon hearing this news, even Han Fei himself was stunned. Damn, this reward was quite a lot. Basically, all the resources needed from sky opening to star transformation, and even during the star transformation, were given to you at once. This was definitely not a small number. Han Fei couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the divine capital dynasty, and this was only an additional reward besides the basic reward. The referee continued, the top 3 can choose 1 divine technique and 3 divine quality techniques each from the divine capital dynasty. The 4th to 10th can choose 3 divine quality techniques from the divine capital dynasty, but they are not divine techniques. The rest can choose a divine quality technique from the divine capital dynasty. You can choose the techniques of the sea establishment realm or the sky opening realm. After all, you are about to open the sky. After a pause, the referee added, lastly, all the resources of the divine capital dynasty will be sold to all of you at a 50% discount. The upper limit of each person's purchase is 1,000,000 kilometers of resources. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed hard. I'm going to be rich. No, Han Fei's share of the resources is mine. Anyway, this guy is rich. I have to rip him off. At last, the referee gave each of them a token, which was a special token of the divine capital dynasty. The referee said, everyone, you still have a long way to go. If you want to find a place to cultivate in the future, welcome to the Sky Crater world. What I give you is a special token of the Sky Crater world. With this token, you can have a 20% discount when you want to exchange anything with your merits earned in the Sky Crater world. As long as you have enough merits, you can exchange for anything, including divine techniques and ultra-quality godly weapons. Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu tried to maintain his composure. It seemed that he had to go to the Sky Crater world. When he met Luo Xiaobai and Kuang, he would scare them to death with his token. After the last thing was done, the Sea Establishment Realm competition of the 100,000-year competition came to an end. The competition between the venerables hadn't ended yet because there were too many venerables. Hundreds of thousands of people were still competing. It would probably end at the same time as the competition of the sky opening realm. After this, Zhang Daqian naturally returned to the camp of the city of scavengers. But now, everyone looked at him differently, as if they were looking at a god. Not just them, even Pan Lydian was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the winner of the 100,000-year competition would be from the city of scavengers. No one would have thought that 2 of the top 32 were from the city of scavengers. After this, the city of scavengers would definitely become famous. As for Neza, he was drinking with Zhang Xuanyu in a tavern. The two communicated very cautiously. Zhang Xuanyu said, I feel I'm going to break through to the sky opening realm. The strong masters from the Ghost Strait are preparing to take me to transcend the tribulation above the sea of stars. What do you think I should pay attention to when transcending the tribulation above the sea of stars? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Do they give you something to rely on? Do they just send you to transcend the tribulation above the sea of stars? Zhang Xuanyu said, well, they gave me a heavenly Tao soul-subduing pill. They said that with it, nothing can go wrong when I open the sky. They said that this thing can only be made once every 1,000 years, and there are only 6 in each batch. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then go. Besides, there are some things in the sky opening realm that I want to make clear to you. Han Fei gave some of his insights about the sky opening realm to Zhang Xuanyu, who listened in shock and amazement. In the end, he didn't say anything but took them in heart all. In the end, Han Fei said, they did give a lot of rewards this time, but there are not many world origin fruits. You can ask the ghost straight if there are any channels to get more world origin fruits for you. You can eat them until you fully tap your potential. Zhang Xuanyu said, the ghost straight said that they would provide me with at least 12 more world origin fruits before I transcend the tribulation. Han Fei nodded. That's right. Among all the things, I think divine techniques and this are the most precious. Look, there are a lot of benefits to joining a large faction, right? With these resources, you will experience the feeling of rapid growth before you reach the star transformation realm. In addition, I'll give you all the 20 world origin fruits. I don't lack these things for the time being. Zhang Xuanyu licked the corner of his mouth. Then I won't be polite. I don't just want your world source fruit. Give me your 2 time-space cultivation beads. You won't need them anyway. Han Fei didn't really care about that. He just felt that the time-space cultivation bead was magical, sealing time in a bead. That bead was equivalent to 500 years of cultivation. What Zhang Xuanyu and the others lacked was time. If Zhang Xuanyu were given 500 years, he would probably have entered the star transformation realm. Zhang Xuanyu said, I'll use one first and see how strong Lu Renkuang and Xiao Bai are. If they need it more than me, I'll give it to them. As for the other things, Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu 10 attack jade slips, which contained the full blow of his original body. It had to be known that the wilderness was dangerous. If he encountered any special situation, such as pissing off someone far beyond his realm, he wouldn't be able to escape, so Zhang Xuanyu didn't refuse. But Zhang Xuanyu didn't want the other things. It was impossible to become fat in one go. Zhang Xuanyu felt that he was already full. If he was given more good things, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the motivation to advance. 5 months later, Zhang Xuanyu disappeared for 5 months. When he returned, he had already succeeded in transcending the tribulation. This guy hadn't stabilized his strength yet. When he finally met Han Fei, he said that they would try their best to grow up in the next 2,000 years. This was already the longest time Zhang Xuanyu had boasted. Han Fei knew that 2,000 years was actually very short for a sky opener. Zhang Xuanyu knew that ordinary people in the sky opening realm couldn't help Han Fei at all when they returned to the chaotic wasteland, so he gave him this time. But Han Fei was actually quite confident that it wouldn't take Zhang Xuanyu or Luo Xiaobai and the others that long to enter the star transformation realm. They had grown up with him. Han Fei knew their potential very well. They were top heavenly talents who stood on the peak of the raging sea. Even in the sea realm, they were also top heavenly talents. Therefore, he knew that what Zhang Xuanyu promised was reaching the peak level. Late-stage star transformation realm or even the perfected star transformation realm. Whether they could reach it or not, he knew that Zhang Xuanyu and the others would definitely try their best to achieve it. Then, Zhang Xuanyu left with the people from the Ghost Strait. He didn't stay long in the Divine Capital Dynasty because the longer he stayed, the more variables there would be. Anyone could see that the team of the City of Scavengers hadn't left yet. Because they were worried about this. It was not that they didn't want to leave, but they didn't dare to leave for the time being. They had to wait for an opportunity where no one had the time to care about them. The 8th round of the Sky Opening Realm competition had just ended, and there were only 200 people left. Due to the second awakening of his bloodline, coupled with the fact that Han Fei had given him many chances to fight many alone, and his own talent, Feng Xingliu barely made it to the top 200, ranking 198th. As for Chao Mingde, Zhou Run, and the others, although they hid themselves well, they had endured for too long and didn't have a suitable cultivation environment. Therefore, they were naturally eliminated. However, this didn't prevent them from entering the eyes of many forces. At this point, it wasn't just about ranking. At this moment, Zhou Run and the others were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for the capital of horror to extend an olive branch to them. However, that night, Zhou Run and the others came to Han Fei, all looking solemn. Chao Mingde wailed, "Brother Fei, I'm afraid we can't escape this time." Puff. Huff. Wu Bufan said gloomily, "Brother Fei, no one has extended an olive branch to us until now. We have even secretly sent a signal to several major forces, but no one has responded to us." Han Fei frowned. "It doesn't make sense. Although your families are quite powerful, you shouldn't be so feared by the major powers in the East Sea. Divine Realm." Zhou Run heaved a long sigh and said, "We overestimated ourselves. I thought that after we entered the eyes of the various powers, we would at least be useful. But now it seems that even the capital of horror that doesn't get along with the Divine Capital Dynasty doesn't accept us." Han Fei frowned. "I've also talked to Wu Shuang about this matter, but it's like throwing a stone into the sea. Zhou Run, logically speaking, the capital of horror should have extended an olive branch to us long ago because of the strength we have shown. Others don't want us, but the capital of horror will. But now it seems that I overestimated myself. Brother Fei, we'd like to know how you will leave the Divine Capital Dynasty? The heavenly race won't let you off so easily. Once you leave the safe area of the Divine Capital Dynasty, if without the protection of a monarch, I'm afraid, even if you have the protection of the Phoenix Divine Race, you may need a super strong monarch to come to protect you." Han Fei was also conflicted. He had never thought of taking Zhou Run and the others with him, because in his opinion, Zhou Run and the others were not of much value now. They wouldn't have value until they grew up. Therefore, their best destination was the capital of horror. This was because some of their secret resources would eventually be transferred to the capital of horror. But the problem was, did they have a chance to reach the capital of horror? If worst came to worst, Han Fei felt that he could send them on their way. Fortunately, their realms were not higher than his, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take them away. Zhou Run said, "Brother Fei, I've asked around. The finals are tomorrow. At present, all the people we know who will be chosen have been chosen. Those who haven't been chosen have a better way out. We're the only ones left. I'm afraid that once the 100,000-year competition ends, we won't have a Chance to survive. Zhou Run came to Han Fei for a purpose. He knew that Han Fei had a great enemy now, which was the heavenly race, but Han Fei must be confident about his own strength, so he dared to become the heavenly race's enemy. He didn't know exactly where his confidence was from. He also knew that Han Fei could actually take them with him. However, taking them meant that Han Fei would have to face the collective siege of the heavenly race and the big clans of the divine capital dynasty at the same time. If there would be only one monarch from the heavenly race to hunt Han Fei, there might be more than one or two more monarchs to besiege him if he took them with him. Just when Han Fei was about to say that I will take you with me, suddenly Wu Shuang shouted outside the yard, Han Fei, are you there? Immediately, everyone looked at the door. Han Fei waved his hand and the spiritual barrier opened. Please come in. After Wu Shuang came in, she saw Zhou Run and the others who looked a little nervous. She just chuckled as a greeting and then looked at Han Fei. Han Fei. Our queen invites you to meet her. Are you going? Buzz. Immediately, Zhou Run and the others looked at Han Fei. Han Fei frowned slightly. The Queen of Horror, who was said to be extremely powerful, seemed to have come in person this time, saying that she was here to play. Han Fei thought to himself, this person is probably on the same level as the South Monarch. I don't know why she came to me. However, there must be a reason for the Queen of Horror to meet him at this time. What could it be? Looking at the people in his yard, Han Fei could guess. However, Han Fei didn't understand. Did the Queen of Horror want to recruit him too? Han Fei replied with a smile, then let's meet Her Majesty. The Queen of Horror didn't stay in her residence. Han Fei probably couldn't go to that place, so at this moment, she was in Wu Shuang's yard, which was very close to Han Fei's yard. Seeing that Han Fei seemed a little nervous, Wu Shuang said in a low voice. Our queen is actually very easygoing. She's not that scary. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. How could she be called the Queen of Horror if she wasn't? Take yourself as an example. If there was nothing wrong with you, why would people call you Wu Shuang the Demoness? Unfortunately, he still couldn't see why Wu Shuang was called Wu Shuang the Demoness. This girl had been like a girl next door so far, the especially pure kind of girl next door. Arriving outside Wu Shuang's yard, Han Fei took a slight breath, straightened his face, put on a faint smile, and walked in with his head held high. Han Fei could almost feel Wu Shuang snicker. Entering the yard, he saw a charming beautiful woman, or rather, she could be called a beautiful girl. This Queen of Horror looked to be in her early 20s. She had a beautiful face, watery eyes, fair skin, and voluptuous breasts. This queen was wearing a luxurious black dress with red fluff on her heart. She was simply a charming little siren. Han Fei didn't dare to look at her anymore. He immediately came back to his senses and said, Han Fei greets the Queen of Horror. The beautiful woman gently raised her hand and casually propped her elbow on the table beside her. Resting her cheek in her hand, she stared at Han Fei and said, look up. Han Fei raised his head with a faint smile. The Queen of Horror smiled casually. Although you're not very good-looking, you're very masculine and strong. Han Fei said, thank you for your compliment, Queen. The Queen of Horror said leisurely, do you know why I called you here? Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. It must be about sheltering Zhou Run and the others. The Queen of Horror smiled. Well, are they on good terms with you? They're my friends. The Queen of Horror smiled sweetly. Your friends are really special. I won't beat around the bush with you. These people are actually dispensable to the capital of horror. However, you seem to have hinted to Wu Shuang twice, and Wu Shuang came to torture me again. Alas, what an annoying little demoness. Why don't you marry Wu Shuang? Then I'll take them in. Puff. Han Fei almost vomited blood. What the hell? That's outrageous. Am I that kind of person? My queen, what are you talking about? I'm going to be angry. Wu Shuang blushed and began to complain to the Queen of Horror as if they were sisters. But the Queen of Horror ignored her and just looked at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled faintly. My queen, I already have a wife and even a child. Let's not waste Miss Wu Shuang's time. The Queen of Horror retorted, Who are they? Tell me. I'll kill them. Han Fei. Hearing what the Queen of Horror said, Han Fei didn't know what to say. Could it be that he had charms that even he didn't know about? Even if this queen wanted to find a husband for Wu Shuang, she should find someone like Zhang Xuanyu, right? Seeing that Han Fei was speechless and didn't know how to answer, the Queen of Horror raised her chin slightly. Forget it. I was just joking with you. Although the capital of horror doesn't have a good relationship with the divine capital dynasty, those people around you are the enemies of the big clans of the divine capital dynasty. It will be a big favor to take them in. Han Fei was taken aback. Why did everyone consider this a favor? Han Fei couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, Zhou Run and the others are very smart and patient, and have great potential. Just with a little effort, with the eruption they have repressed for so many years, they will easily enter the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. It's only a matter of time for them to reach the perfected star transformation realm. The Queen of Horror said indifferently, So what? They might not be able to prove their daos. I'm not interested in them. I'm just curious why you're helping them. Han Fei thought to himself, It's impossible for me to tell you the reason directly. I'm now their boss. The better they develop now, the more beneficial it will be for me in the future. It's not easy to get a group of lackeys in the perfected star transformation realm. These people all had good potential and might have a chance to become the people like the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers in the future. Han Fei said, I want to make use of their strength. Besides, they are my friends. The Queen of Horror snorted. There was no telling if she believed him, but she didn't ask further. She said, Although those little guys have special identities, I really don't care. Oh, Han Fei, are you interested in joining the capital of horror? Han Fei said apologetically, My queen, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. I still have some enemies to deal with. This is a long-term matter. Therefore, I won't join any power in at least 2,000 years. The Queen of Horror frowned and said, Then why should I save your people? Nothing good will come out of it. Han Fei thought to himself, If you don't want to save them, I'll save them myself. Then these guys will have to give me half of the resources they secretly shipped out. In the future, when our Avengers Alliance conquers a territory, we might be able to rise to a new power in the East Sea Divine Realm. In fact, Han Fei wanted to build the Avengers Alliance for another reason, which was that no one knew how many resources were needed to reach the Monarch realm. However, South Monarch had the crossing, and the monarchs of the Divine Capital Dynasty had such a huge dynasty. Then how did the big shots of the Gate of Heaven and the Fist Light Mountain all become monarchs in the end? Han Fei thought that if these people could live a carefree life, they wouldn't have needed to build such great power. Therefore, Han Fei had reason to believe that this was a way for the strong to collect resources and monopolize them. Although the Avengers Alliance was weak. Now, when the human race in the city of scavengers was rescued, and when the human race in the raging sea could come to the sea realm, he could get Teacher Beast King out. Then his Avengers Alliance would have a monarch. When his power grew stronger and stronger, he would definitely benefit greatly. As the saying went, if one didn't think far ahead, he would definitely have immediate troubles. Therefore, even if the Queen of Horror didn't help, Han Fei would take the initiative to help Zhou Run and the others. The only bad thing was that he didn't have time to care about Zhou Run and the others for the time being. If he really saved them, there was probably no place for them in the vast East Sea Divine Realm. But Han Fei was not anxious or nervous at all, even with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, finally, the Queen of Horror relented. Okay, I didn't expect the lawless Han Fei to be so taciturn. Fine, you owe me a favor. I'll temporarily save those people. Humph, brat. Thank you for your help, Queen. Han Fei calmly cupped his hands. Sure enough, she would still choose to save them. The Queen of Horror waved her hand casually and drove Han Fei away. After Han Fei left Wu Shuang's yard, the latter said in surprise, "My queen, why did you give in so easily? Didn't you say that you would never save anyone unless Han Fei paid a good price?" The Queen of Horror looked at Wu Shuang indifferently and said, "That was just now, and this is now. I'm afraid that if I say it too late, I won't be able to get this favor. This guy is not simple. He has other trump cards. TSK, no wonder Nan Nan said that we should find a way to make him owe us favors when he is still very weak." Wu Shuang widened her eyes in confusion. Master South Monarch? The Queen of Horror rose lazily. Wu Shuang, you can treat Han Fei as a normal friend. I always feel that he can bring us a pleasant surprise or something. The next day. It was the day when the winners of the Sky Opening Realm competition gathered for the subsequent matches. On this day, in the only arena left for the Sky Opening Realm contestants, a large teleportation array appeared here. In front of the array stood more than 200 people, who were the participants like Han Fei. On this day, the monarch referee stood in the void and looked around the arena, including the strong masters of the major powers. He said leisurely, "Everyone can watch the 100,000-year competition of the Sky Opening Realm of the Divine Capital Dynasty. During the competition, the Divine Capital Dynasty will set up a Sky Divine Curtain in the entire city. All the battle situations will be displayed in the Divine Curtain." At that moment, countless people in the Divine Capital Dynasty looked up at the sky. At this moment, countless sky curtains appeared in the sky of the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the sky curtains, a voice said, "Now, I announce the rules of the finals of the 100,000-year competition." Hiss. At that moment, countless people raised their heads in shock. In history, there had never been such a scene when everyone could participate in the competition. More importantly, that was the competition of the Sky Opening Realm experts. There were many people in the Divine Capital Dynasty, such as explorers and venerables. How could these people understand the competition of the Sky Opening Realm? They were even shocked. Could they see through the battles through the Divine Curtain? However, this didn't stop everyone from stopping what they were doing and looking up at the divine curtain. For a moment, all the islands of the divine capital dynasty were overcrowded. In the undersea city, countless sea demons appeared on the surface of the water. In the revolving city, divine curtains appeared in all directions. It was like a movie being watched by everyone. Hanfei was shocked. The finals? Would there be a live broadcast? Many people had the same reaction as Hanfei. They thought that the rules of the final competition for the sky-opening realm was the same as the elimination round for the sea establishment realm. Hanfei suddenly understood. The competition of the sea establishment realm adopted this round-robin method of fighting to let more observers observe and comprehend. And the significance to the participants themselves was to squeeze their potential crazily. However, the sky-opening realm was different. From the sea establishment realm to the sky-opening realm, one had to go through a screening mechanism. Not every peak-level sea establisher could successfully transcend the tribulation. In the sky-opening realm, the star transformation was another watershed. There was also a huge difference between talented cultivators and ordinary cultivators in the star transformation realm. It could be said that few people who could come to the 100,000-year competition of the sky-opening realm were not talented cultivators in the star transformation realm. Therefore, in Hanfei's position, they had already been through countless rounds of competition. It wasn't easy for everyone to reach this point. Therefore, in fact, in the 10,000-year competition of the sky-opening realm, when there were only about 3,000 people left, these people all had the possibility of proving their Daos. It was even possible for those who were eliminated to prove their Daos. However, that required a huge opportunity. At the very least, there had to be some special twist in their lives for these people to have a chance to prove their Daos. Besides, this kind of twist wasn't very rare. Sometimes, this kind of twist could happen with a thought. Therefore, the elimination rounds, will battles, and so on were no longer necessary. Then, the rules of these 200 people couldn't be like those of the sea establishment realm competition. The referee roared. All the contestants need to complete the finals. It's called the Path of Stars. As the name implies, the Path of Stars is held in the Sea of Stars. This is also a process to let everyone in the divine capital dynasty know the Sea of Stars. In the world we live in, the sea realm is only a corner of the Sea of Stars. Every step in the Sea of Stars is dangerous, but in every era, there are brave people who step into the Sea of Stars, walk towards the unknown, walk towards the distant void, and protect our sea realm. When the referee said this, the hearts of many people from the major powers sank. Why did the divine capital dynasty want to unveil the mystery of the Sea of Stars to everyone? This in itself showed the severity of the matter. It was so serious that the people of the East Sea Divine Realm had taken the lead to make preparations, and even intended to tell all the creatures of the East Sea Divine Realm the true secrets hidden in the Sea of Stars. Hanfei frowned. What happened in the depths of the Sea of Stars? Why did the divine capital dynasty want to use this 10,000-year competition to expose the invasion of the ominous? The referee continued, in the finals of the sky-opening realm competition, the Path of Stars is meant to make you experience the journey of your predecessors into the Sea of Stars. In this finals, all participants are advised to find a guardian. This is because without a guardian, this path will be very dangerous. However, once a guardian takes action, the participants will be considered to have abandoned this competition. Now, all the contestants already having a guardian, please take 100 steps forward. Immediately, Han Fei saw more than 180 people stepping forward. These people had unknowingly joined the major powers. Many of the remaining dozen or so people frowned slightly. Suddenly, someone looked in a certain direction, and then heard a figure shouting in the sky. Fist Light Mountain will guard Su Qingxian. Then, someone said, the Ghost Strait will guard Xingdong Lu. East Sword Pavilion will guard Lin Qishou. City of Origin will guard. After only a moment, Han Fei saw that everyone around him had disappeared. Damn, he was the only one left. More importantly, no one had told him about this. He had even met the Queen of Horror last night, but she hadn't told him about it. Han Fei roughly knew the reason. He was too ferocious and had offended the heavenly race too much. Everyone felt that he couldn't leave the divine capital dynasty alive, so who would want to guard him? Han Fei sneered and shouted, I, Han Fei, have no. However, before Han Fei finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. The Time Temple will guard Han Fei. All of a sudden, all the forces, countless experts, all the participants, and the audience were stunned. The Time Temple? Guard whom? A figure leisurely appeared in the sky. The old man's hair was white and he had a goatee. He looked like he was about to die. However, no one dared to underestimate this person. Even the referee was a little surprised. Elder Gua? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Isn't this old man the old man from the prophecy room? Now the old man has stood up to guard me. Has he not given up on recruiting me? Han Fei wanted to refuse, because he didn't think it necessary. If he accepted the Time Temple, he would inevitably be entangled with them in the future. However, in Han Fei's mind, the mark of the Void Temple suddenly shook. Then, eldest senior brother's voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. Let nature take its course. Han Fei was quite shocked. What did eldest senior brother mean? Let nature take its course? But if he accepted their help, wouldn't he owe them a favor? However, what could be safer than the protection of the Time Temple? At this moment, the Queen of Horror didn't look too good. She had cursed the Time Temple thousands of times in her heart. Can't you give me another 2 seconds? I was trying to build an image for Han Fei and was about to announce to be his guardian in the next moment. Where the hell did the Time Temple suddenly pop up from? Who would have expected that the Time Temple would take action? However, the sudden appearance of the Time Temple made the Queen of Horror realize that Han Fei's identity was even more mysterious than she had imagined. Therefore, she immediately announced to guard Zhou Run, Chao Mingde, and the others. Otherwise, if they were guarded by the Time Temple too, Han Fei would have nothing to do with the capital of horror. She suddenly interrupted, oh. Even the Time Temple has shown up. Then the capital of horror will take in the brats from the big clans around Han Fei. Does anyone have any objections? Anyway, these people didn't even enter the finals. Everyone? For a moment, the Chao family, the Zhou family, the Li family, and the other big clans were all a little dumbfounded. You didn't King say anything before, but when the Time Temple has popped up and wants to be Han Fei's guardian, you suddenly want to take Chao Mingde and the others in? Are you trying to forcibly do Han Fei a favor? More importantly, will Han Fei acknowledge this favor? More importantly, why are you talking about this here? This is the finals, not a talent selection competition. Only Han Fei knew that this was probably meant for him. At this moment, Zhou Run, Chao Mingde, and the others were trembling. They naturally thought of the meeting with Han Fei by the Queen of Horror last night. Now they realized that Han Fei had probably already settled it for them last night. In fact, every major power wanted Zhou Run and the others, because they had shown enough talent after getting rid of their identity as playboys. However, ordinary powers couldn't afford to offend the big clans of the divine capital dynasty. As for the major powers, they were still considering whether they should recruit these people. If they only accepted one and faced one big clan of the divine capital dynasty, no major power like the Fist Light Mountain would care. However, Zhou Run and the others weren't just from one family, but from multiple families. If they recruited them, they would face pressure from more than one family. This was a great pressure. At this time, if no one protected Zhou Run and the others, the result would be either them fleeing to other divine realms, or they could only enter the Sea of Stars and embark on a path of never returning. And how could they escape to other divine realms alone? Without the backing of strong masters, they couldn't escape the safety range near the divine capital dynasty. However, Zhou Run and the others didn't know that they were actually dispensable to the Queen of Horror. If it weren't for Han Fei's favor, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be accepted. After casually announcing to take in Zhou Run and the others, the Queen of Horror didn't order anyone to contact them, let alone see the angry gazes and the figures who suddenly stood up of the big clans of the divine capital dynasty. She was hesitating whether or not to compete with the Time Temple, but now that the Time Temple had taken action, she would offend the Time Temple if she spoke up. More importantly, if Han Fei refused. Humph. The Queen of Horror frowned slightly and didn't say anything else. However, at this moment, on the crossing, a beauty in black said to a handsome woman, Nan Nan, who is this Han Fei? Even the Time Temple wants to recruit him? I just wanted to put Han Fei on hold for a while, but the shit Time Temple suddenly popped up. This person called Nan Nan was the South Monarch who had met Han Fei once. South Monarch said indifferently, "You always think too much. Why do you care so much? I told you that I didn't see through him, so I took advantage of his temporary weakness and made him owe me 2 favors. There are many people secretly paying attention to such a person. You didn't grasp the chance yourself. How can you blame me?" The woman in black looked unhappy. Hey! How can you tell that he's extraordinary? Although this kid is indeed talented, he hasn't proven his Tao yet. It'll probably be too late by the time he proves his Tao. Think about it. Although the war god of the Western Desert is a stubborn iron lump, everyone knows that he's very powerful, so powerful that he can even fight a real god. But even he is used as a shield for this brat. What does this mean? The woman in black, the Queen of Horror, wondered, are you thinking too much? You don't know the real relationship between him and the god of war. South Monarch shook her head slightly. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, I don't think this kid is simple. In every era, there may be a top heavenly talent who can suppress the entire era. I don't know if he is. But from the looks of it, he's not bad, right? Elder Guo looked at Han Fei and said to him via voice transmission, Han Fei, I want to guard you just because I don't want to see the death of a heavenly talent. Han Fei didn't refuse. Since the eldest senior brother had told him to accept it, he had no reason to refuse. Han Fei nodded slightly and walked straight to the others who already had guardians. In the crowd, Feng Yu was puzzled. She had wanted Uncle Nine to be Han Fei's guardian. However, she never expected that it would be the Time Temple who became his guardian so openly. As for Zhao Qinglong, his heart was extremely gloomy. Why would the Time Temple guard a participant? Although the Time Temple had a station in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it was also the only one in the three temples who didn't hide their disciples' whereabouts. Thinking of Han Fei's great Tao of Time, he wondered if Han Fei had already joined the Time Temple. However, Zhao Qinglong made up his mind. In any case, even if Han Fei really joined the Time Temple, so what? Since Han Fei had embarked on the path of invincibility, he must die. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, he couldn't let the Black Dragon take action. But after leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, he would have plenty of opportunities. Now that Han Fei had a guardian, it meant that the finals were about to officially begin. As the referee guided the spiritual energy in the void, the teleportation array opened, and Han Fei and the others disappeared from the arena. In the next moment, everybody including Han Fei came to an unknown place in the Sea of Stars after enduring tremendous pressure. That's not a simple teleportation array. It seems to be a spatial translation. At this moment, Han Fei and the other 200 people were like characters in a huge curtain, appearing in the eyes of the billions of living beings from countless races of the entire Divine Capital Dynasty. The only pity was that this was like a silent drama. Above the Sea of Stars, what Han Fei and the others saw was a shattered star zone, which was filled with countless huge star fragments. Some of them were complete stars with a large piece missing. Some were torn into pieces, some were still burning with raging flames, and some seemed to have been silent for a long time, leaving only cold stones. A star ring? Han Fei's first reaction was that he was in the ring of a certain big star. There were countless meteorites here, forming circles of rings. However, he immediately realized that these were not star rings, but large stars. They were countless origin stars that had existed and shone in the past. Hiss. Not only Han Fei, but everyone else had also realized it. Even all the sky opening realm experts in the entire Divine Capital Dynasty seemed to have realized it. Heavens! How many sky-opening realm experts must have died to have so many origin star remains? Wait, why are these origin stars gathered here? It doesn't make sense. The origin stars of experts should be in an undetectable corner of the Sea of Stars. Even if there are the remains of origin stars here, there shouldn't be so many of them. Even Han Fei realized this when he realized that these were all fragments of origin stars. At this moment, the referee said to all the contestants via voice transmission, "This place is called the Shattered Star River. It's vast and boundless and records a path left behind by millions of years, tens of millions of years, and countless eras, leading to the depths of the Sea of Stars. I know you're wondering why there are so many fragments of origin stars here. It's a long story. How far away do you think your origin stars are from you?" Han Fei's heart stirred. This question stumped him. When South Monarch came to his origin star, he was very stunned and surprised, feeling that it was unbelievable. That was his origin star. It should be in an unknown corner in the Sea of Stars. That was too ridiculous for the South Monarch to find it so easily. Some people here might know this question, but there were definitely not many. Anyway, Hanfei didn't know, and no one had ever told him. The referee said, "Your origin stars are clearly very far away from you, but people who have entered the star transformation realm will condense star beads. That's the key to your origin stars. It can shorten the infinite distance to an instant. Do you think this is reasonable?" Hanfei's heart stirred. Of course, this didn't make sense. He had never understood how a person could travel infinite distances with a star bead and appear on a star that only belonged to him in the vast sea of stars. Now, this answer seemed to be answered. The referee said, "So, what are star beads? I don't think many of you know. Today, I'll tell you. Star beads are consciousness bodies, your souls, and the fundamental reason why you have consciousness and can give birth to wisdom. And consciousness can ignore time and space and cross infinite distances. 4. Example, when a person dies, his soul is destroyed, and we destroy his star bead, but this doesn't mean that we completely obliterate his consciousness. It's just that his consciousness has turned into a pure and unknown body of consciousness. At the moment they die, their consciousness might have already appeared in the distant galaxy. Perhaps after many years, these consciousnesses will give birth to a pure soul, so through some way, they will descend and transform into a new creature." Hanfei immediately asked, "After they die, their consciousness becomes a pure body of consciousness. Then what about their origin stars? After they transform into new lives, will their former origin stars still be theirs?" The referee glanced at Hanfei and said, "Their origin stars have two states. The first is that if their origin stars are still in the unknown sea of stars, theoretically speaking, they are cut off from their original owners. They may undergo natural evolution, give birth to creatures, or perish due to various reasons. But no one knows for sure. Because the sea of stars is boundless, no one knows if a person's origin stars really cut off their connection with him after he dies. The second is that they refined their origin stars and completely fused them with their star beads. They can carry their origin stars with them. And this is the fundamental reason why so many origin star remains appear in the shattered star river." Someone asked, "But isn't it good to have our origin stars in the unknown sea of stars? Why do we have to refine our origin stara and carry them with us?" The referee said, "There are benefits to refining your origin star. Some people here have considered refining your origin stars, right?" For a moment, half of the people here looked puzzled, and the other half were relatively calm. There were pros and cons to everything. Since someone chose to refine their origin star, there must be benefits. Because of the benefits, they chose this path. The referee had already said so much. It seemed that he was going to make this question clear today. Unfortunately, he only said it to these 200 people and didn't say it to more people. However, Hanfei felt that the referee wanted to spread the secret through them. The referee continued, "I know you want to ask why you should refine your origin stars. The answer is very simple. The power of your origin stars can double your strength. They can permanently increase your combat power. The stronger your origin stars are, the easier your star path will be, and the more your strength will increase. Of course, if you die after refining your origin stars will appear. Well, as you can see now." Someone asked, "Senior, how much strength can be improved by refining the star beads?" The referee said, "It depends on the situation. After all, refining the star Be doesn't mean completely absorbing the origin stars. It can only be carried and provide you with power. You will basically become 50% to 100% stronger. That's probably the limit. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So much stronger? In that case, didn't it mean that he still had a lot of room for growth? However, Han Fei was immediately horrified. If he was killed, little Fatty could help him revive, but his origin star would be exposed. Then what should he do? Wouldn't his origin star be destroyed by others then? Then when he was resurrected and found that his origin star was gone, how painful would that be? Someone was puzzled. It sounds reasonable to refine our origin stars to double our strength. But wouldn't it be a huge loss if anything happens? The referee said, "What will you lose? You don't know where your origin star is. If you die, it's uncertain if you can establish a connection with that origin star again. Maybe if you die, your origin star will have nothing to do with you. Then why don't you refine it? Besides, do you know what it means to take this path of stars?" While everyone was puzzled, the referee said, "It means an increase of 50% in the probability of Tao proving." Huh? What? How? How is this possible? Many people were really shocked. It could be seen how difficult it was to prove Tao from the number of monarchs in the sea realm. Increasing the odds of Tao proving by 50% meant that there was at least a 50% chance of Tao proving. Even Han Fei was shocked. Wouldn't anyone who survived this path be considered to have proven his Tao? However, the referee added, "Of course, the probability of death on this path is as high as 90%. Furthermore, to take this path, one's strength has to be at least in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm." No wonder Han Fei was relieved. It turned out that there were conditions. Those below the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm would basically die, so no one would tell them about this. However, there weren't many people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm in the sea realm. If these experts cultivated normally, the death rate wouldn't be so high when they tried to prove their Daos. However, refining the origin star could increase one's strength by more than 50%. This was already very impressive. If he refined his origin star, his basic strength would immediately soar, and his soul and physique might be close to or even exceed 20 million. What kind of concept was this? With such a huge increase, Han Fei felt that he might not be able to withstand this temptation. Someone asked, "Senior, what's on the other side of this path of stars?" The referee said, "You'll know when you walk over. But it's worth mentioning that if you walk over, you might not be able to come back." Speaking of this, the referee said, "All right, if you want to know more secrets, the stronger path, and the mysteries of time, you have two ways. One is to become stronger. When you reach the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or even the perfected star transformation realm, you will naturally understand these things in certain specific places. The other way is to go to the battlefield of the Sky Crater world." After that, the referee pointed at the road. "As for the finals of the 100,000-year competition of the Sky Opening Realm, the finishing point is at the first 1% of this road. You can use your perception to feel the distance from that place with your qualification tokens. The first to arrive will be at the top of the rankings. If your life is in danger halfway, your guardians will take action. The place they take action will be your finishing point. 1% of the way. Han Fei was about to say who you are looking down upon, but when he scanned his qualification token, he was dumbfounded because what was displayed on it was a distant distance of nearly 10 light years. Shoot. Han Fei was shocked. Isn't this shattered sea river too big? 1,000 light years? It would take 100 years to cover this distance at 10 times the speed of light. However, if the shattered star sea was so dangerous, there must also be unknown dangers in it. Therefore, it would definitely take more than 100 years to cross the shattered star sea. At the moment when Han Fei and the others were preparing for the competition, in the sky curtain of the Divine Capital Dynasty, in a corner, someone was explaining to the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty. One of the female hosts said, "People of the Divine Capital Dynasty, this is the first time in the history of the Divine Capital Dynasty to show the mysteries of the Sea of Stars. It will also show you the dangers of the Sea of Stars." A male host added, "That's right. The finals of the sky-opening realm may last for years or even longer, because the concepts of space and time are weakened in the Sea of Stars, but you will see what you want to see." The female host continued, "Now, we're looking at the top 200 contestants in this round. Their bloodline, talent, and strength can be described as unparalleled. And what they are facing now is a place called the Shattered Star Sea in the Sea of Stars. Everyone, you can actually do what you need to do as long as you don't miss the exciting battle segment of the competition. I believe this final round won't waste your time." Han Fei and the others would have been shocked if they hadn't seen it. Could the Divine Capital Dynasty even do live broadcasts now? More importantly, the range of the live broadcast was too far. It spanned 10 light years. In a yard of a certain island in the Divine Capital Dynasty, a boy and a girl pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Brother, brother, look. It's our benefactor. Our benefactor has entered the top 200 of the 10,000-year competition." Chapter 2463. Star-Sea Man-Eating Fish. This was a competition that lasted a year or even several years. After all, each 10,000 years would last several years, which didn't seem to be a big problem. Therefore, when the referee said that the game had started, no one rushed into the Shattered Star River immediately. After all, they didn't care about the time. Because they were heading in the same direction, it was worth thinking whether these 200 people should fight separately or form teams in 2s and 3s. After all, everyone was competing for the ranking in the end. The top 3 would have an origin ground as a reward. However, this was an extremely long journey after all. There must be something wrong with their heads if they set off without knowing the specific dangers in the Shattered Star River. Anyway, Feng Xingliu immediately jumped to Han Fei's side and said, "Let's form a team." Unfortunately, Zhou Run and the others didn't enter the finals, so we don't have enough people to form a team. Feng Yu came to them leisurely. It was unwise to take the risk alone. No matter how strong she was, wouldn't she be stupid if she didn't form a team when there were teammates available? Feng Yu naturally met up with Han Fei. With Feng Xingliu, no one would suspect anything. Han Fei said telepathically, "We don't have enough people. I think we will be targeted. If we go too early, we will be hunted. If we go too late, we will be ambushed." On this side, Han Fei greeted Wu Shuang. "Wu Shuang, do you want to team up?" The corners of Wu Shuang's mouth twitched. brother, I'll definitely be ambushed. If I go with you, okay? Do you know how many people you have offended? There are more than a dozen people from the big clans and the heavenly race here. Among them, some are guarded by the heavenly race and a few big clans. This means that these people will definitely try their best to attack Han Fei. However, Wu Shuang pondered for a moment. Even the queen wanted to take the opportunity to make Han Fei owe her a favor. Should she do it too? Struggling internally, Wu Shuang looked at Deng Xingtian, Rua Yoha, and the others, and made a decision. Yes, she must make him owe her one. It was dangerous, but it might be useful in the future. Besides, Han Fei already owed her a favor. If he owed her another one, he would owe her more than he owed the queen. Wu Shuang smiled and replied, okay. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in surprise. Oh, is it so easy? Why did she come so quickly? Feng Xingliu shouted to the crowd, does anyone want to team up with us? For a moment, many people tilted their heads and looked at them in disdain. Although your team is strong, don't you know what trouble you have? At this moment, Han Fei fully demonstrated his shamelessness and greeted Wang Beichen, brother Beichen, let's form a team. However, Wang Beichen shook his head slightly. No, the path of a sword cultivator is lonely. I want to walk alone. Alone? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Fine. Swordsmen were usually weird. If he wanted to walk alone, let it be. Then, Han Fei beckoned, brother Xingtian, let's go together. We can eat hot pot on the way. Deng Xingtian was with Rua Yoha and Rua Yuran at this moment. Hearing Han Fei's call, he shook his head and said, forget it. I'll become a target if I stay with you. Sorry. Deng Xingtian spoke straightforwardly, which wouldn't cause any embarrassment. Instead, Han Fei called out around, but to no avail. No one responded to him, so they could only form a 4-person team in the end. Feng Xingliu was still smiling at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, are you here because of me? Wu Shuang narrowed her eyes and smiled. No. I want Han Fei to owe me a favor. Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but stroke his chin. Is it a mistake for me to ask Wu Shuang to join me? Why does everyone want me to owe them a favor? Is my favor so precious now? However, no matter how precious his favor was, owing a favor was definitely not a good thing. Han Fei said leisurely, well, Miss Wu Shuang, why don't you go with Deng Xingtian and the others? Wu Shuang pretended to be angry and glared at Han Fei. I'm already here. It'll be embarrassing if I go back. Han Fei heaved a sigh. Okay. Then it's just the 4 of us. Even if Zhao Qinglong comes, we can still beat him. There was nothing wrong with what Han Fei said this time. With his current strength, Zhao Qinglong might not be a match for him. Zhao Qinglong had already reached the perfected star transformation realm and had limited room for growth. But Han Fei was different. During the 10,000-year competition, he had been growing rapidly and his combat power had soared like crazy. If they fought again, Zhao Qinglong would probably cry. Of course, if he could keep a low profile, he'd better do it. This was because he was still planning to trick these people when he left the divine capital dynasty. While others were still discussing how to form a team, Han Fei's team had been formed, so Han Fei and Feng Yu decided to leave. Therefore, Han Fei and the others became the first team to enter the Shattered Star River. After they entered the Shattered Star River, the male commentator from the Divine Capital Dynasty said, "Now, as we can see, the first to set off is a four-person team composed of the peerless powerhouse of the Phoenix Divine race in the South Sea Divine Realm, who is first place on the Heaven Roll. Feng Yu, as well as the top heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine race, Feng Xingliu. Together with the super-strong master of the Wild Ancient race in the West Sea Divine Realm, Han Fei, who is ranked first in the 4-round qualifiers, and the peerless genius of the Capital of Horror. They took the lead to enter the Shattered Star River and embark on this path of stars. Let's wait and see their performance." The female commentator also said, "Wow, it seems that the members of our second team have already set off. This is Rua Yoha and Rua Yuran, the two unparalleled geniuses of the Ghost Strait, a superpower in the East Sea Divine Realm. These two people are said to be connected in mind and are respectively ranked 21st and 22nd on the Heaven Roll. They are also among the top 10 experts in the 4-round qualifiers. And there's Deng Xingtian from the Fist Light Mountain. It's said that he has inherited the bloodline of the Fist God and is ranked 5th on the Heaven Roll. In the Skycrater world, he is known as the Fist Demon." Over there, the male commentator suddenly exclaimed, "What? What did I see? Everyone else is forming teams, but only Wan Beichen from the East Sword Pavilion has entered the Shattered Star River alone. Oh my god, even the first place of the Heaven Roll has a team, but Wang Beichen has formed a team alone. Let's see where his confidence is from." For a moment, countless people were shocked. What kind of people were these? Each of their names was so terrifying. This first place, that 5th place, this so-called Fist Demon, and that so-called Sword Maniac, there were all kinds of weird titles. On this side, Zhao Qinglong wasn't with the big clans, nor was he prepared to attack Han Fei in the finals. This was because it was meaningless. Han Fei had the Time Temple to guard him, and it was impossible for him to kill Han Fei under the noses of his guardian. Then, he could only endure for a while longer. When this 100,000-year competition ended and Han Fei left the Divine Capital Dynasty, he would die. Of course, he didn't refuse the good intentions of these people from the big clans. He also indicated that when necessary, he would cooperate with them to snipe Feng Fei and Han Fei. After all, Feng Fei was a strong competitor for him, and he had to get first place. Only the origin ground for the first place was the best. As long as he defeated Feng Fei and Han Fei, the first place would definitely belong to him. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong and the people from the big clan set off one after another. Not long after Han Fei and the others entered the Shattered Star Sea, they discovered where most of the star fragments were. Their perception couldn't penetrate them at all. Therefore, in order to investigate the specific reason why perception couldn't penetrate, Han Fei and the others stood on a broken origin star. The ordinary people of the Divine Capital Dynasty had no chance to see this scene. At this moment, they all exclaimed, "Wow, what is that? Is this an origin star? This star is broken. What a huge star. These 4 people are like 4 dots in front of this star. Huh? What are they going to do in the stars?" Although Han Fei and the others knew that the finals would be live-streamed the entire time, they didn't have any thoughts at this moment. Although they would be live-streamed, they still had to try their best in the finals. If they deliberately reserved their strength, they might not be able to reach the finish line. Because the four of them hadn't encountered any danger yet, Han Fei and the others were given a close-up shot in the sky curtain. Yes, just like in a movie, the sky-opening realm experts were all fascinated by the sky curtain. Could the sky curtain have a function like this? Others didn't know, but the sky-opening realm experts knew. Han Fei and the others didn't seem to be fast. But in fact, they were very fast in the vast sea of stars. At this moment, Han Fei and the others boarded this broken star. Feng Xingliu said in surprise, "The star seems to be dormant." "How can the dormant star block our perception?" Wu Shuang said, "It can't be simple. Let's take a closer look." Han Fei took the lead. He was not here to shop, so he didn't want to waste time. Swish. 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 Just as Han Fei and the others were about to land in the dilapidated land of the star, suddenly, countless red lights soared into the sky from the ruins. Han Fei pushed with one hand, and the infinity water turned into a huge barrier, sealing the void and blocking the red stings that filled the sky. However, there were more and more red stings, and each of them was shockingly powerful. He couldn't let them go on like this. In the next moment, before Han Fei and the others made a decision, they saw red shadows rushing towards them. Feng Yu grabbed one of the red lights and said to Han Fei, "Retreat." They left as quickly as they came. Han Fei glanced at the sight of Feng Yu, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Star Sea Man-Eating Fish. Introduction: This is an omnivorous sea creature that lives in the shattered Star Sea. The Star Sea man-eating fish is violent and aggressive. They actively attack and devour all creatures that are not their own kind and feed mostly on chaotic energy. The Star Sea man-eating fish are gregarious creatures that live in groups of tens of thousands. In a certain area of the Sea of Stars, there may all be their tribes. Level greater than 101. Quality Ancient Mutant. Realm Sky Opening. Desperate Aura 4 Wisps. Battle Technique Flash Sting, Star Scar Speed, Void Sharp Teeth, Fierce. Shield Armor, Flying Wing, Slash. Collectible Man-Eating Fish Sharp Teeth. Absorbable. Note: it's a gregarious sea creature, so there are an enormous amount of them. Don't be surrounded by them. Fish? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Are you *King kidding me? Although this is the Sea of Stars, it's actually a deep space. How can there be fish here? Gulp. Swish. 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 Han Fei and the others broke through the outer rubble isolation strip of the broken star and appeared on their original route. However, in the next moment, these countless Star Sea man-eating fish had already chased up. The streaks of light, like star marks, were unbelievably fast. Ultra-light speed? Feng Xingliu shrieked, "What's that?" "It's not at a high level." "How can it be faster than the speed of light?" Wu Shuang explained, "According to the qualification token, these are Star Sea man-eating fish, a kind of gregarious creature. There are too many of them. Even if they are all new to the sky-opening realm, with so many of them, it's still very hard to resist them." Han Fei looked at the countless man-eating fish that were swarming towards the four of them and smiled. "Run. There's no need to waste time with these little things here." Han Fei and the others accelerated, exceeding 6 times the speed of light in an instant, and finally left the group of Star Sea man-eating fishes far behind. After running for a while, Han Fei and the others stopped for a while. The 4 of them looked at the 10-meter-long star sea man-eating fish held by Feng Yu. Only then did he see clearly that the man-eating fish were wearing black shiny armor. Yes, it was a special mine that looked like armor. This kind of mine grew on their bodies and made them look indestructible. Half of the fish's heads were hideous, streamlined bones. They looked like creatures from science fiction. They also had fins and tails, but their shapes were very special, as if they had evolved to survive in the sea of stars. What distinguished them most were their eyes and teeth. A kind of the star sea man-eating fish had 16 eyes, which were distributed in every corner of their streamlined heads. Each of their eyes was small, almost all white, with only a spot of eyeball. Their teeth couldn't be considered teeth at all. Even blades didn't look as shiny as their teeth. God knew how much it would hurt if bitten by those teeth. These teeth were the only thing worth mentioning on the man-eating fish, which was naturally the most valuable thing. Not that Han Fei was bragging, but every tooth of this star sea man-eating fish could be used to make treasures of the mid or high-quality sea quelling. Bizarre treasure level. Han Fei even wondered if he should find a way to capture a nest of star sea man-eating fish to expand his supplies. Although as a strong master, he didn't need these things. As the human emperor, these things were invaluable and he was very short of them. But on second thought, Han Fei decided to drop it. After all, this was a competition, not a free hunt. Even if it was a free hunt, Han Fei didn't think it was possible to wipe out a whole nest of star sea man-eating fish. Even ants could kill people, so the star sea man-eating fish could even kill perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Feng Yu said, "It seems that whatever we encounter will be displayed on the qualification token. Look, the qualification token describes that the star sea man-eating fishes are the most common creatures in the shattered star sea. According to this, I estimate that there must be many things like star sea man-eating fishes on the road of the shattered star sea. We have to be mentally prepared." Wu Shuang, "I'm thinking about a serious problem." Feng Xingliu asked innocently, "What's the problem?" Han Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Of course it's the problem whether those places that we can't perceive have been occupied by these things? If so, how many F*King Sky opening realm creatures are there?" This guess shocked Han Fei and the others. This place was full of F*King Star fragments. If there was a problem in places that they couldn't perceive, how many unknown creatures in the sky opening realm would there be? They were not sea establishers. Even if these creatures were all sea establishers, Han Fei still couldn't accept it. Reality was always a slap in the face. He had thought that there were already enough strong masters in the sea realm. In 100,000-year competition, there were more than 800,000 sky-opening realm experts participating. However, it seemed that it couldn't be compared to the shattered star sea at all. Not only them, but those who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked. Someone exclaimed, F*CK, what the hell is that? How can they keep chasing Feng Yu and Han Fei? Someone was shocked. So fast. They've all turned into light. Hey, why can I see light? Someone said, that's because this is above the sea of stars. No matter how fast they are, they don't look fast when shown in the divine curtain. The male commentator said, this is the first time we've unlocked the world of the sky-opening realm, and the first time we ordinary people understand the sea of stars. Just now, what chased Han Fei and the others was a creature called the Star Sea man-eating fish. In the sky-opening realm arena, all the spectators were at a loss. Listening to the commentator, they felt that their worldview had collapsed. Was that Star Sea man-eating fish in the sky-opening realm? In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of them had popped up. The others were far less shocked and appalled than these sky-opening realm participants. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The shattered star sea showed them that they knew nothing about this world. After Han Fei and the others probed several star fragments in a row, there was still a large wave of Star Sea man-eating fishes chasing behind them. This made the audience of the sea realm wonder if there was such a thing hidden on all the broken star fragments. At this moment, countless people fell into deep thought. The information revealed by the divine capital dynasty this time shocked the world. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei suddenly began to attack some star fragments. Along the way, for a moment, the audience saw the Star Sea man-eating fishes swarming out. They came out to check, and when they found that no one was around, they began to swim around. As a gregarious creature, as soon as it came out, it would emit an abnormal message wave. Then, more and more Star Sea man-eating fishes crawled out of the star fragments. At this moment, even an idiot would know Han Fei's purpose. This was simply to create obstacles for the contestants behind. At this moment, while rushing forward, Han Fei said, "All of us have the same goal, so the way to the target will obviously not be much different. The first team to set off may encounter some uncertainties, but they also have an advantage, which is to use known information to cause trouble for others. Let's split up short distances and then get these Star Sea man-eating fishes out." Feng Xingliu put on a wicked smile and said quickly, "I agree. This is a good idea." Feng Yu said, "Maintain your speed at about 6 to 7 times the speed of light." "Feng Xingliu, can you run?" Feng Xingliu screamed, "Don't underestimate me. During this period of time I have comprehended many great techniques, especially on speed. My fastest speed is already more than 7 times the speed of light. Give me some time. 8 times the speed of light won't be a problem." Han Fei said, "Then maintain 6 times the speed. It won't distract us even if we travel at full speed. Let's go." 3 months later, Han Fei and the others had discovered more than 500 species of creatures living in the shattered Star Sea. Most of these creatures were gregarious creatures like the Star Sea man-eating fishes they had first encountered. About every day, Han Fei and the others would at least attack these gregarious creatures. They didn't know if they could cause trouble for the people behind them, but what if? At this moment, Han Fei and the others entered a new area. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from places that their perception couldn't reach. Some floating gravel suddenly jumped up, and Han Fei and the others saw spherical monsters with 12 tentacles and 4 pairs of eyes suddenly appear. After they appeared, they didn't attack Han Fei and the others immediately, but suddenly sprayed a black fog at them. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared. Name: Star Sea Squid. Introduction: This is an omnivorous creature living in the shattered star sea. The squids are aggressive and are best at soul attacks. The black mist they release can disturb the soul. Once you're caught in their black mist, it'll feel like being trapped in a void cage. You have to guard your soul and find a way out. If you're trapped in the black mist for a long time, once you're surrounded by the squids, it will be difficult for you to escape. Level greater than 103. Quality ancient mutant. Realm sky opening. Desperate aura 32 wisps. Battle technique soul-breaking spike, swallowing tentacles, strange ink. Cage, soul barrier. Collectible, soul pearl. Absorbable. Note it's a gregarious sea creature, so there are an enormous amount of them. Don't be surrounded by them. Hiss. Seeing this message, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Avoid the black fog. Stop fighting and rush over." However, a strange frequency was rippling in this sea of stars. For some reason, a lot of these strange squids were pouring out from all directions and many corners. Those big eyes looked at Han Fei and the others as if they were prey. These squids spewed out black fog in different places. For a moment, the path that Han Fei and the others were about to take was filled with black fog. *T. Because Han Fei and the others were not moving slowly, they joined up the moment they found the squids. The four of them gathered while sprinting. However, they found that in the deep space here, many places were shrouded in black fog. This was not because there was a temporary black fog released by the star sea squid here, but because these star sea squids liked to live in this black fog. Just now, Han Fei and the others had just entered the territory of the squids. But after sprinting for a while and avoiding a lot of black mist, they found that there was more and more black mist here, and in the end, it formed a huge black mist, which was very likely to cover billions of kilometers. Anyway, Han Fei's perception couldn't reach the edge. At this moment, there were actually other ways. The first way was to circle around and take a different path. However, Han Fei and the others immediately gave up this idea, because, according to their experience in the past 3 months, in the Shattered Star Sea, a gregarious race would occupy a lot of space. Besides, even if they took a detour, the greatest possibility was that they would encounter another group of creatures. It was unknown if they would be more troublesome than this star sea squid. Therefore, when the four of them saw the large cloud of black mist, they looked at each other and decided to rush over. This kind of black mist was like a cloud, and visibility was very low if one was trapped in it. Han Fei was better at chaotic battles. At this moment, he summoned the infinity water, formed it into a cone, and blocked in front of everyone, intending to slow down and pass. They slowed down to twice the speed of light. But even so, it was still very fast. But for Han Fei and the others, moving at twice the speed of light would give them enough time to react. Wu Shuang said, "It's very difficult to penetrate the black mist with my perception. The range is at most 10,000 kilometers. Wait, my perception can't be released for a long time. There's an unknown power in this black mist, trying to follow my perception and touch my soul." Seeing that Feng Xingliu was a little confused, Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" "Huh?" Feng Xingliu suddenly came back to himself. "Ah. I felt like I almost fell asleep. I think I saw a very, very big jellyfish." "Jellyfish?" Feng Yu said, "Guard your mind. This black fog has the power to corrode the soul. Furthermore, it will interfere with our souls. Don't think about messy things at this time." Bang! 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 Ka ka ka. As soon as she said so, the infinity water seemed to have broken through many barriers and encountered an obstacle. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He knew that this was either the strange ink cage or the soul barrier, which were great techniques of the star sea squid. Han Fei said, pay attention to the enemy's attack. Slow down again and keep moving at the speed of light. Don't touch the enemy if you can. Swish. Han Fei sensed that tens of thousands of kilometers away, a star sea squid suddenly rushed out, and its tentacles were grabbing at Han Fei and the others. Before Han Fei took action, Feng Yu had thrown out 2 red scimitars. Bam! 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 7 consecutive red lights flashed, and 7 star sea squids exploded and died, and the scimitar turned into a red light and quickly returned to Feng Yu's body. Feng Yu just attacked casually. At this moment, Han Fei and the others were not just facing a few star sea squids. Han Fei said, it should be a soul barrier. Feng Xingliu, take my body. Let me fight this round. Feng Xingliu immediately grabbed Han Fei's body and said, okay, I'll leave it to you. Feng Xingliu certainly knew what Han Fei was going to do. In the next moment, Han Fei's young soul left his body. Not only that, but Han Fei also activated the Dharma idol world. Immediately, a terrifying giant figure 33,000 feet tall appeared. More than 3 months had passed in the divine capital dynasty. After Han Fei and the others set off first, they took out the Star Sea Man, eating fish, and tricked many people. Countless man-eating fish chased almost half of the contestants. Although these Star Sea man-eating fishes didn't eliminate any of them, they greatly delayed the time of most people. Also, because of the Star Sea Man eating fishes, the 200 contestants took different routes. Although everyone's goal was the same, this road was huge. After they were separated at the beginning, it became a team competition between small groups. All kinds of Star Sea creatures appeared one after another. Some teams were really unlucky to encounter a Star Sea giant beast, causing 3 people to be eliminated. Their guardians took action and saved them, so they naturally had no chance to continue this competition. However, so far, only these 3 had been eliminated. These people were the top 200 of the 100,000-year competition of the sky opening realm. Their responsibility was quite outstanding, and their methods were quite complicated. For example, at this moment, in addition to Han Fei's team, which had activated the Yang Soul and Dharma Idol World, another 5-person team had encountered a Star Sea giant beast and was fighting fiercely. Originally, all the audience was watching this battle. However, the divine curtain was divided, leaving out some meaningless contestants. Now on the divine curtain, Han Fei's Dharma idol was holding the 2 wheels formed by the infinity water. Swish! 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 The light of the yin-yang wheel was circulating and attacking the strange soul barrier in the black fog. Because Han Fei was in the black fog area, it wasn't obvious. The spectators only knew that Han Fei was fighting, but they didn't know what Han Fei was fighting. However, there was a pause on Han Fei's side, so everyone knew that he was breaking through the barrier. However, Han Fei paused too many times, as if there were too many barriers in front of him. As a result, after such a scene appeared for 2 full hours, the audience moved their gazes to the other side to watch the 5 people fighting the Star Sea giant beast. But not long after they looked away, Han Fei suddenly erupted. His hands were filled with infinity water, and on his fists, Tao patterns gathered from the void. At that moment, Han Fei's fists bloomed like the sun. Feng Xingliu looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Scorching sunstorm? Feng Yu said, of course not. It's like his own technique. Or Feng Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps this was the divine technique Han Fei had obtained from the divine capital's armory. The continuous blooming of this power was not something ordinary techniques could compare to. Sure enough, the power of Han Fei's fists gathered too quickly. He burst out at more than 10 times the speed of light in an instant, and his fists were suddenly imprinted in the black fog in front of him. Rumble. Bang. 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 Like two suns, Han Fei's fists pressed forward in the void. Wherever they passed, there was no so-called dark barrier that could stop them. As for Han Fei, his Dharma idol disappeared and his young soul appeared. Han Fei said, "Wait a moment." Those two punches, like two suns, rushed forward for more than 1,000,000 kilometers. In the end, they suddenly exploded like stars exploding, extremely dazzling. Even though they were 1,000,000 kilometers away, the scorching heat still came at their faces. The terrifying impact directly blew away the black fog around Han Fei and the others. The divine capital dynasty was in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, so strong. Are those still fists? Are they too detonated suns?" Someone was appalled. "It's horrible. I wonder what will happen if I'm punched by those fists." Someone sneered. "What will happen? You'll be gone." "What will happen?" Someone sighed. "He isn't even the first on the heaven roll, but he's already so powerful. How strong is Feng Yu?" Amidst the exclamations and discussions of countless people, Han Fei and the others were about to accelerate forward. However, a cube-shaped black cage suddenly descended and enveloped Han Fei's star fist. Even though the fists bloomed like the sun, they could only barely penetrate the cage. About 80% of the power was sealed by the cage. Strange cage? Han Fei looked solemn. It was impossible for these squids to resist the star fist technique with their own strength. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei returned to his body and immediately said via voice transmission, "Attention, there is a super strong master." As if to confirm Han Fei's words, in the next moment, a huge terrifying creature swam out of the thick black fog, whose tentacle alone was nearly 3,000 kilometers long. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Gosh, even a giant beast couldn't be so big. In front of them, it was still a star sea squid, but it was so huge that Han Fei and the others were not even ants in front of it. Name: Star Sea King Squid, a star sea giant beast. Introduction: This is a mutated star sea giant beast that lives in the scattered star sea. It's born by looking for ownerless stars and absorbing their power and vitality. The Star Sea King Squid can swallow the dourins of the stars, absorb the enemy's attack power, and transform it into its own defense. It has super strong defense power. This star sea giant beast is good at finding stars that match it. Level greater than 109. Quality ancient mutant. Realm perfected planet level, perfected star transformation realm. Great Tao power absorption. Contains the power of stars 60. Battle techniques: strength swallowing, eyes of forbidden spells, star drilling technique, soul annihilation, sound tide. Collectible: behemoth blood, behemoth crystal core, behemoth heart, king squid teeth, king squid eye. Absorbable. Note: this star sea king squid is about to advance to the star level. Handle it with care. Such a huge star sea giant beast? Feng Xingliu exclaimed. How could they deal with this thing? It looked so scary. Because of Han Fei's star fist technique just now, the black fog here was basically shaken out. Although this Star Sea King squid tried to seal the star fist technique, this was a divine technique. Although Han Fei could only unleash the power of the first level of star explosion, if this big squid hadn't reached the perfected star transformation realm, it might have been directly blown up by the star fist technique. Even at this moment, the Star Sea King squid was not any better. Its 4 tentacles were condensing again. Obviously, they had been destroyed by the star fist technique. The audience of the Divine Capital Dynasty all looked over at the same time. Then, they were in an uproar. This was the first time they had seen such a huge star sea giant beast. How could they not be shocked? Someone was shocked. Isn't this too big? Compared to this, Han Fei and the others are as small as dust. Someone exclaimed, isn't this much bigger than the giant beast next door? No. Wonder it's called a giant beast. If it appears in the sea realm. Someone suddenly shouted, look, Han Fei and the others are attacking. Yes, when the Star Sea King squid appeared, Feng Yu and Wu Shuang attacked together. Feng Xingliu also summoned a phoenix and launched a heavenly fire attack. Wu Shuang was the one who attacked the fastest. She seemed to be holding an invisible blade in her hand. As long as this blade slashed down, it would inevitably leave a white mark on the body of the Star Sea King squid. Unfortunately, it only left a white mark, which disappeared in the blink of an eye as if it had been absorbed by the king squid. Just now, when Han Fei blasted apart the 4 tentacles of the Star Sea King squid with both fists, Wu Shuang thought that the physique of this Star Sea King squid was mediocre. But now it seemed that this guy's physique was unimaginably strong. This indirectly proved that the power of the fist technique Han Fei used just now was also beyond her imagination. Many people had discovered this too. A cultivator from the Fist Light Mountain suddenly exclaimed, a divine technique, a divine fist technique. Han Fei used a divine fist technique just now. Someone sighed. Yes. This guy has always been good at all kinds of daos. I didn't expect his fist technique to have reached such a level. Wu Shuang slashed 100 times at the same spot in one breath and finally cut open a tentacle. Unfortunately, the big eyeballs of this Star Sea King squid protruded out at once, and immediately, Wu Shuang's causal blade lost its effect. Following that, Feng Xingliu's Fire Phoenix technique also failed, and the Fire Phoenix dissipated. Feng Yu had already approached the squid. She slashed across tens of thousands of kilometers with a destructive might. With a single slash, she cut through the body of the Star Sea King squid with irresistible force. However, Feng Yu said in surprise, this thing can absorb attack power and transform it into its own defense power. It can't be killed with one slash. But even so, Han Fei was still dumbfounded. Senior sister was still his senior sister, and her combat power was quite terrifying. She almost killed a Star Sea giant beast with one slash. Han Fei couldn't believe how she could do it. Was this Star Sea giant beast weak? At this moment, Han Fei took advantage of the fact that the giant beast's body hadn't healed yet and detonated the Star Fist technique again, smashing directly into the flesh and blood of the Star Sea King squid. Rumble. Roar. A weird and ear-splitting soul sound wave suddenly erupted, and Feng Fei and Han Fei were sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. When they looked again, they were both bleeding from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Feng Yu's face turned cold. What a terrifying soul sound wave. My brain was almost damaged by it. Feng Xingliu and Wu Shuang both guarded their souls. Under the overwhelming sound tide, even the regular star sea squids that surrounded them were annihilated. However, the sound wave didn't last long, because the body of the big squid had been blown into pieces by Han Fei's star fist technique, and most of its body had been annihilated. So far, the winner had been decided. So what if it was a star sea giant beast? Facing the double bombardment of Han Fei and Feng Yu, the first reaction of this star sea king squid was to flee. After all, it wasn't an idiot. Although these people were small, the power they unleashed was too powerful. However, at that moment, Han Fei's speed burst out to 10 times the speed of light. He activated his great Dao, held the giant hammer in his hand, and unleashed the ultimate hammer he had obtained from the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the divine capital. In terms of violence, hammer techniques were much more violent than fist techniques. Among the various weapons, blunt weapons were the heaviest and most explosive. It was not rare for a person to be smashed into a meat patty by a hammer. Han Fei activated the limit of his physical strength and branded the body of the hammer with Dao patterns. Han Fei didn't cultivate this technique much before. Now that he had a good goal, he certainly had to take the opportunity to test it out. Clang! 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 At that moment, a guy as tiny as dust waved his sledgehammer and hit it repeatedly on the body of a huge star sea giant beast, striking more than 300 times in an instant, and every strike had almost reached the limit of his strength. Knock, knock, knock. The void ripples grew, rippled, and dissipated at an astonishing speed. Although the star sea king squid's defense power was very strong, it could not withstand Han Fei's repeated hammer blows with all his strength, and he struck more than 300 times with one hammer. As a result, the star sea king squid was smashed into pieces by Han Fei. However, after only 300 hammer strikes, Han Fei felt exhausted. This hammer technique consumed too much physical strength. In a group battle, this hammer technique was not good. Once there was a sign of exhaustion, he might immediately be taken advantage of. Han Fei had smashed the star sea king squid to a meat pie, but this big guy's soul was still intact, but it was also heavily injured by Han Fei, so it could barely restore to its original body. After Han Fei, Feng Yu struck the soul of the star sea king squid when it was about to recover. At this moment, Wu Shuang's causal blade seemed to have changed its form, from a physical attack to a soul attack. Under the powerful attacks of the three of them, the star sea king squid was finally dying. Han Fei said, "Don't kill him. This guy is still useful." A moment later, the divine capital dynasty. Countless people swallowed, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Someone sighed. As expected of the finals of the Sky Opening Realm competition, these people are too strong. The star sea giant beast is thousands of kilometers long but was almost killed by a single slash. Someone exclaimed, Han Fei's hammer was 2F** king fierce just now. Such a huge star sea giant beast was smashed into pieces with one blow. Is he even human? Someone sneered. Don't talk nonsense. He hammered it more than once. Someone rolled his eyes. I just saw him hammer once. Although they looked slower in the divine curtain, we saw it with our eyes. Someone said, no matter how many times he hammered the squid, this star sea giant beast is dead meat. Hey, wait, what is Han Fei doing? At this moment, Han Fei was fusing a wisp of his soul with the soul of Star Sea King Squid, refining it into a puppet. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "Can this be refined into a puppet?" Han Fei, how do you know the Tao of puppets? Han Fei said, "A puppet is great. It can help you fight. This is actually a very powerful Tao. If you can prove Tao with this Tao, you can refine a monarch puppet for yourself. Just imagine how terrifying it will be." Han Fei sighed in his heart. It was a pity that his puppet technique had been deduced to the extreme. Before the next small vine of the demon purification pot returned, he couldn't deduce it further. This Star Sea King Squid was indeed worthy of being a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. Refining this thing consumed Han Fei more than 100,000 points of soul power. However, the effect was gratifying. Now, the Star Sea King Squid had returned to its best state. Han Fei and the others sat on the body of Star Sea King Squid, using it as a mount to save their energy. Seeing this scene, countless people's eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe that Han Fei turned a Star Sea giant beast into a puppet. With this Star Sea King Squid, it was much easier for Han Fei and the others to travel. No more Star Sea Squid dared to block their way. The Star Sea King Squid was the king and the ruler of these squids. In this case, no Star Sea Squid dared to offend them. It only took them half a month to cross this area of the Sea of Stars. Furthermore, the effect of the Star Sea King Squid was not limited to that. Its traveling speed could reach up to 9 times the speed of light. This allowed Han Fei and the others to have a free transportation tool, which was much faster than their own speed of 6 times the speed of light. Secondly, the Star Sea King Squid itself was a deterrent. After passing more than 10 dangerous places in a row, no creatures dared to block the way of the Star Sea King Squid. Feng Xingliu, with this big squid, will definitely be the first to break through the shattered Star Sea and reach the destination. Then, we'll pocket the top 4 places. Wu Shuang shook her head slightly. It can't be that simple. We've only walked a little bit on this path, but we've already encountered such a powerful Star Sea giant beast. If we go deeper, it will only get more and more dangerous. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. The big squid may be able to intimidate many races in the starting part of the path, but there are too many creatures in the shattered Star Sea. Besides, I have a feeling that something is wrong. We haven't met any other participants yet. Feng Xingliu said, how can it be so easy to meet others in such a vast sea of stars? Even if our destinations are the same, the distances between us may vary greatly. Therefore, the finals are a competition of speed, not a battle. Feng Xingliu felt that his analysis was reasonable. Logically speaking, what he said was right, but he seemed to underestimate Han Fei's ability to attract hatred. After rushing out of the Star Sea Squid swarm, Han Fei and the others obtained a brief peace thanks to the deterrence of the Star Sea giant beast and ran at 9 times the speed of light for more than half a month. In fact, on average, the speed of Han Fei and the others might be less than 6 times the speed of light, considering the time for fight and exploration. If King Squid hadn't accelerated, Han Fei suspected that their speed might have been reduced to 3 or 4 times the speed of light under the siege of the weird races in the shattered Star Sea. However, he estimated that the situation of the others should be the same. His team was already fast enough. It wouldn't make sense if they were any faster. Half a year later. On the body of the star-seeking squid, Wushuang looked at the qualification token and said, "Do you see the map? On the map, there seems to be a red marked route ahead of us. With our current speed, it may take us about 2 months to pass it through. This is the only area marked on the map so far. Be careful." Feng Yu said, "It's okay. There shouldn't be many people faster than us now." Han Fei already had a preliminary understanding of the creatures in the shattered star sea. The path they were on should be relatively simple. Since it was a simple path, it shouldn't be very dangerous. In fact, if one was careful, it was possible for him to pass this road even if he was only in the early star transformation stage. Of course, if he was in the early star transformation stage, the difficulty would be much greater, and the speed wouldn't be too fast. It was impossible for him to be as unscrupulous as Han Fei and the others now. Because of this, Han Fei and the others hadn't slowed down much. 2 days later, not long after Han Fei and the others entered the red-marked area, suddenly, a large number of star fragments rushed at them. These star fragments were not static in the first place. Some were not only moving, but also moving very fast. The key problem was not whether the star fragments were moving, but that Han Fei suddenly realized that they had encountered a spatial storm. Besides, the scope of this spatial storm was really too large. Judging from the collision, explosion, and shattering of the star fragments here, it seemed that they would have to face this storm themselves soon. However, Han Fei said calmly, "Don't panic. The squid's defense is extremely strong. It shouldn't be a big problem for us to charge forward. Let's try going forward first." 1 day later. In just 1 day, Han Fei was slapped in the face. He thought that the physique of the star-seeking squid was fine, but who the hell knew that what was blowing up ahead was not an ordinary spatial storm at all. The void here was torn apart, forming countless void blades. Of course, 1 or 2 void blades were nothing, but in an instant, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of void blades slashed at the star-seeking squid. How did it feel? As a result, the speed of 9 times the speed of light of the star-seeking squid was reduced to no more than twice the speed of light. In the end, it had to shrink its body and was dragged along by Han Fei. Without the mobile tool of the star-seeking squid, Han Fei and the others were faster instead. In this storm, Han Fei and the others were clearly more suitable to move forward in such an environment. However, their speed had only increased to the speed of light, not faster than the speed of light. In such an environment, almost every second, they had to dodge dozens of void cracks. These void cracks were sometimes intertwined, sometimes continuous, and sometimes woven into a net. They were densely packed, and it was time to test the participants' footwork. Of course, the slowest one was Feng Xingliu. This guy was fine in the previous 10,000-year competition, but after he was lucky enough to enter the top 200, he was weaker than most of the participants in the finals. Although he didn't admit it, in fact, his footwork was probably the worst among these 200 people. This caused Feng Xingliu to seriously slow down the progress of Han Fei's team. Han Fei said, "This is the best occasion to practice footwork. Before, we thought that we could cross this area in 2 months, but now it seems that we definitely can't. If it will take 2 months if we travel at 9 times the speed of light, now it will probably take us 1.5 years to cross this void storm area." Feng Yu said, such an environment is indeed rare. However, the void storm here seems to contain some special power. Look, some star fragments were sucked into some void cracks and disappeared. Feng Xingliu, isn't it normal? They were blown into the endless void. Wu Shuang said, that's not right. These spatial cracks are not connected to the endless void, but some special spaces. In other words, these spatial cracks are actually like a kind of teleportation array. Although we might not die after being blown in, there's an 80% chance that we will get lost or take a detour. Once we fall into these spatial cracks, we might not be able to get the final reward. Han Fei said, yes, however, although this void storm is strong, it's still manageable. As long as we don't rush forward by force and maintain the speed of light, it's only a matter of time for us to pass. It's so difficult even for us to pass, so don't worry that someone will beat us to it. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. He was practicing the void wings. At present, Han Fei's highest speed was 14 times the speed of light, and the void wings needed to be stabilized under 18 times the speed of light. Therefore, as long as he reached 18 times the speed of light, with the enhancement of the void wings, he could obtain a speed of 28 times the speed of light, which was almost an invincible speed in the sky-opening realm. When the void and speed Dao patterns surrounded Han Fei, Feng Yu asked in surprise, what kind of footwork is this? Han Fei said, it's a movement technique that combines the great Dao of space and the great Dao of speed. Wu Shuang asked, can you teach us? With their keen eyes, they could tell at a glance that this footwork was extraordinary. If it weren't for this environment, they felt that with this footwork, they should be able to easily reach 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't teach you. If you want to learn this movement technique, you have to be able to control the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth at any time. Therefore, mastering the Dao patterns is the first step. Learning the movement technique comes second. Wu Shuang couldn't help being a little disappointed. Is that so? Then forget it. Feng Yu said, although you can master part of the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth, I'm afraid few people in the sky-opening realm can create countless Dao patterns at will. Feng Yu thought to herself, little junior brother has mastered the Dao patterns of heaven and earth to this extent. This is a little too awesome. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. What are they talking about? Although I don't understand what they are talking about, they seem to be talking about something awesome. Another half a year passed. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, the Divine Curtain had never stopped since the finals started. At first, the people in the Divine Capital Dynasty spent most of their time observing the Divine Curtain and watching the experts explore the sea of stars. Later, they simply watched the show out of curiosity. After that, because most people would walk their own path, it was only exciting when they were in danger. In danger, it was easiest to eliminate people. So far, 33 people had been eliminated. In the view of the audience, a group of people entered the void storm earlier than Han Fei and the others. At this moment, many people looked at the Divine Curtain, because soon, these two groups would meet. Han Fei and the others thought they were the fastest until they saw Zhao Qinglong teleporting in the void rifts. When they saw Zhao Qinglong, they sensed trouble. Han Fei said, leave Zhao Qinglong to me. You go first. Feng Yu, no. In this environment, it's not a good time to fight one-on-one. Let's fight 4 against 1, to beat him. Feng Xingliu, well. Feng Xingliu wanted to say that I can't beat him. Even Wu Shuang was speechless. Why did Zhao Qinglong choose this damn place to fight? As the saying went, the skilled were bold. Zhao Qinglong took the initiative to say, since you've gathered together, I'll send you to the end of this game. The reward will eventually fall into my hands. Feng Yu raised her head with disdain. Who gave you the courage to fight us? Alone? Wu Shuang said, I admit that I can't beat you, but I don't think you can win against the four of us. Han Fei said, okay. I'll send you to end this battle. Then we'll take all the rewards this time. Swish. The two sides clashed in an instant, and Zhao Qinglong was the first to attack Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu's movement technique was poor in the first place. In such an environment, his combat power was reduced by at least 50%. Facing Zhao Qinglong's saber, he didn't even have the time to dodge. Clang! At that moment, Han Fei stood in front of Feng Xingliu and punched out thousands of golden fist marks in the blink of an eye. Also, Han Fei said, steal the speed. Zhao Qinglong was indeed very strong, but Han Fei was not afraid of him at all. Now. Besides, the environment was extremely complicated. Thousands of void cracks had to be avoided every second. In such an environment, Han Fei was the most advantageous. Therefore, Han Fei immediately tried to steal Zhao Qinglong's speed. However, Han Fei instantly vomited a mouthful of golden blood. Zhao Qinglong staggered at the same time and was swept by dozens of void cracks. Zhao Qinglong, who should have been sucked in, flashed and temporarily distorted the space so that he wouldn't be swept away by the void rift. *T. Han Fei opened his mouth to suck back the blood he spewed out. He looked solemn. Yes, as long as the black dragon didn't come out, Zhao Qinglong's behavior just now wouldn't be considered cheating. Then, the influence he exerted with the void-stealing technique would be offset by the black dragon, and might even backfire. He couldn't use the void-stealing technique, but he could still fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. On this side, Han Fei launched all great Daos in one sword, and on the other side, Wu Shuang's causal blade descended on Zhao Qinglong. The power of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator forced out the battle suit. Surrounded by dragon shadows on Zhao Qinglong's body, Feng Yu followed closely, and a fiery phoenix arrow shadow condensed into a spinning void vortex, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Qinglong. The audience of the Divine Capital Dynasty was shocked. Someone exclaimed, Zhao Qinglong is too terrifying. He fought 4 alone. Someone said, no, it was 1 against 3. Feng Xingliu was not very useful. He couldn't even block the first blow. If it weren't for Han Fei, he would have been eliminated. Even Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood instantly. He must be fighting Zhao Qinglong with his soul power. Someone sighed. I finally saw the contestants fighting, but unfortunately, Han Fei and the others had no idea that it was an ambush. Someone sighed. It's a pity. There are many factors deciding the result of a game. Han Fei and the others are indeed fast, but they still underestimated others. From the perspective of the audience, they could actually see the actions of many people at the same time, although the divine curtain usually only showed the contestants who were fighting. However, the scene of the strong masters of the big clans of the divine Capital Dynasty teaming up to break through the void storm still stunned everyone. At this moment, on the surface, Zhao Qinglong was intercepting them alone, but In fact, a bigger scheme was brewing. However, Zhao Qinglong had a different feeling. He felt that Han Fei was at least 20% stronger than he was in the third round of qualifiers, or even close to 30% stronger. Zhao Qinglong couldn't have looked more awful. Han Fei wasn't a perfected star transformation realm cultivator in the first place, so there was still a lot of room for him to grow. However, it was unbelievable that he had become so much stronger in just a few years. Zhao Qinglong thought that this was probably the power given to Han Fei by the World Origin in the fourth round of qualifiers. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't know that Han Fei's growth was much greater than that. It was just that it was inconvenient for him to show it at this moment. Otherwise, in a one-on-one battle, Han Fei was confident that he could suppress Zhao Qinglong as long as the Black Dragon didn't attack. However, in order to wait for Zhao Qinglong to take the bait after Han Fei left the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei only showed the crazy growth of his strength, but didn't show too much. Not only did it give Zhao Qinglong a sense of oppression, but it also made him constantly vigilant to get rid of him. Otherwise, the current battle could completely turn into a one-on-one battle. But even so, with the improvement of Han Fei's strength, the bombardment of Fengyu that were as bright as the sun, and Wu Shuang who walked the Tao of no obstacles and held a strange causal blade, Zhao Qinglong could only parry for a moment. Zhao Qinglong managed to attack Han Fei, but Wu Shuang's causal blade stopped him. Zhao Qinglong tried to approach Wu Shuang, but Han Fei always stood in front of him at the critical moment. As for Fengyu, Zhao Qinglong hadn't tried to attack her yet. In such an environment, it was very difficult to take down Fengyu. Although Zhao Qinglong knew very well that this battle was only barely delaying Han Fei and the others, in the eyes of the audience in the Sea Realm, Zhao Qinglong was attacking left and right, forcing Han Fei and the others to retreat step by step. Because Zhao Qinglong was completely resisted by Han Fei, Feng Fei, and Wu Shuang, Feng Xingliu was bolder and seemed to be wandering at the edge. While wandering, Feng Xingliu cursed, "Aunt, how dare you attack me first? You were just bullying me, because you've already reached the perfected star transformation realm. Humph, I'll beat you to death when I reach the perfected star transformation realm." Feng Xingliu's spear light flashed like a ray of light, and the fire phoenix divine technique was activated. It could be considered a help. Of course, it didn't mean anything to Zhao Qinglong. This battle only lasted for less than 100 seconds before Fengyu said, "Something's wrong. He seems to be stalling for time." Han Fei said, "Wu Shuang, withdraw from the battle and check if there are any ambushes around." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang retreated quickly. Feng Xingliu shouted, "Shall I fill in? Or should I go scouting too?" Han Fei said, "You just need to be a bystander." Feng Xingliu was lost for words. "Who are you looking down upon? I made it to the top 200 anyway." However, it never occurred to him that he could make it to the top 200 because everyone's strength had been suppressed. Now that everyone had recovered their original strength, Feng Xingliu was among the weakest. So far, these people who had been eliminated in the final circle were all very strong in the same realm as before, but their strength hadn't reached a certain level. These people might have strong potential, but there was no need for them to compete for the top 10, because it was almost impossible. Anyway, entering the finals was a kind of glory, and there would be a good reward. As soon as Wu Shuang retreated, Zhao Qinglong suddenly launched another attack. This time, Zhao Qinglong used a strange technique. Two clones appeared at the Same time. One blocked Han Fei, and the other blocked Feng Yu. Feng Xingliu, who was still performing the Fire Phoenix divine technique, was nailed through by a spear light that came out of nowhere. At that moment, a void rift appeared beside Feng Xingliu, from which a hand stretched out and directly grabbed Feng Xingliu. An ambush. Han Fei and Feng Yu were both alarmed. Someone was hiding here in advance. Who was it? Was it the Heavenly Clan? At the same time, Han Fei heard a voice in their ears. Contestant number 198. Feng Xingliu, eliminated. Han Fei and the others didn't expect Zhao Qinglong's unexpected move, but Han Fei didn't care. It was already expected that Feng Xingliu would be eliminated. Now that Zhao Qinglong had attacked him, other people would attack him one after another. As soon as Feng Xingliu was eliminated, Zhao Qinglong said, "I don't have time to waste with you. We will meet again." There was no telling who Zhao Qinglong was talking to, but he suddenly backed away into a void rift. Suddenly, in Wu Shuang's direction, the void began to collapse, and the void chasm crazily compressed. Wu Shuang was bombarded by a seal. She was instantly stirred by tens of thousands of void cracks and was almost swallowed. Then, Han Fei and Feng Yu felt that millions of dense void cracks suddenly erupted, and the entire void was like shattered glass in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's heart stirred, and the Star Sea King squid suddenly grew bigger and returned to its original size. Almost in an instant, the Star Sea King squid was heavily wounded and would be wiped out in 3 seconds. Han Fei roared, "Explode!" The power of the self-detonation of a Star Sea giant beast was obvious. The resulting explosion instantly shook off most of the void cracks. Han Fei and Feng Yu took this opportunity to jump up at the same time, trying to cross this place at more than 10 times the speed of light. But at this moment, Han Fei saw that the starry sky was shaking, and a flashing sword shadow erected in the sky. An ultra-quality godly weapon? Feng Yu's face changed slightly. This is a space-type ultra-quality godly weapon. The godly weapon seemed to be releasing some kind of power and seemed to have condensed at this moment. At that moment, Han Fei glanced at a spatial rift and found a familiar figure hidden there. It was Zhou Mi of the Zhou family, one of the top 10 experts in the 4th round of qualifiers. Had Zhao Qinglong joined forces with the big clans of the Divine Capital Dynasty? Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to think. He sensed that the Dao patterns here were missing. His face changed drastically as he said, "Let's rush into the void rift." Feng Yu and Wu Shuang were also shocked. They seemed to realize that the void power here was compressing and collapsing. Swish! 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 The 3 of them rushed into the void crack that had almost collapsed. If this space was about to collapse completely, the 3 of them would fall into the endless void and lose the finals. Therefore, they had to escape through the void rift. It was unbelievable to rush into a void turbulence in the eyes of ordinary people. In the turbulence, Han Fei could even wave his fishing pole and fish out the vast ocean navigator. In the blink of an eye, according to the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei had paved a path to an unknown direction in the void turbulence, withstanding the strangulation of tens of thousands of void cracks and storms. Heh! It's impolite not to reciprocate. If you dare to set me up, you'll have to pay the price. Swish! Rushing out of the turbulence, Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. His flesh cracked, and he looked like a porcelain doll that was about to break at any time. What a terrifying void storm. In the sea of stars, the void cracks are actually superimposed with the multiple dowrins of time and space and many other great daos at the same time. It seems that the void cracks also vary in strength. On this side, Han Fei and the others disappeared from the divine curtain of the divine capital dynasty for a period of time. When they reappeared, the three of them had already appeared in different places. The area where Han Fei was now was among some relatively intact stars. He immediately looked at the qualification token and found that the distance between him and his destination was shortened. Huh? Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he appeared 2 light-years away. After he forcibly broke through the turbulence, he had jumped over the void storm field. However, Han Fei didn't know that his careless actions had actually shaken off his guardian. Elder Gua from the Time Temple was dumbfounded. The void turbulence couldn't be replicated, and his direction couldn't completely coincide with Han Fei's direction even if he reshaped time. At that time, the old man blushed. He actually lost Han Fei's whereabouts. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Time Temple if word got out? He could only rush from time to a similar place and chase after Han Fei, hoping to shorten the distance between him and Han Fei. However, in this way, he probably wouldn't be able to find Han Fei in a few months. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the nearest relatively complete origin star. There, more than a pair of big eyes were staring at him. Han Fei? Han Fei was a little creeped out by those eyes. He knew that he had crossed a distance of 2 light-years through the spatial turbulence. However, he didn't expect to encounter a group of strange creatures as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, these things were clearly group creatures. He looked at the eligibility token again, but there was no hint on it, which meant that he hadn't come into contact with such a creature yet. With Han Fei's experience, it was inevitable that he would come into conflict with these creatures. It seemed that the creatures in the Shattered Star Sea were particularly aggressive. As soon as he came out of the spatial turbulence, he immediately attracted the attention of the creatures on the nearby star fragments. Swish! 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 Sure enough, just after Han Fei stared at so many big eyes for a few seconds, the countless big eyes moved. Then, a buzzing frequency appeared in the void. Because there weren't many big eyes that charged at Han Fei first, Han Fei didn't panic and even approached them. When Han Fei saw clearly that these things turned out to be worms with wings, like giant red ants, he was shocked. He wasn't afraid of ants, but these things were too ruthless in a real fight. The characteristics of the ant race were that they were particularly aggressive and weren't afraid of death. Wherever they passed, nothing would be left. Han Fei certainly didn't care about 1 or 2 ants, but this broken star was full of them. Who could stand this? Taking advantage of the fact that there were only a few hundred ants rushing over first, while many people in the divine capital dynasty exclaimed, Han Fei pierced an ant with a finger, picked up the dying big ant, and began to run. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared. Name: Star Sea Metal-Eating Ants. Introduction: a gregarious creature living in the scattered star sea. They grow by looking for ownerless stars, the metal veins in the star fragments, and absorbing the power and vitality of the stars. The star sea metal-eating ants can swallow most low-level metals, including, but not limited to, bones, the corpses of exotic beasts, and so on. They can transform the absorbed energy, metals, bones, and so on into a kind of life metal. This life metal Can make items above the level of sea quelling bizarre treasures active, and there is a certain chance to upgrade the weapon. Level greater than 100. Quality ordinary. Realm planet level. Great Tao metal swallowing. Desperate aura 320. Battle technique devouring tooth, tough claw. Collectible life metal. Absorbable. Note: the life metal is the only valuable thing in the star sea metal eating ants. Upon seeing this information, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Life metal? It can make weapons active and have a chance to upgrade the weapon? Can ultra quality godly weapons be upgraded by this life metal? If not, could the god-slaying boxing gloves be upgraded to the level of an ultra-quality godly weapon? Bang! Han Fei crushed this big ant that was 7 or 8 meters long. Then, from the pile of flesh and blood, he finally found a fingernail-sized mass of soft, pale golden metal. So small? Han Fei didn't know what to say. If a star sea metal-eating ant only had so little life metal, then to strengthen a weapon, he would have to kill tens of thousands of star sea metal-eating ants. If there were too few of them, there would not be much left after removing the impurities in them. Then how could he strengthen his weapon then? Han Fei was very interested in the beginning, but when he saw that this ant had reached the sky-opening realm, he couldn't have felt worse. Perhaps the planet level was a term used in the Sea of Stars, but Han Fei could be sure that the creatures in the scattered star sea were more of their natural desires. These kinds of gregarious creatures, in particular, were basically brainless creatures. Except for their high level and strong combat power, they were useless. When they fought, they were just like ordinary sea ants and sea spiders. However, killing tens of thousands of star sea metal-eating ants was still too difficult for an individual. There were more than 100 of them, and there were still thousands more swarming over. Han Fei believed that it wouldn't be long before thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of them appeared. Han Fei was not in the mood to confront such an army of ants. However, it seemed a pity to give it up for nothing. Although Han Fei was tempted, he didn't intend to take action immediately. If he guessed right, the star sea metal-eating ants would become a farming ground for some major factions in the sea realm. Since the effect of the life metal was so strong, there should be many people interested in it. He had just come here. If he blindly used brute force to deal with these ants that had reached the sky-opening realm, the effect would be limited. Han Fei analyzed it and found that according to the spot he was now, he was at least a year ahead of the others. In theory, he could use the year or so to directly win the championship. Right? However, Feng Yu wanted to use the rewards of the 100,000-year competition to prove her Dao. Now, Feng Fei and Wu Shuang had fallen into an unknown space. But no matter what, they probably wouldn't be eliminated directly. It was just that in terms of time, they might not be as fast as people like Zhao Qinglong. Previously, they had underestimated the speed of Zhao Qinglong and the people from the big clans. Indeed, those who could enter the finals weren't simple. But so what? Zhao Qinglong and these people of the big clans didn't know Han Fei's personality at all. I've always been the one scheming against others. I was almost forced to quit the competition by you. If I can't avenge myself, I might as well die. Han Fei ran wildly in the sea of insects. To his surprise, although these star sea metal-eating ants were weak, their speed was not slow at all. As if to make up for the lack of speed, their wings were stronger than Han Fei expected. Those wings could trigger the void Tao patterns and carry the great Tao of wind. Their fastest speed could reach 5 times the speed of light. This was why they were more advanced than the star sea man-eating fish. Hiss. Before, Hanfei didn't think much of these star sea metal-eating ants, but now that they showed their advantage in speed, their combat power had soared by several levels. Besides, speed was not the most terrifying thing. There was no telling if it was because these star sea metal-eating ants had long-distance communication signals. As Hanfei ran, he found that something was wrong. There were star sea metal-eating ants coming from all directions. Huh? An ant queen? Hanfei's first reaction was that there was a ruler among these star sea metal-eating ants. Just like the demonic source he had encountered in the demon domain, it was the leader of this race who controlled the actions of the entire race. However, Hanfei put on a smile. He wasn't really going to run anyway. With swishes, tens of thousands of spear lights appeared in the void. Hanfei had already revealed the god-sealing spear array. In the intelligence of those big clans, this must be regarded as an important trump card of Han Fei. But now that it had been exposed, the effect of this trump card was greatly reduced. But Han Fei still found it very funny to use it to suppress these insects. In the face of the densely packed star sea metal-eating ants, the god-sealing spear had suppressed more than 30,000 star sea metal-eating ants just by covering 100,000 kilometers. It could be seen how terrifying the number of star sea metal-eating ants was. Of course, after being suppressed, the power of the star sea metal-eating ants was weakened by more than half. At this time, the infinity water showed its effect. As the infinity water turned into a storm of knives that raged in the god-sealing spear array, a large number of star sea metal-eating ants were killed on the spot without being able to resist. Less than half of them could reach 10,000 kilometers away from Hanfei. After all, there was only one drop of infinity water, and the speed of the star sea metal-eating ants was fast. It was unrealistic to stop 30,000 star sea metal-eating ants with the help of the god-sealing spear array and a high-quality divine weapon. Fortunately, he had stopped half of the star sea metal-eating ants. If they all swarmed over and submerged Hanfei, it would take him a lot of effort to get rid of them. However, when those star sea metal-eating ants were about to surround Hanfei, a large array spanning more than 3,000 kilometers and with Hanfei as the center appeared under Hanfei's feet. All the approaching star sea metal-eating ants immediately floated non-stop, as if affected by some irregular gravity. At this moment, Hanfei began to attack crazily. Golden fist marks emerged endlessly, killing an insect with one punch. He looked very ferocious. The spectators of the Divine Capital Dynasty exclaimed, and some people looked puzzled. A strong master from a major faction wondered, this kid was lucky enough to cross the Void Storm Sea. Why didn't he go straight to the finish line? Why did he fight the star sea metal-eating ants here? The strong masters of the big clans sneered. He's asking to be killed. Although the star sea metal-eating ants are not strong, they are many in number. No matter how many trump cards he has, can he block 100,000 of them? Can he block the crazy impact of millions of star sea metal-eating ants? In the capital of horror, the Queen of Horror was also slightly puzzled. This brat really dares to fight. Faced with these endless star sea metal-eating ants, even if he has already reached the perfected star transformation realm, he will still be exhausted. Even the strong masters who have just proven their devours are unwilling to fight a group of insects. Otherwise, they will probably be crippled in the end. When Han Fei chose to stop and fight the star sea metal-eating ants, although countless people were surprised, most of them were puzzled. Some people would say, since the finals started, don't you know how many gregarious creatures you have encountered? In this vast sea of stars, how many can you fight? The God-sealing spear array, the infinity water storm, the gravity-killing array, and Han Fei taking action personally, the weakened star sea metal eating ants were no match for Han Fei at all. In just half a day, the 30,000 star sea metal-eating ants in the array had all been wiped out. The terrifying combat power that Han Fei showed shocked many observers. This guy was unbelievably strong. That was 30,000 star sea metal-eating ants. Not 30,000 cabbages. Bang! At this moment, at the periphery of the array of the God-sealing spear, more than 1,000 pieces of the God-sealing spear had been broken through. Han Fei let more than 20,000 star sea metal-eating ants in, but the number of star sea metal-eating ants outside the God-sealing spear array was still increasing. If this went on, his God-sealing spear array would all be broken in less than 3 days. Or even earlier. Are these insects not afraid of death at all? Han Fei frowned slightly. Although there were a lot of star sea metal-eating ants, the insects equivalent to the sky-opening realm couldn't grow so easily. Right? They must have a leader and experts behind the scenes. How could they just send so many star sea metal-eating ants to their deaths? 1 day later, Han Fei had killed 80,000 star sea metal-eating ants, and nearly half of the God-sealing spear array had been broken. But Han Fei didn't feel sorry for the array at all. He could make one anytime he wanted. However, when Han Fei discovered that a bug burning with blue flames launched a suicide charge against the God-sealing spears, he dismissed the idea. Just a round of more than 1,000 blue fire ants that charged suicidally had directly destroyed more than 300 God-sealing spears, leaving a gap in the spear array. Shoot! What kind of bug is this? Bang! Han Fei left the gravity space and blocked the gap with his fists. He also caught a blue flame bug, by the way. However, before Han Fei could grab it, the worm exploded and destroyed his void hand. Han Fei frowned and immediately used the void stealing technique to catch another insect. Only then did he see the information of this insect. Name: Star Sea Blue Fire Ant. Introduction: This is a gregarious creature that lives in the scattered Star Sea, a Star Sea Blue Fire Ant. It grows by looking for ownerless stars and the metal veins in the star fragments, and absorbing the power and vitality of the stars. The Star Sea Blue Fire Ants are a special existence among the Star Sea ants. They are bold ants that attack, defend, and survive. They spend their entire lives protecting the queen ant and obey any order of the queen ant unconditionally. Level: greater than 106. Quality: ordinary. Realm: planet level. Great Tao: metal swallowing. Contained demonic chi 1020. Battle technique: blue armor piercing flame, light of corrosion. Collectible: life metal. Absorbable. Note: after the Star Sea Blue Fire Ant self-destruct, nothing will be left, including life metals. Ant Tribe Death Squad? Han Fei understood. These creatures were indeed strong, much stronger than the Star Sea metal-eating ants in terms of realm, but their strongest strength was offense and defense. Perhaps to the behind-the-scenes queen ant, he was the target to attack. After sacrificing nearly 100,000 ants, but still failing to capture Han Fei. The queen ant sent the star sea blue fire ant. With such destructive power, as long as there were about 10,000 star sea blue fire ants here, his god-sealing spear array would be broken. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Anyway, he had collected a lot of life metals. Now that he was the target of attack, he couldn't resist the suicide explosions of so many star sea blue fire ants. However, from the information of the star sea blue fire ant, Han Fei learned that these ants were actually guards used by the queen ant to protect her. Since the guards of the queen ant had come out, he might as well directly destroy the nest of the queen ant. After fishing out the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei suddenly burst out at 10 times the speed of light. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to be faster, but 10 times the speed of light was already the theoretical limit of the sky opening realm. He didn't want anyone to know that he had a terrifying speed of more than 10 times the speed of light. Putting away the infinity water and the god-sealing spear array, Han Fei blasted away out among the hundreds of thousands of star sea metal-eating ants with the star fist technique. Unbridledly, he rushed towards a distant star. It was a relatively intact star, but there were too many holes like volcanic holes on it. Clearly, it was one of the entrances to the ant nest. As if knowing that Han Fei was rushing towards their nest, at this moment, countless star sea metal devouring ants and seed star sea blue fire ants were waiting solemnly, causing this star to be densely packed with ants. In the divine capital dynasty, the spectators all swallowed. Someone was shocked. This guy is crazy. He even dares to break into an ant nest. There are at least 100,000 ants here, not counting those in the ant nest. How dare this guy do this? Someone was horrified. Han Fei is a lunatic. No wonder he can fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. With his strength, even if he doesn't enter the god role, he is definitely in the top 10 of the heaven role. Someone sneered. What do you know? Even the people on the god role won't dare do this. We've watched the battle for so long. How can we not know how strong these sea creatures are? In the sea of stars, the sky-opening realm creatures are as dense as stars. I heard that in the demon domain, Han Fei fought thousands of strong masters alone. I thought that was horrible enough. I didn't expect him to fight 100,000 sky-opening realm sea creatures alone now. Damn it. For a moment, even some monarchs of the divine capital dynasty were confused. Someone said indifferently, this guy probably doesn't know that his guardian of the time temple has already lost track of him. Someone shook his head slightly. If he did, I'm afraid it might not be his current reaction. Roar. Han Fei suddenly roared, and then his chest was still hot, and Han Fei's body suddenly expanded. A fierce giant holding double axes and wearing a bull helmet appeared behind Han Fei and gradually fused with him. Instantly, the monarchs were in an uproar. A monarch from a big clan was shocked. The god of war is still alive. He is still struggling to survive in the depths of the sea of stars. In the 12 palaces of the divine capital, a monarch raised his eyes to look at the divine curtain. In the end, he said indifferently, it seems that the god of war is seriously injured. The power this child can show is still not enough. A monarch from the heavenly race discovered something. Even if the god of war is still alive, so what? No one else knows which corner he is in the depths of the sea of stars. Although the power he showed through the inheritance is not weak, it is definitely not the style of the god of war. In the end, he still walked to his end. At this moment, the South Monarch was looking at the divine curtain, indifferently, muttering, "This kid is indeed not simple." The people in the Western Desert have begged for many years, but the god of war hasn't responded. Many times. I didn't expect that this kid not only got the inheritance, but can also directly borrow the power of the god of war. At this moment, no one paid attention to Han Fei. They were all thinking about this god of war. Ordinary people only thought that Han Fei borrowed someone's power, but only a small number of people suspected that the god of war had reappeared in front of them. He was the first god to appear in front of them after the Battle of the Gods. Yes, the god of war should be treated as a god. The experts who knew the past would never underestimate the god of war. This was because they knew that this person was the only terrifying existence who wasn't a god but could participate in the battle of gods. At this moment, the god of war seal was activated. Han Fei took out the two big axes he had forged and instantly flattened the entrance of a worm cave at 10 times the speed of light. The nearby ants still wanted to resist, but Han Fei's speed was too fast, and the moment he landed, these ants trembled instinctively and didn't dare to attack Han Fei at all. However, this instinctive fear and trembling was also at the moment when Han Fei summoned the power of the god of war. When Han Fei landed and killed his way into the worm nest, these star sea metal devouring ants and star sea blue fire ants rushed over again. However, Han Fei liked fighting and always liked to deal a heavy blow in the beginning of a fight. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the god of war not just to find the queen ant in this star. Han Fei's fist mark burst out with dazzling light, and the scorching heat was like the scorching temperature in the star core, rapidly compressing. Violent, domineering, and desolate. This punch, with invincible brilliance, was like a big star exploding as it went straight into this star. Bang! 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 In an instant, Han Fei threw out 7 or 8 punches in a row. Feeling weak, he finally stopped. Rumble! In the next moment, the entire star trembled crazily, and dense cracks appeared on the ground. The ground began to shatter, earthquakes kept happening, and there was a backlash from inside the star. Buzz! Bam! Bam! The star broke into pieces in an instant. Han Fei was about to rush in and catch the queen ant. He did rush in, but he wasn't the one who took the initiative to rush in. Instead, he was sucked in by a great suction force. Because the scene was too chaotic, in fact, the audience only knew that this star had been blown up by Han Fei. Little did they know that at this moment, Han Fei saw a vortex spinning in the star core. And a fat giant ant nearly 10,000 meters long was trying to escape from the vortex. Shoot! Is it collapsing? No, this is not just a collapse. This is a black hole? Han Fei felt very strange at that time. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind, because he saw a pure black circle appear in the center of the ripple vortex. Bang! Although Han Fei didn't know what happened down below, he guessed that the star fist technique and the star core of this star must have had some unknown reaction, resulting in the current commotion. Although the suction force was terrifying, it couldn't stop Han Fei. However, when Han Fei was about to escape, he saw hundreds of star sea blue fire ants exploding in the black hole vortex. Then, the black hole was obliterating at a visible speed, and the suction force was suddenly loosened. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had shattered the worm nest star. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, he turned around and rushed up. Information about the queen ant popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Star Sea Metal-Eating Queen Ant. Introduction: This is a gregarious creature that lives in the scattered Star Sea, the Star Sea Metal-Eating Queen Ant. By manipulating the metal eating ants, it can find ownerless stars, feed itself on the metal veins in the star fragments, and absorb the power and vitality of the stars as a condition for growth. The metal-eating queen ant is the ruler and controller of its species and has extremely high intelligence. Level: greater than 109. Quality: rare. Realm: perfected planet level. Great Tao: metal swallowing. Star power: 19. Battle technique: Soul Tide, Heavenly Music Resonance. Collectible Queen Ant Inheritance Crystal. Absorbable. Note: the strength of a queen ant is related to the strength of its race. Only its soul power is strong. Han Fei was not surprised at all to see the information of the metal-eating queen ant. In fact, he had already expected it. As for this queen ant, when she saw Han Fei, she immediately unleashed a soul tide. For a moment, Han Fei felt that he was caught in endless undulating waves. However, Han Fei's soul power was not low, or even abnormally powerful, so he immediately came back to his senses and deprived the soul attack. In the next moment, Han Fei deprived the queen ant of its shield. If it were in the past, it would be quite difficult for Han Fei to deprive the consciousness, power, and soul of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, because he couldn't bear the backlash at all. But now, Han Fei was growing every day and could be said to be getting more and more powerful. At this moment, facing a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he was no longer as weak as before. When he broke the opponent's glittering shield, Han Fei punched through most of the queen ant's body and said, "Tell your lackeys not to come over, or I will kill you." Han Fei didn't doubt that this queen ant could understand him. If she couldn't even understand this, how could she be a queen ant? Sure enough, the queen ant immediately responded, "What do you want to do?" Although the star is broken, it's surrounded by more than 300,000 metal-eating ants in total. So, in case both sides are injured, we can stop fighting. Stop fighting? Heh. I can stop fighting, but I want you to submit to me. Impossible. However, in the next moment, the Star Sea Metal-Eating Queen Ant found that her power disappeared into thin air, and the man standing on her body exuded a terrifying pressure that overflowed from his body. Han Fei said, "You should have sensed my strength. I can kill you at any time. Although your soul is not weak, it can't hurt me at all. So, tell me the reason why you don't submit to me." The Queen Ant: "I'm not the only Star Sea Metal-Eating Queen Ant. There are more than 300,000 of us. If I die, you won't be able to move an inch." Ha ha ha. Han Fei grinned. "Do you think you can fool me? If I can take you down, I can take the other Queen Ants. Do you think you can stop me? Are you faster than me? Or are you stronger than me? Or is your soul level higher than mine? Humph, I'll give you a choice. Submit to me, and I won't kill you. In 3 years at most, I can let you go. Otherwise, you have to die now." With that, golden light flashed on Han Fei's double axes, and Han Fei had already raised his hand and was about to slash. Okay. When Han Fei's axe light was about to hit the Queen Ant's head, the latter finally compromised, because she sensed that Han Fei had no intention of stopping at all and was really going to kill her. If she had shouted a bit more slowly just now, the axe would have hit her. Although the queen ant didn't think this person could kill her, she had seen his strength. She didn't dare to take the risk. The queen ant said, "How can I believe you?" Han Fei said, "You can only trust me. If you can help me block some enemies, then you may be qualified to be my real subordinate. This is an honor that no one else has ever had. Anyway, if the queen ant could be controlled, it was fine, and if not, he would find the next one." Anyway, there were too many creatures in the scattered star sea. He didn't care if the queen ant helped him or not. The queen ant was silent for a moment, but the surrounding star sea metal eating ants didn't attack, but simply surrounded this place. As for the shaking of the shattered stars, they had already disappeared with the black hole. Finally, the queen ant said, "Okay, but if your enemy is too strong, for example, as strong as you, then there's nothing we can do." The area occupied by the star sea metal-eating ants isn't large. Besides, I'm not the only queen ant. Han Fei suddenly said, "You must have encountered a lot of other races forcibly crossing this area of the Sea of Stars before, right? What did you do back then?" The queen said, "There are indeed a lot of them, but we can't kill many of them. Those people are not weak. Usually only when multiple queen ants join forces can we take down one person." Han Fei's heart did a flip. What's the benefit of taking them down? The queen ant said, "We could swallow them, use their power to expand our race, or give birth to an insect heritage." Han Fei asked, "What heritage?" The queen ant fell into a silence, and Han Fei asked, "A new queen ant will be born?" Seeing that the queen ant didn't answer, Han Fei said, "It's not hard to guess. Otherwise, it's simply a fool's dream for your race to occupy a place in the shattered star sea. So, cultivators are nutrients for you?" "Yes." Upon hearing the queen ant's words, Han Fei had no pity for the dead. This was the way to survive in the scattered star sea. Han Fei asked, "How many queen ants are attacking me?" At this moment, there should be a lot of star sea metal-eating ants rushing here, right? Pondering for a moment, the queen ant said, 7. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Assuming that each queen ant had more than 300,000 subordinates, wouldn't there be more than 2 million star sea metal-eating ants? With the 7 queen ants? This number made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. This was just a damn small race in the shattered star sea. Furthermore, this was only the 7 queen ants besieging him. There was no telling how many more there would be. However, in the next moment, the queen ant said, "If you can help me swallow the other queen ants and control their power, I can acknowledge you as my master." Han Fei chuckled. This queen ant was indeed smart. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she wanted benefits. However, Han Fei smiled weirdly. "Aren't you queen ants working together to deal with external enemies? Why do you have to fight each other?" "Because I will inevitably be attacked by all the queen ants if you control me. When that happens, neither of us can escape. So, if you want to ambush your enemy through me, you can't do it without killing the other queen ants." Han Fei asked, "What if you become stronger and prove your Tao after swallowing the power of other queen ants? Do you think I dare to prove my Tao?" Han Fei thought for a moment and grinned. "If you stay here after proving your Tao, you certainly won't dare to. However, this doesn't mean that you can't prove your Tao. Since you've turned this matter into an act of mutual help, I'll give you a chance. Give me your soul and essence blood and swear a blood oath. I'll consider helping you kill all the queen ants in this area. Even if you prove your Tao in 3 years, I won't do anything to you. You can go wherever you need to go. The queen asked, are you really not going to do anything to me? Han Fei smiled and said, I also swear a blood oath. I'm not interested in your race. I'm only interested in my enemy. If we meet again in the depths of the Sea of Stars, it won't be bad to continue our master-servant relationship. Han Fei felt that it was a good decision. In fact, he really didn't want to kill the queen ant and the others. The reason why he killed so many star sea metal-eating ants before was just for the materials. It was just that the appearance of the star sea blue fire ants made him want to rush into the queen ant's nest. Now, since there was such a race to use, why not use it? Wouldn't it be great to have an ant army helping him? Han Fei thought to himself. The queen ant, on the other hand, had another idea. If Han Fei could really conquer so many queen ants, why not work for him? The others didn't know, but they knew that the scattered star river was just a path of trial. There were many strong masters who could kill them at will, but these strong masters wouldn't attack them. They were just a trial for people like Han Fei. They were just obstacles on the way of the trial for Han Fei and the others. They were like stepping stones. In the past, there was no shortage of queen ants who wanted to escape with their ants. In fact, all the queen ants had once tried to escape with their ants, but in the end, they were killed or exiled by a monarch, and they never returned. Therefore, if Han Fei could kill the other queen ants, she would be the only one left of this race. Her strength would soar. As long as Han Fei didn't kill her, she would most likely be driven to the depths of the scattered star sea by a mysterious expert and then continue to reproduce, give birth to her own race, and continue to serve as a stepping stone for others. However, at that time, she was a powerful stepping stone, unlike today, who was easily defeated without even having the strength to resist. Many people had considered manipulating the queen ants or the kings of other races in the scattered star sea. Almost every time someone entered the scattered star sea, they wanted to do that. However, very few people succeeded. The problem they had to face was not as simple as controlling the king of this race. In such a large race, there were many leaders. If you wanted to control this race, you had to make the leader the only one and then control this leader. Secondly, even if they controlled a race, it didn't mean that they could definitely defeat the other races. However, it was indeed a great help to control a group for their own use. Also, it was the difficulty to control this race. Without absolute, powerful, and efficient mobility, it was difficult for ordinary people to capture a commander-level creature. There were many conditions for Han Fei to find the worm nest, such as the vast ocean navigator, the star fist, 10 times the speed of light, and his almost invulnerable physique. All these combined gave him a chance to penetrate this star. Otherwise, if Han Fei stayed on the surface of the star for more than a second, he would be drowned by the insect tide. Even if Han Fei was extremely powerful, it was impossible for him to repel tens of thousands of star sea metal-eating ants in an instant. On the side of the divine capital dynasty, the referee who presided over the 100,000-year competition was dumbstruck. He knew better than anyone else that what Han Fei just did couldn't be replicated. Even if others had Han Fei's strength, what was the use if they couldn't find the queen ant? This path to the shattered star sea was meant for sky openers to cultivate, make a breakthrough, become stronger, and even prove their prowess. Although it was said that there was a high chance of death, for some absolute experts, they wouldn't die easily. At this moment, Han Fei's 300,000-strong army began to attack crazily in this area of the Sea of Stars. Everyone watching the battle was almost dumbfounded. Someone gasped. Did he subdue the queen ant? Someone sighed. Gosh, why do I think he did it so easily? Immediately, many people tilted their heads and looked at this person. Easy? Why don't you King do that? You think it's easy to capture a super expert like the queen ant among hundreds of thousands of strong masters? While Han Fei led the insect-tide army to attack, on the other side, Zhao Qinglong captured a void beast, a strange creature that could quickly cross the void rifts. On the Ghost Straits side, Ruai Yoha and Ruai Yuran were sailing forward in the Void Storm Sea at a steady speed with an unknown godly weapon that could twist and repel the spatial rifts. On Fengyu and Wushuang's side, they came out in different positions from Han Fei. They were still in the Void Storm Sea. When there was no one else, Feng Yu used a flame-jumping technique, which seemed to be a strengthened version of Great Shift. With her strength of the perfected star transformation realm, Feng Yu could forcefully avoid the void storm. As for Wushuang, she simply relied on her agility to twist and turn in the void storm. In the following month, basically all the contestants rushed into the Void Storm Sea. It had been 8 months since the start of the finals, and a total of 46 people had been eliminated. This number was actually very small, because the contestants in the finals were too strong, which made the Shattered Star Sea seem not difficult enough. However, in the long run, the path Han Fei and the others were walking on was only 1/100th of the entire Shattered Star Sea path. Even so, 46 people had been eliminated, which showed that the Shattered Star Sea was truly terrifying. Of course, most of these 46 people were not strong enough. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to eliminate them. Because everyone was showing their own abilities in the Void Storm, there were very few scenes for Han Fei at this time. The Divine Curtain was controlled by someone. Obviously, the controller of the Divine Curtain didn't want to give Han Fei too many scenes to prevent Han Fei from leading others astray. It was during this period of time that Han Fei had conquered 12 insect tides in a row. It wasn't that the other queen ants didn't want to stop him, but that they couldn't at all. They couldn't beat him or stop him. In their stars, they couldn't escape at all. If they had the Star Sea metal-eating ants and the blue fire ants protect them layer by layer, they would be easily suppressed by Han Fei's God-sealing spear array. Therefore, the entire Star Sea metal-eating ants chose to surrender when Han Fei killed 12 queen ants. This was because last time, Han Fei took down 3 queen ants in one go that joined force. But even so, all the methods they could think of couldn't hurt Han Fei at all. Because Han Fei had his own army. 1 year later, in a certain area in the Shattered Star Sea, more than 5 million Star Sea metal-eating ants were charging at a large area of spiral blades. Those spiral blades were a kind of starfish called the Star Sea flying starfish. This kind of starfish was comparable to the Star Sea metal-eating ants. They all grew by absorbing the power of stars. Then, when they ran out of food, they would eat stones, refine the chaotic chi, and then invade and corrode other creatures' areas. When Han Fei's group of Star Sea metal-eating ants attacked, these Star Sea Flying starfish were naturally unhappy. They had always swallowed other people's territory, but no one could swallow their territory. However, after a round of charge, the Star Sea flying starfish suffered heavy casualties. Because the Star Sea metal-eating ants were strange creatures that devoured metals, their defense was very strong, so in defense, they were no weaker than these starfish. Besides, Han Fei had 32 queen ants in his hands at this moment. He didn't listen to the first queen ant and only killed some queen ants in the early stages. Then the other queen ants surrendered, so he didn't have to kill them by force, right? Therefore, in the battle with the Star Sea flying starfish, the queen ants would launch a wave of soul attacks first, then the Star Sea blue fire ants would launch a suicide charge against the swarm of Star Sea flying starfish. And lastly, the Star Sea metal-eating ants would face the enemy head-on. In the past 2 years, Han Fei had been through this. Wherever he went, no sea race could resist him. Of course, the main reason was that Han Fei was ruthless. Of course, the price was also huge. From the beginning, he had 19 million Star Sea metal-eating ants, but now there were only 5 million left. It could be seen how many soldiers he had lost in the past 2 years. But did Han Fei care? Not at all. He didn't know until he came to the shattered Star Sea that there were too many powerful creatures in this world, which were too strong for him to understand. 10,000 races? Sea realm? That might be the origin of all races, but it was only the origin. In the distant Star River, there were many strong masters. Like carps crossing the river, like stars hanging in the night sky. Under such circumstances, why would Han Fei care about the destruction of a mere race? On the contrary, Han Fei obtained a tremendous amount of life metals. Bang! 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 The self-detonation of the Star Sea blue fire ants had caused serious damage to the Star Sea flying starfish. In a one-on-one battle, they were confident that they could all kill the Star Sea metal-eating ants, but they didn't have such a chance. In the midst of the debris that filled the sky, Han Fei's voice resounded in all directions, "Kill anyone who stands in my way. Stop fighting if you know what's good for you. Stay at home and don't show up." Han Fei could tell that the Star Sea flying starfish race was also very powerful, but he didn't have the strength to fight them. In fact, he had already tried. After obtaining the nearly 20 million troops, Han Fei tried to attack a Star Conk race, but he lost 3 million soldiers and still failed to conquer one of their nests. Han Fei couldn't defeat them even if he used the Star Fist technique. This was because the defense power of the Star Conk was stronger than Han Fei expected. They could even resist divine techniques. Han Fei thought that he chose the wrong target to attack. He shouldn't attack the shelled star conches. Therefore, the second time, Han Fei launched an attack on a star snake domain. As a result, he lost less than 2 million soldiers this time, so he simply stopped. Because the snake domain's hallucinogenic attack was too powerful. The 2 million Star Sea metal-eating ants didn't even have the ability to make a splash before they were killed. Having no choice, Han Fei attacked personally again, only to be beaten back by the crazy self-detonation of the soul snakes. From the 2 lessons, Han Fei learned a piece of truth. The races here were all very strong and each had their own characteristics. He couldn't think that he was invincible just because he controlled a race. Otherwise, the shattered Star Sea would have long been unified by a certain powerful race. Since then, Han Fei had learned that it was very troublesome to conquer a race. It was just that he happened to encounter the star sea metal-eating ants that he could crush in all aspects, so he could conquer such a large race. However, when two races collided, they generally wouldn't fight to the death. When the two races were equally strong and both sides suffered heavy losses, they would only fight on a small scale. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei shouted, "We're just passing by. We're not in the mood to fight. But if you want to fight, I'm not afraid. Please respond." The battle here had ended, and Han Fei's side won by a small margin. After a while, a soul voice sounded in the void, "Pass." Han Fei was already used to such things, so he wasn't surprised at all and simply let the army continue forward. At this moment, Han Fei checked the qualification token. As long as he passed this area, it should be the destination. If he guessed right, most people should have just left the void storm sea. Even if someone was faster, it was impossible for them to be ahead of him. Therefore, the hunt had just begun. Nothing happened when he crossed the territory of the star sea flying starfish. Han Fei's journey was smooth. When he came to the last section of the road, there were no creatures here to stop him. Although there were still countless star fragments here, these star fragments were not parasitized by a certain race. After only 3 days of travel, Han Fei discovered that there was a huge, intact star enshrouded by a star fragment barrier. Han Fei thought that it might be an origin ground, because its diameter far exceeded billions of kilometers. Around him, there were as many as 39 stars of various shapes, as well as the existence of a sun. After seeing this environment, Han Fei's first reaction was that this was an origin ground. His second reaction was that this was the origin star of a monarch. So far, Han Fei only knew about the 810,000-kilometer star transformation. In other words, the most talented cultivator could only have a 810,000-kilometer star transformation. It was definitely impossible to have an origin sea with a diameter of billions of kilometers. However, the structure of this star was the same as that of a normal galaxy. Besides, this star seemed to be absorbing the energy in the sea of stars. Although it was very slow, Han Fei could feel it. Then he remembered that he hadn't encountered any enemies along the way. It seemed to be because they didn't dare to come, which meant that there might be a monarch here. But why was a monarch-level master here? While Han Fei was thinking about these questions, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Then, Han Fei saw the phantom of a middle-aged man appear in front of him. Seeing that it was a three-eyed human, Han Fei immediately cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I, Han Fei, am here to participate in the finals of the 100,000-year grand competition. The middle-aged man looked at the huge army behind Han Fei and said, "Since you are a participant, I want to hold you accountable for bringing them here. However, although they didn't take the initiative to cross the border, I will give them a chance to cross this place. After that, their lives will be up to fate. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that this middle-aged man was not only assessing the contestants, but also the creatures born in the shattered star sea. In that case, the middle-aged man must be the powerhouse in charge of the scattered star sea, whose purpose was to keep an eye on this place and prevent any accidents from happening. Han Fei said, "Senior, since I am already here, have I completed the finals?" The middle-aged man said, "As long as you enter that star, you'll be considered to have completed the finals. Go. As the first to come, Yuri not bad. However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. Sorry, Senior, I have something to do. Huh? Han Fei grinned and said, Senior, the game is not over yet. A competition was a competition. So what if the other party was a monarch? Didn't he want to end it now? That was his freedom. On the 10th day after Han Fei came to the finish line, on a star fragment. Somewhere, the queen ant suddenly said, someone is coming. Han Fei was refreshed. So fast? He found it unbelievable. He had crossed the void storm sea to reach the finish line. How many people could be so fast? Therefore, Han Fei already had an answer in his heart. Weary about to reach the finish line. Senior Black Dragon, what creatures are here? Zhao Qinglong was traveling through the sea of stars at a very fast speed. He estimated that he would reach the destination in 2 or 3 days at most. In theory, no one could be faster than him. After all, the void storm sea greatly hindered everyone's movement. In the depths of Zhao Qinglong's sea of consciousness, a voice said, It's just some insects. There aren't many of them for the time being. There should be more in the depths. There will probably be a few insect queens, but Yuri. Fast. You can get rid of them by increasing your speed. It's impossible for them to catch up with you. Look. In the sky-opening realm, sometimes speed alone can solve everything. The soaring dragon technique I taught you can guarantee that you can reach 18 times the speed of light when you cultivate it to its strongest state. When the time comes, coupled with the dragon wandering divine technique, it can allow you to erupt with nearly 30 times the speed of light. At that time, you can enter the top 3 of the God roll. Zhao Qinglong nodded slightly and continued to press forward. The difficulty of this area didn't surprise him. It was no different from the previous ones. It seemed that in this segment of the finals, although he would encounter more enemies, the difficulty was actually not high. What mattered was the comprehensive ability of cultivators. What was to be tested about him was whether he could deal with the countless races in the sea of stars and the star sea giant beasts well. Just a few hours later, a voice came from the void. Participant, stop. Zhao Qinglong frowned and immediately shouted, Who is it? At that moment, the phantom of the queen ant appeared in the air. The queen ant said, Participant, although you are the first participant to come here, it doesn't mean you can get first place. You are indeed ahead in time, but you still have to undergo the final test. The final test? Zhao Qinglong slightly frowned, but he didn't doubt her, because he felt that he was definitely the first to arrive, and no one could be ahead of him. Besides, no one called him participant in the finals, nor did they specify any test, so he naturally thought this was part of the finals. He wasn't surprised that a race from the scattered stars sea was presiding over the last trial. He had guessed that this path was a trial, so this was only natural. Zhao Qinglong asked proudly, What test? The queen ant said, You need to defeat 10,000 ordinary star sea metal-eating ants head-on as a condition. The sea of stars is so vast and this part of the road is not even an appetizer. If you can't even do this, it's impossible for you to get first place. Hiss. In the dark, someone gasped. If Han Fei had noticed it, he would have discovered that the man was his guardian of the time temple. This elder Gua did lose track of Han Fei, but he could roughly figure out where Han Fei was from the time reconstruction, so he spent some time chasing him and finally found him 3 months later. However, the moment he found Han Fei, this guy actually ruled the Star Sea. Metal-eating ants, and already had an army of tens of millions. To be honest, Elder Guo was stunned at that moment. He thought that Han Fei was still struggling in the Void Storm Sea, but it turned out that he was already gathering his forces and preparing to conquer the Sea of Stars. Of course, he had witnessed Han Fei's failures afterwards. Now what he saw stunned him again. Are you kidding me? 10,000? If you hadn't set up the God-sealing spear array, combined with the infinity water and the gravity array, you wouldn't have been able to kill tens of thousands of Star Sea metal-eating ants. If Zhao Qinglong really killed 10,000 Star Sea metal-eating ants, he would probably be crippled. Not only Elder Guo, but Zhao Qinglong's guardian was also dumbfounded. Because of the temporary cooperation between Zhao Qinglong and the heavenly race, it was a strong master of the heavenly race who served as Zhao Qinglong's guardian. This strong master didn't expect the final checkpoint to be so difficult. The Star Sea metal-eating ants were certainly not scary, but 10,000 of them were another story. They could exhaust you to death if they attacked you. Together, even 1,000 early-stage star transformation realm cultivators could exhaust an ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator to death. Even Zhao Qinglong, who was on the god roll, might not be able to break through the siege of tens of thousands of Star Sea metal-eating ants. Even if you could keep fighting, would you dare to use a major technique? If you dared to use it, you would have to consume your mental and spiritual power. Therefore, the correct fighting style should be to penetrate the ants with brute force and smash them brainlessly. This way, you wouldn't have to consume much mental energy, and your mental fatigue would be greatly reduced. Zhao Qinglong suspected it for a moment, but on second thought, he thought maybe the competition was much harder than usual this time. At this moment, Zhao Qinglong frowned slightly. He was thinking about how to break through the siege of 10,000 Star Sea metal-eating ants. If he attacked with all his strength and used the power of the Black Dragon, it was possible for him to kill 10,000 Star Sea metal-eating ants. However, the problem was that his guardian was watching now. It was even said that there were many people in the Divine Capital Dynasty watching him through the Divine Curtain, so the Black Dragon couldn't take action. As for ordinary Star Sea metal-eating ants, the Black Dragon had just said that they were relatively weak, but according to experience, they had at least just entered the sky-opening realm. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong immediately thought of divine techniques, ultra-quality godly weapons, and his other trump cards. Anyway, this was the final obstacle. As long as he passed it, he would win. This time, he didn't need to reserve anything. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Zhao Qinglong said casually, "Okay." The Queen Ant replied calmly like a robot again, "Then, participant, you can start at any time. After starting, you have to kill 10,000 Star Sea metal-eating ants within 3 days. If you can't kill them within 3 days, you will fail the challenge. According to the number of kills and the overall results of the other participants, you will be ranked after the competition. At this moment, what Han Fei needed to do was to set the rules of the game. Only in this way could Zhao Qinglong trust the Queen Ant more. Sure enough, Zhao Qinglong said, "I can start in half a day." Somewhere among the abandoned star fragments, Han Fei smiled. He has taken the bait. Han Fei's action stunned the countless spectators of the Divine Capital Dynasty. As people who could watch the game every day, they knew that Han Fei had controlled the entire population of the star sea metal-eating ants. Now, when the queen ant stopped Zhao Qinglong and 10,000 star sea metal eating ants surrounded him, Zhao Qinglong sat cross-legged. Anyone with a brain would know that Zhao Qinglong had been tricked by Han Fei. More importantly, Zhao Qinglong would probably be infuriated to death if he knew that Han Fei had set him up. Someone shook his head. Shameless. Han Fei is simply shameless. Someone said, shameless? Didn't Zhao Qinglong cooperate with the people of the big clans to trick Han Fei and the others? Now it's only fair that he is tricked by Han Fei. Someone agreed. That's right. So what if he is on the god roll? Isn't he still slower than Han Fei? If Han Fei hadn't gone to that star, he would have been the champion now. In the sky-opening realm arena, Chao Mingda and the others clapped their hands and cheered. Puff. Huff. Holding his big pipe, Wu Bufan laughed and said, so what if Zhao Qinglong is 10th place of the god roll? He's just an ordinary person in front of my brother Fei. How dare he scheme against my brother Fei? I'm afraid he won't be on the god roll for long. Chao Mingda laughed out loud. That's right. How can a mere Zhao Qinglong stop brother Fei? If it weren't for the fact that brother Fei hadn't shown his strength when the god roll was released, how could he have had a place? Li Chen echoed, that's right. Who does he think he is? In the 4th round, this guy competed with brother Fei for first place and even joined forces with some nasty things. What happened in the end? He only got a slap in the face. Zhou Run said to them via voice transmission, all right, enough chit-chat. If you want to curse, curse after we leave the Divine Capital Dynasty. At the mention of leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, they all stopped. Yes. Now was not the time to relax. On the other side, in the courtyard of the sky-opening realm, in front of the hot pot, Feng Xingliu was pointing at the divine curtain and cursing, it's all this B** star's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been eliminated. How could I be among the first to be eliminated? Seemingly still angry, Feng Xingliu raised its head and shouted at the divine curtain, Han Fei, kill this B** starred. Feng Qingqing shook her head slightly and said, that's enough. You still can't keep up with them in the realm. The ultimate reward is not open to you. After all. Feng Xingliu was immediately unhappy. Hey! Stupid sister, make yourself clear. What do you mean? Look, Han Fei is guarding the finish line now. Anyone who comes will be cheated by him. If one comes, he will cheat one. If a pair comes, he will cheat a pair. More than 5 million ants are enough for him to destroy everyone. With my relationship with Han Fei, if I were still there, wouldn't I get 2nd place? Believe or not, maybe Han Fei can give me 1st place. Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes at Feng Xingliu, wondering where his confidence came from. However, what Feng Xingliu said was true. If Feng Xingliu was really here, maybe Han Fei could really give him 3rd place or something. In this way, the Phoenix Divine race would get 2 origin grounds for free, which was not a bad result. As for now, it was impossible. The Shattered Star Sea. Zhao Qinglong rested for a long time and felt that he had returned to his peak state. He rose and said to the shadow of the Queen Ant, I can start any time. The Queen Ant said emotionlessly, okay, the challenge will begin in 10 seconds. This challenge must be fair and just. Participant, please be prepared. As soon as the queen ant said so, the 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants had already gathered around. However, 1,000 of them were emitting blue flames in different shapes. They were none other than the star sea blue fire ants. Zhao Qinglong didn't have the demon purification pot anyway, so he couldn't see their information. Besides, star sea blue fire ants were also star sea metal-eating ants. After 10 seconds, 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants swarmed up in batches. There were only 100 star sea blue fire ants and 1,000 star sea metal-eating ants in the first batch. Zhao Qinglong was wearing armor and holding a spear. He immediately charged at the ants. Bang! 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 However, Zhao Qinglong didn't know that the star sea blue fire ants were self-explosive ants in the first place. Under orders, they could only charge at Zhao Qinglong with the determination of perishing together with the enemy. Besides, the level of the star sea blue fire ants was much higher than that of the star sea metal-eating ants. Nearly 50 of them detonated themselves in close combat with Zhao Qinglong. That terrifying power blew up hundreds of star sea metal-eating ants. Zhao Qinglong, who was completely caught off guard, felt dizzy under the explosion. Then Zhao Qinglong appeared 1,000 kilometers away, but he looked disheveled, his high-quality battle suit was badly damaged, and he was dripping with blood. He didn't expect that he would be blown up so quickly. Fortunately, he reacted faster and managed to dodge it. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Huh. Through the queen ant's vision, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that Zhao Qinglong was indeed quite strong. He failed to seriously injure him even though he took him by surprise. Besides, the speed of this guy just now was a little terrifying. Han Fei confirmed that if he didn't see wrongly, his speed should be about 15 times the speed of light, right? He could only reach 14 times the speed of light, so this guy was indeed very strong. However, so what? This kind of outburst consumed mental strength, will, combat power, and resources. No matter how strong Zhao Qinglong was, he immediately re-evaluated the difficulty of the challenge. It would take him a long time to kill these 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants even if they stood still and let him kill. If he wanted to kill more than 3,000 in a day, on average, he had to kill one every 5 seconds. Of course, it would be easy for him to beat them at the beginning, but that was only at the beginning. The only purpose of the existence of the star sea blue fire ants was to blow themselves up. On the other hand, Han Fei watched Zhao Qinglong attack crazily through the queen ant's vision. This time, he killed more than 300 star sea metal-eating ants in only 100 seconds, which made Han Fei nod repeatedly. Good job. Keep it up and try to kill 10,000 in a day. Han Fei was enjoying the show. He controlled a dozen star sea blue fire ants to blow themselves up from time to time. With the fastest speed of the star sea blue fire ants, 5 times the speed of light, they certainly couldn't touch Zhao Qinglong. However, Zhao Qinglong's goal was to kill 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants. Killing them was his goal. It was meaningless to avoid them and would only waste his energy. After all, it was annoying to hide here and there. Just like that. In just half a day, Zhao Qinglong had killed 3,000 star sea metal-eating ants. When he encountered star sea blue fire ants, he could only attack remotely and blow up the blue fire ants. When Zhao Qinglong killed 6,000 star sea metal-eating ants in a day, Han Fei realized the problem. Although this guy was very tired, he could still fight. Was his spiritual will so strong that it couldn't be exhausted? Although the will of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator might be stronger than that of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, it shouldn't be so strong, right? Soon, Han Fei found that something was wrong, because Zhao Qinglong's eyes were glazed as if he was numb to killing. But Han Fei knew that this guy must have given his body to the black dragon. Damn it. Han Fei was immediately unhappy. What's so great about the black dragon? Just because it was a black dragon didn't mean it could control Zhao Qinglong's body to fight and cheat. Unhappy, Han Fei reminded participant, congratulations on killing more than half of them. Please keep it up. Han Fei said that to see Zhao Qinglong's reaction. The black dragon was speechless. Congratulations my ass. Do I need you to remind me of this? However, in the next moment, the remaining 600+ star sea blue fire ants were divided into 6 teams and launched a group chase on Zhao Qinglong. Although they couldn't catch up to him, they would still chase him and affect his operation and battle. If he dared to stop, they would blow him up. Half a day later, there were only less than 1,000 of the 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants left. It was such a result because the black dragon didn't try its best. He didn't dare to kill them too quickly, because he knew that there were guardians watching. He didn't know if there were any monarchs guarding this finish line, so he just imitated Zhao Qinglong's battle. At the last moment, the black dragon controlled Zhao Qinglong to unleash the dragon flame wave, a lost divine technique. In an instant, Han Fei saw that 2 groups of blue fire ants were killed in a row. In the end, there were only 200 blue fire ants left. Of course, they couldn't withstand the attacks. In less than half an hour, they were completely destroyed. Upon seeing this scene, Han Fei was very unhappy. Look at the sleeping big shot in Zhao Qinglong's body who killed tens of thousands of star sea metal eating ants in one breath. But for the one in his body, no matter what. Sleep came first. Zhao Qinglong replaced the black dragon's consciousness and said, Senior, I've passed the challenge. However, the queen ant replied mechanically, the contestant was fighting by replacing your own consciousness with an unknown force, so the fighting result is invalid. Participant, please challenge again. Zhao Qinglong? Zhao Qinglong was dumbfounded. Are you *king kidding me? Again? However, Zhao Qinglong did borrow the power of the black dragon. Could it be that this wasn't allowed? Even the black dragon was stunned. I've been fighting and pretending so hard for 2 days. But now Zhao Qinglong has to start all over again? The queen ant released another 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants with the same composition as before, which charged at Zhao Qinglong. 2475 number 10 on the god roll, trash. Neither Zhao Qinglong nor the black dragon realized what was going on, because the queen ant had declared without hesitation and released another 10,000 star sea metal-eating ants in one go, which made him doubt himself. However, this time, Zhao Qinglong didn't dare to let the black dragon kill the ants for him. However, this time, the star sea metal-eating ants attacked in a different way. The 1,000 star sea blue fire ants scattered and launched suicide charges at Zhao Qinglong. No matter where you run, as long as I touch you, I will blow myself up. This forced Zhao Qinglong to be in a high-speed state all the time. Besides, all the other star sea metal-eating ants swarmed up on him, so the difficulty this time was actually greater than last time, because Han Fei had been exhausting Zhao Qinglong from the beginning. This scene dumbfounded the audience of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Someone was lost for words. What happened? Why did he fight twice? Someone sighed. Even God can't resist such a fighting style. Shameless. Simply too shameless. Someone was curious. Why did Zhao Qinglong fight the Starcy metal-eating ants head-on? He must have been deceived, right? But why could he be deceived? A second time? At this time, Chao Mingde and the others were also shocked. Wu Bufan asked, "Is Zhao Qinglong out of his mind? He didn't notice anything wrong?" Chao Mingde nodded quickly. Exactly, I think even we are much smarter than him. Zhou Ren said, I can understand that he was tricked the first time. Brother. Fei must have taken advantage of the loophole in the rules. He must have made Zhao Qinglong mistakenly think that this was the ultimate challenge. But, why? There is a second round, no one knows. On the other side, Zhao Qinglong and the Black Dragon didn't find anything different, but Zhao Qinglong's guardians did. He had been surprised since the last time. He knew the Starcy metal-eating ants, but they shouldn't be here. It was reasonable to take the Starcy metal-eating ants as the final test. But the second time was a bit ridiculous. Even if Zhao Qinglong did borrow other powers, he had passed the checkpoint. This was just a test. It wasn't supposed to be so strict. This kind of test had nothing to do with rewards. Therefore, the guardian of the heavenly race discovered something. He quietly disappeared for a moment, and finally, he discovered that there were dozens of queen ants hidden in the depths of the star fragments. No. Even if this is a checkpoint, there shouldn't be so many queen ants. All of this is fake. Unfortunately, outsiders were not allowed to interfere in the battle. The strong master of the heavenly race thought for a while and decided to help Zhao Qinglong find his hidden opponent. Because he knew that he couldn't interfere in the battle, this expert didn't directly send a voice transmission or soul warning to Zhao Qinglong. He had actually transmitted some of his telepathic thoughts to the Starcy metal-eating ants. It was impossible to defend against the means of a monarch. However, when this heavenly race powerhouse tried to tamper with one of the Starcy metal-eating ants, he heard a leisure voice, "How dare the heavenly race cheat in front of our time temple? Who gave you the courage?" Buzz. The heavenly race powerhouse suddenly turned around, only to see Elder Gua of the time temple looking at him with a smile. At that moment, he realized that Han Fei was here. Han Fei was the first to reach the finish line, but Han Fei didn't choose to enter the finish line. It was also at this moment that he understood that everything was over. Based on Han Fei's personality, no one from the heavenly race could reach the finish line. Han Fei was going to use this method to wipe out all his enemies. When Elder Gua fought the strong masters of the heavenly race, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Has the Black Dragon noticed something? This shouldn't be the case. The rule I set is quite comprehensible. As long as Zhao Qinglong fights seriously, he will probably be able to defeat 10,000 Starcy metal-eating ants that are barely in the sky-opening realm. No. Zhao Qinglong is a scourge after all. Let me continue to weaken him. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since he could be exposed at any time, he might as well do it from the dark. So far, Zhao Qinglong hadn't shown his associated spirit. This guy's sudden rise 300 years ago must have something to do with the Black Dragon. Being able to enter the god role meant that he wasn't very old, and he couldn't be over 30,000 years old. Therefore, His associated spirit couldn't be in the perfected star transformation realm. However, Little Black and Little White were strong enough now. After practicing the world devouring many times, Little Black and Little White were already level 106, which was equivalent to the late stage of the star transformation realm. He didn't believe that Zhao Qinglong's associated spirit could resist Little Black and Little White. Another moment later, in the Soul Sea, Han Fei, who was attached to Little Black, finally saw a two-headed flying dragon. Heh. He's really related to the dragon race. No wonder the black dragon chose Zhao Qinglong as its host. However, this two-headed flying dragon was actually on the same level as Little Black and Little White. This was interesting. The other party was a primitive ferocious beast, and Little Black and Little White were mysterious creatures. At this moment, Little White hid far away, and Little Black quietly swam over. Suddenly, Han Fei opened Little Black's bloody mouth and bit him. The two-headed flying dragon was stunned by the bite. It didn't know why one of its wings was suddenly gone. The two-headed flying dragon wailed subconsciously, and then, its head was gone. For Little Black and Little White, it didn't take long to swallow a big star now, not to mention that Little Black had been good at devouring. When the two-headed flying dragon realized that it was attacked, half of its body was gone. Besides, the two-headed flying dragon couldn't run away. Even if Little Black didn't have time to eat it, the frenzying eye of the Emperor Sparrow was enough to keep him in the spiritual sea. In the outside world, Zhao Qinglong suddenly felt that something was wrong. He sensed that the two-headed flying dragon was crying for help. They were connected in mind. What happened to the two-headed flying dragon? He hurriedly summoned the two-headed flying dragon, but he failed. Zhao Qinglong, whose face changed greatly, summoned the two-headed flying dragon 5 times in a row before it appeared. However, when he saw that his two-headed flying dragon had become a level 1 baby, he was stunned. Where is my dragon? At the moment when Zhao Qinglong was stunned, Han Fei finally seized the opportunity, and the star sea blue fire ants swarmed up. Boom boom boom. The series of explosions left Zhao Qinglong unkempt and disfigured. His battle suit was broken and he was bleeding. Who is it? Hee. At that moment, a figure appeared in the darkness. When Zhao Qinglong saw Han Fei's face, he knew that he had been deceived. At that moment, the furious Zhao Qinglong was about to activate a divine technique. He was not worried about Han Fei's stealing power, because the black dragon would block it for him. But what he didn't expect was that Han Fei didn't intend to use the void stealing technique at all. He had already used it on Zhao Qinglong several times, and every time, he suffered a backlash. He was not stupid. He had already known that the void stealing technique was useless against Zhao Qinglong. Therefore, Han Fei grinned and said, "All laws forbidden in this space." At that moment, Zhao Qinglong's divine technique was forcibly suppressed and he couldn't release it at all. As Han Fei had all laws in this space forbidden, Zhao Qinglong couldn't unleash 15 times the speed of light at all. The next moment, the God-sealing spear array fell, and Zhao Qinglong felt that his strength had been crazily reduced to only 30%. And this was because the Black Dragon had helped him block part of it. Zhao Qinglong said, "Senior Black Dragon." However, Han Fei was not stupid. He shouted, "Zhao Qinglong, don't think I don't know that there is a mysterious power in your body. You can't resist my divine technique with your own strength." If you have the ability, unleash that power. There are countless people watching this battle. Let's see if you dare. Zhao Qinglong didn't know what to say. The black dragon didn't feel good either. He wasn't afraid of facing the monarchs of the East Sea Divine Realm. But he was afraid that his identity would be exposed and the dragon race would find out. Once the powerhouses of the dragon race found out that he was in Zhao Qinglong's body, he would be doomed. He probably wouldn't be able to escape no matter where he ran. At this moment, the black dragon really didn't dare to come out. Although he could control Zhao Qinglong's body, this spirit ray was probably a divine technique that suppressed the fundamental power of Zhao Qinglong's body. Even if he controlled Zhao Qinglong's body, he could only exert about 70% of the normal state of this body. However, if he didn't control Zhao Qinglong's body at this moment, he would be doomed. In this state, Zhao Qinglong was no match for Han Fei. The two of them had fought for 2 rounds. He felt that although Han Fei was not strong enough, he was not comparable to Zhao Qinglong, whose strength was only 30% left. Therefore, the black dragon thought for a moment and controlled Zhao Qinglong's body. As long as he didn't show up, it wouldn't be considered cheating. However, in the next moment, a phantom of the god of war holding 2 axes suddenly appeared behind Han Fei. The phantom of the god of war appeared and then fused with Han Fei. Instantly, Han Fei's strength soared. Bang! 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 Inside the god-sealing spear array was Han Fei's territory. The infinity water was bombarding Zhao Qinglong indiscriminately, and Han Fei held 2 axes in his hands and slashed out the power of the god of war axe. In the blink of an eye, he was chopped dozens of times by Han Fei. This wasn't the first time Han Fei fought Zhao Qinglong when he was still weak. At that time, his soul and strength hadn't exceeded 10 million, and the operating limit of his great Tao was only 3.5 times. In the end, the power he unleashed was only 30 million waves, which was much weaker than Zhao Qinglong in his peak state. But now, Han Fei's strength had reached 13 million waves, and the outburst of the God of War seal could raise Han Fei's strength to 40 million waves. And Zhao Qinglong, who was suppressed by the god-sealing spear array, could only exert the power of 30 million waves even if he was possessed by the black dragon. How could this gap be resolved so easily? Therefore, before the black dragon appeared, Zhao Qinglong's skin and flesh were lacerated. Han Fei stretched out his hand and punched. The star fist technique burst out like a star exploding, and the lower half of Zhao Qinglong's body was directly blasted into ashes by Han Fei. Han Fei laughed out loud. You call yourself the 10th place on the god roll? Trash.